January 11th and 12th CTB meeting, and we're going to start, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Wanted to open up this morning with the announcement of the new incoming Secretary of Transportation, Shep Miller. Just congratulations to you. You know how great this board is and how consequential it is in Virginia. I will just say to you personally that regardless of where I am in the future, that I am here to assist in any way, and I hope you all know that across the board, actually.
We'll be calmer.
I hope so, but just sincere best wishes and just such confidence in what you'll be able to bring to transportation and to the Commonwealth. So congratulations to you.
I'm honored to have such a great person to follow and somebody I can emulate in so many ways, and I have you on speed dial, ma'am, so thank you very much.
I will stream the meeting just to kind of follow a couple
advise-
episodes.
I
I
would
do
do
get
that.
questions about, running this meeting, because it's such a quiet, shy group without many opinions, and
May I
the
say one
audience
thing?
laughing at that. Pardon me?
It was suggested last night at dinner that the meetings will be shorter now that I'll be in a different seat. I have no idea why that might be.
That
but
is true.
No, actually, it means he'll be able to talk unlimited.
I'll already know the answers.
Oh, ooh, true. No, it's really great. Many of my colleagues in the cabinet, they don't have the advantage of knowing their successor, and it really is just, it's great to be able to have that relationship already established. So, again, all the best. We're going to open this morning with something that's not on your agenda, you didn't get. As you are all aware, there were many storms last week. We had some very severe weather come across Virginia. There were actually 3 storms, Frida, then Garrett, and then the freezing rain and ice out west. So the VDOT team has been engaged 24/7, 12-hour shifts, dealing with all the consequences of this. On Monday going into Tuesday, there was the incident on 95. And I will tell you that from the moment I learned of what had happened along 95, my complete focus was getting that highway opened. It was completely devoted to recovery of that asset and moving those people. There was nothing that could deter us from being completely committed to making that happen. I will say that Secretary Brian Moran was a tremendous partner with me in doing all we could to support the CEOs of our agencies, Commissioner Bridge at VDOT, Colonel Settle at Virginia State Police, and Curtis Brown at the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. They are the ones who operate these agencies, and they really lead this, but there was nothing I wouldn't do or try in every way possible to support them. Today we're going to give a presentation on just some basic facts that we know at this moment. We're trying to gather that information. There is a multi-agency after-action report being put together for VDOT, Virginia State Police, and VDEM. I believe we're going to learn a great deal from this. And our commitment is that we're going to take every opportunity we can to improve what we do and to protect the traveling public to the very best of our ability, always. And while the report is underway, we are also committed that if there are things we can learn today, we're going to lean in and do them, so that, you know, we're taking every moment. We're encountering some very harsh weather, and we just need to be prepared at all times for this. I will just say that, you know, for me personally, I was just so concerned when I learned of the situation. Again, jumped immediately into action, doing what I could, and I am just so sorry that that happened to anybody. It is, it's heartbreaking for me that that happened to anyone, and I just want you to know that anything I can help put in place to make sure that we identify any issues so that it can be improved, that's what I'm going to do. And I'm so pleased I'm able to do that with Commissioner Bridge. And so would you just like to introduce this for Kevin Gregg, our Chief of Maintenance?
Madam Secretary, I appreciate the words and getting and having Kevin come up and give a very quick overview of the activities that took place during last Monday and Tuesday. And not to steal some of the thunder that Kevin's going to present, but want to reassure the board, the Commonwealth, and the citizens of the Commonwealth and our traveling public that safety of the traveling public is first and foremost our top priority. There's nothing else there that we don't do, and it will always be our top priority. There are a lot of lessons to be learned. In short and sweet, did we do everything right for the department? The answer is no. There's a lot of lessons to be learned at that, and that you have my full commitment that those lessons learned that are going to be garnered from this after action report, we will look at every one of them and work to interject that into our business practice and change our procedures to help ensure that this doesn't happen again to the best of our ability. So with that being said, Kevin, I think we have a team of individuals here from our Chief of Maintenance and Operations, Kevin Gregg, to Marcy Parker, our District Engineer for Fredericksburg District, and our Office of Safety, Security, and Emergency Management, John Scrivani. So there are a lot of questions to be asked and still a lot of data to be gathered on the facts, not only through the department, but also through state police and our VDEM partners. So with that being said, Kevin, if you could give an overview of what we have to date and go through our next steps as we go through this process.
Sure. While they're pulling the slides up, I'll say that obviously I drew the short straw here today. So go ahead to the next slide, please. Just a kind of a quick overview, Storm Frida, Winter Storm Frida started on Sunday, January the 2nd, with heavy rain across the Commonwealth, up to 2 inches in many locations, which is important as we go forward. Monday, we got the snow event, and then Tuesday was the afterwards and the cleanup that we went through there. So that's where we are. I want to emphasize that this was an entire Commonwealth event. It wasn't just localized in Fredericksburg District or up on I-95. Our whole state took the brunt of this storm. From Hampton Roads had a nor'easter in the southeast part, and they got snow in Williamsburg, and then snow and heavy rain the rest of the way across the state. 14 inches of snow fell at unprecedented rates within about 5.5 hours, 3 inches per hour. So in many cases, we had over 14 inches of snow in the Fredericksburg and some in the Culpeper area, and significant amounts. Nova had 12 inches, over in the valley had 9 to 12 inches. So it was a significant snow in a very short period of time. Along with that heavy rain and the heavy wet snow, there were about 500,000 power customers without power during that time, and many folks still don't have power now. I think they've got most of them back up, but there are still some folks that don't have power. And then lastly, you'll see that our latest count was about 1.5 million cubic yards of debris from the storm where the trees fell down. Most of it you can still see on the side of the road where we cut it to open up the roads, and we still have to go back now and clean up that debris. I do want to follow up on what the commissioner said, that the safety of the traveling public is and always will be our top priority. We acknowledge the severe distress those folks are traveling the I-95 corridor experienced. And I would be remiss at this point if I didn't also thank the men and women in the Virginia Department of Transportation for their dedicated and committed efforts over this storm, working 24/7. They left their families, many of them without power, just like the rest of us, to get out there and make sure that we did what the commissioner said, was get those roads open safely for the traveling public. So I want to thank them, and also the secretary thanked as well our VSP partners and those partners at the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. They were right along beside us doing that as well. We're going to take a very hard look at the events and the series of events that occurred, assess our performance, and identify ways to mitigate the challenges that we faced. We're looking forward to learning more in the multi-agency after-action review, and committed to integrating any identified opportunities into our procedures. You know, we've been doing this for a long time, but you can always learn more. And so that's our goal, is to learn from this event and make sure that we incorporate that into our procedures and policies. There's a tremendous amount of interest and concern surrounding the events of this storm, and we look forward to sharing those findings and update the procedures that may come from that after-action review. Okay, next slide, please. This next slide talks about agency preparations, and I believe the secretary is familiar with it. She's been on numerous of those calls. We go through a rigorous procedure. Snow fighting just doesn't happen. It takes a lot of preparation, and we take that preparation very seriously as we approach a storm. The rate of snow falling, how long it comes down at that rate, consistency of the snow, the ground temperature, the air temperature, the time of day, all critically important to snow removal. So this is not guesswork. This snow removal is a science. Saturday, on January 1st, we began communications. From National Weather Service, our communication folks put out a news release. So you can see Sunday, on January the 2nd, we had our first preparation call. It's a statewide preparation call. Our contractor that provides the weather service for us, DTN, always is on those calls. They give us the most updated weather forecast that they have at the time. We have a rigorous procedure that we go through with each district reporting out their plans, the amount of equipment that they have, any issues that they have, the amount of materials they have on hand. And so they go through that procedure so every district can hear what the other one is doing, and we're all on the same page as we go forward. So we go through that process, and then we had it's a Sunday night across the state. Trucks with plows and spreaders were staged along Interstate 95 and throughout the state on other interstates and roads as well. And the snow began at 12 a.m. On Monday morning in the Bristol district, Bristol district, spread across the state. And at 5 a.m. we started spreading salt up and down 95 in the Fredericksburg area. And approximately 6 a.m. in the Fredericksburg on I-95, we began plowing that snow as it began to fall. Just to kind of give you a snapshot, we have about 4,000 VDOT people that are mobilized In this last event that happened on January 3rd, VDOT and their contractors had a little over 7,000 pieces of equipment that was mobilized, and just 4,000 VDOT employees. There are around 16,000 contractors, consultants that also supplement our work as we do that. And in this case, during this time of COVID, that was part of our preparation, that where we were down some people, we supplemented those with contractors to make sure that we didn't have any gaps in there. So we supplemented our gaps with those contractor personnel. VDOT team acknowledges that messaging is a critical part and would likely not expect major impacts due to warm temperatures. That, you know, it's Saturday and Sunday, I was in shorts, and you know, the temperature was warm, and so the temperature fell off on Sunday, and so I think that was part of our messaging, that our difficulty in messaging is getting folks to realize, hey, this is going to be bad, and it's hard to believe that when you know, when the temperature is 7 degrees, depending on where you are. So that was part of our messaging, to try to get people to, hey, we got something coming. It's going to be a major storm, and also I'm sure you've heard that we did not pre-treat the roads at this time. That was part of our planning process. They were not pre-treated because the storm started as rain. 2 inches of heavy rain prior to the snow starting would just wash any pre-treatment that we did away, and so it wouldn't have been effective in the first place. In the second place, it would have been a huge waste of money to put that down and just see it washed away. We had the media outreach on Saturday initially. Further media outreach came on Sunday, January the 2nd. We had heightened public messaging throughout. News releases statewide. We always put out statewide news releases, and each district puts out a news release that's specific to the conditions in their district. So Fredericksburg has them, Bristol has them. Every district puts out a separate message that's very specific to their district. 511 Virginia updates were done throughout the storm. Our communication people on social media had 13 posts alone just on January 2nd. On Facebook, on January 2nd, had 7 posts, and on Instagram, had 6 stories, and that's all just on January 2nd, leading up to the storm. Our team conducted more than 14 media interviews on January 2nd. So we were out there trying to outreach to let people know what was going on. If we can go to the next slide.
Kevin, can I just say one thing about the weather calls? This is standard operating procedure before any event. We have, it's run like a situation room, and John Scrivani, who is Director of Safety, Security, and Emergency Management within VDOT, runs that situation room. But it is multi-agency with Virginia State Police, with the Department of Emergency Management. All 9 transportation districts are on there, so they're able to report what their supplies, equipment, personnel issues are, making sure everyone they have to report no unmet needs. We want to make sure that all the needs are met. But this happens not once. There are multiple calls that take place as the weather event, you know, comes closer and the forecast becomes clearer. So it's an ongoing process, and it is a standard operating procedure. I also would say that all the transportation districts declared a state of emergency within their transportation area.
Each district declares their own emergency, and this declaration of emergency is different from the governor's, but it does allow VDOT to mobilize everybody that may not be connected with snow removal or maintenance on a daily basis. It allows us to pay overtime. That state of emergency also allows us to use state forces on the interstate system where we are not allowed to do that on a normal everyday basis. So it allows us to be able to do that, to supplement that work. Secretary is correct that leading up to any storm, and we do this for snow as well as hurricanes, so this is not just specific to snow. Leading up to an event, we have these calls, these statewide coordination calls, and we have them every day during the event. So once the event starts, we don't stop doing those. We have it every day until the event is over, and we're assured that we're not going to be continuing full-scale operations. Normally, we may stop, and there may be some skeleton crews in areas just to watch for refreeze, run back across the road, those type of things. But normally, when we scale back our operations, we stop those calls. But they're continuing every day until the storm is completed.
And I will also say that there may be weather coming this weekend, and I just make the invitation that if we do have those calls this week, that I invite Shep Miller to attend those.
Man, we are watching the weather for this weekend. This next slide, I'll just go through this quickly, but I just wanted you to see that the temperatures and the times of the snow start in the different districts, the end time for the snow, the temperatures when it started snowing, the temperatures at the end. You can see the drastic drop off, and then the snowfall totals for each district are listed there. I just wanted to reinforce that this wasn't just an issue that we had in Fredericksburg. It was a statewide issue. We were working snow, tree removal statewide during this entire event. So if you slip to the next slide, it's a little bit of an eye chart. You can't see all these. You can't see all the temperatures on there, but I think it shows that the green is warmer temperatures, the blue, the darker the blue, the colder the temperatures. So we had, in some places, up to 40-plus degree drop in temperature in those days between that Monday and Tuesday, end of the day Tuesday, when we had those lows. You can see, even in Hampton Roads, there was a drop from 69 degrees on the 3rd to the 4th, it dropped down to 29 degrees in the corner. Bristol was 65 degrees and dropped down to around 15. So those two extremes of the state, and centrally around the Richmond-Fredericksburg area, 63, 64 degrees, and their low temperatures were 16, 17 degrees. So that was a tremendous drop from the weekend, and even from Monday to those lows on Tuesday when we recorded these. So just a kind of picture to show that. Next slide, please. Now, I'm going to talk here about the variables of the storm a little bit, and I go back, the Secretary laid it out very well. I just want to present these as facts. I don't want anybody to walk out of this room thinking that we're making excuses for anything. These are the facts as we know them now. These are the facts that we'll take to our after action to begin work to see what happened, why it happened, where we can improve. Obviously, there'll be some things that we did good. There's some things that maybe not so good. So these are the facts going forward. So it was really a unique statewide storm. Again, we talked about the balmy weather. We had the rain. We had the high winds. And I think that rain is important because those high winds and heavy snow, we had saturated soils, and that's what caused, and the winds and the snow caused a lot of those trees to fall down. If you remember last year, in the February time frame, we had a snowstorm. We had a lot of trees fall down in Southside Virginia. Took us several months, almost 4 months, to clean up all that debris. We have more debris on this storm than we did in that storm. Out of that 1.5 million cubic yards of debris, is kind of a hard thing to think about. We don't count trees. We just count how we got to haul it away. Over half of that amount was in the Culpeper District. Over 600,000 cubic yards were in the Culpeper District alone. The balance of it, a lot of it was in the Richmond District along that same corridor next to Culpeper, and then Fredericksburg and Lynchburg, Salem, the balance fell out there. But Culpeper, where they still have some power out, had over half of that debris. Historic rates of snow. 3 inches of snow an hour is a lot. The forecast was 1.5 to 2 inches per hour. So 3 inches per hour, what happens is that your trucks, even in great conditions, by the time they make one pass, say northbound or westbound, by the time they come back eastbound, that other lane is already covered up. So you're behind in your plowing as you go forward. So it makes it tough on crews to keep those roads clear, even with continuous plowing. That snowfall rate is important. Heavy traffic. So on that heavy traffic was noted statewide, 81, 95, but on the 95 corridor, the preliminary look at our counting stations along that, traffic volumes were significantly higher than what they were in a non-COVID year back in 2009. Looking at 2019, the same time, same days of the year. Those traffic volumes were significantly higher. As part of our after action, we'll dig into those numbers. We'll find out exactly where along those counting stations those numbers were higher. We'll find out what percentage was trucks, what was cars, those type of things. But that'll be part of our after action as we go forward. Because that's important because of the next bullet, that the commercial vehicles had trouble climbing the hills there up on 95. And so, as you know, those vehicles don't really have tires that work well in snow. They're for over-the-road type of things. So once the snow accumulated, they had trouble making some of those hills. And once they blocked up the lanes, and it's kind of like pouring water through a pipe. You know, you stick your finger in the end, and there's no place for it to go. It overflows, and so that's what happened there on 95. The other thing was, because that was, I'm gonna drop down to the bottom because it kind of flows together there. That there was a statewide storm, so you may ask yourself, well, why don't you just move traffic someplace else? You know, you got it jacked up on 95. Why don't you just move it someplace else? Well, 64 was blocked in eastbound and westbound. Route 1 had trees across it, and so there were many locations that they were trying to remove trees from Route 1. Route 301 was blocked, and then you get that cleared up, and they had a tractor-trailer crash on 301 that blocked the traffic there for a while. So not until we could have a viable alternate route were we able to detour traffic off of 95 there in Fredericksburg, so that once they got over to Route 1 or they decided to go out 64, they actually had a place they could go. We just didn't want to move them from one parking lot to another parking lot. That wouldn't be the right thing to do. So that's some of the thinking and some of the strategy that, you know, at a larger level that we had to look at. If it would have been only a storm in Fredericksburg, it would have made it a lot easier to detour that traffic earlier. The power outages affected us in a couple ways. One, power outages cause cell service challenges with the towers down, so that affected our ability to communicate with our folks out in the field. That's one of the best ways we have to communicate with cell phones with each other back and forth. So when the cell towers go down, it made it difficult to communicate. I know the commissioner was frustrated several times trying to talk to folks in the district, and you know, the calls kept getting cut off and you couldn't hear. So that was the same way between the district office and those folks in the field trying to communicate with their people there. And also the traffic cameras were down, so we had no eyes out there on 95 to see what was going on. And also all of our signals along Route 1, many of our signals, not say all, many of our signals along Route 1 where we would have wanted to alternate push traffic over, some of our signals were down. So we had generators on many of those signals to keep them working, but there were still signals at intersections where it didn't have power, and the signals weren't working. So that power outages, not only, you know, we talked about the 500,000 people that were without power, but that power outage has also affected their ability to respond and be able to have options during that time
Kevin,
as well.
I think that the 500,000, it's households that were affected across Virginia.
Right.
And there's 3.9 million households. So
about
just think
13%.
about that percentage of Virginians losing power. I think all of us were, all the teams, all the crews, everything, it converged at one time.
So one of the things that really helped us was working with our partners at VSP and VDM because we were able to get some messages back and forth between state police radios and dispatchers and their office and some of the radios that we have in our vehicles. So that did help, but that didn't completely bridge that gap that we had there. So if we can go to the next slide. Again, our focus, our complete focus during this storm was recovery of our system, not only, especially on 95, but also along Interstate 64. 81 took a beating up through the Shenandoah Valley. There were times where that road was just completely snow covered. So recovery was not just along 95 in Fredericksburg, it was throughout our system. So that was our main focus. The safety of the traveling public continues and always will be our first priority. I think the Secretary spoke to that very well.
I will just say I would have reversed the order.
Right, they go hand in hand. The safety,
They go hand in
safety
hand.
is the most important thing, and recovery of the system
Provides the safety.
Provides for that safety. Yes, ma'am. Good point. So our partnerships, these folks worked around the clock. VDOT, VSP were in constant contact throughout this storm, and I just can't say how important the local first responders were. Even at the end, we ended up calling the sheriff's department there in Spotsylvania to help, in Caroline, to help with traffic control because vehicles were just driving around our trucks where we tried to block the road. So we called on them, they responded, they were there to help in any way that they could. So those partnerships, not only in this storm but every storm, are very important for us, and we do work hard to maintain those partnerships with those agencies and local responders. So the alternate strategies there were 2 wireless emergency alerts that were sent out, and they go through VDM. So VDM sent 2 of those out. Kathy McGee and the Research Council had a vendor, and that vendor volunteered to send out messages that we designed to the in-cab, to those trucks that have the in-cab messaging system. So we did that. One of the localities and the state police were doing wellness checks, and they started those wellness checks, and they were doing those. And lastly, one of the things that I think was pretty cool is the commissioner said, we got to get a helicopter up. And so as soon as the weather allowed and as soon as he could find one, he put a helicopter up. The commissioner and the colonel went up so we could actually put eyes on the situation, see where we could be most effective by concentrating our efforts so that we weren't just working on one end to the other. So we knew where to concentrate on our efforts, and that was a huge help in getting the right people in there on Tuesday. Tuesday was the first day we could get a helicopter up, and so I think that was a huge help, and that was a great idea.
And that was the breakthrough.
That was really
getting eyes, and then working with Secretary Moran as you were working with Colonel Settle, getting them in the air so they could be able to target the solutions, target the work, really going from 50 miles down to 16 miles of focus, and that's what began to open up the corridor. And I think when you first came out of the helicopter, you were briefing the media. We set that up because you were the ones who had that information, from that real-time information to be able to get that out. So immediately upon your return, we set that up over at the airport to start getting those messages out as well. And then right before you took off to go back and survey the results, the work that was taking place, to making sure people were being briefed.
So, Madam Secretary, I'd say that yes, the first aerial survey allowed us to really strategically target the resources that we had and the additional resources that were getting redeployed after we were able to secure and ensure the other routes, as Kevin has indicated, were safe and passable. I think while they may have been a viable route, it was important to make sure that they were safe and passable. And as he indicated, even 64, the very next day was still a single lane that looked like a cattle path because of the downed trees that were experienced. The second aerial assessment was made right before sunset, and it was very important that we do that, recognizing that the freezing temperatures were back, that we would be recompeting. The good news is that those targeted resources that were provided in the daylight hours and using the effectiveness of the sun really was a huge turning point and able to we were very satisfied to realize that the road would be reopened within a matter of an hour or two after that second aerial assessment because of the work that the department and VSP were able to do during that time period, roughly less than a 12-hour time period.
Yeah, once the traffic jam was moved on, it was just a matter of a couple hours before we had the road clear and traffic moving freely on it. So if we go to the next slide, I think that example about the helicopter was a great leads me very well into the after-action report, because truthfully, I don't know if we have ever used a helicopter before to go up and look and see what's going on, but that's one of those things when somebody says, hey, we got to get a helicopter up so we can get eyes on it. And you sit there and think, well, that's stupid. I wish I'd have thought of that. So that's the purpose of the after-action, is to take what happened and figure out what we could do better. Helicopter was a great, I'm sure there could be some.
Typically you would have cameras.
Typically we would have
So you would have
cameras.
other, options to be able to assess, so.
Cameras give us specific views of it, where that helicopter view really gave us a broad view across up and down the whole corridor. Both.
Opportunity for us.
Madam Secretary, I'd say that realizing the traffic that was in existence, cameras is a tool in the toolbox, but our monitors that we have that have been pre-positioned along the roadway and travel the corridor to be able to help identify how those snowplow operations are happening, we're also tied up in the backups. So the eyes in the field were also in the backups that were experienced and could not drive around because of the 8 to 10 inches of snow and ice and the traffic that was there. Our state police partners were in the same position, and our contractors with the plows were in the same position. So there are multiple reporting mechanisms that were not able to give us the typical eyes of the facility that we had on this. And I look forward to the after-action report helping document this and then learning from those opportunities to improve.
So the commissioner has directed the agency to perform a comprehensive after-action review of this particular storm. You can see here the items that we've initially identified that will be part of this after-action. Many of them are things that we do already, but we need to take a look at them. I mean, I think it's just weather overview. And it goes back to our preparation, public messaging. How can we do that better? One of the things there I think that we'll do is, if you remember, we did a study on our dynamic message signs to see what makes people think about things differently. And I think it would be a great idea if we'll ask Kathy and their Virginia Tech partners to take a look at our signing again to see how our signing can be more effective during emergency operations, during inclement weather, that really gets their attention and is more direct rather than suggesting, hey, you may want to take an alternate route, dangerous conditions, icy roads, avoid travel, take the next exit, get off immediately, whatever it is. I think we'll take a look at that and ask some of the experts that, get into people's minds a little bit about how can we message better that will be effective for people. So we put a message up that people will actually pay attention to and hopefully take some action as a result of that. So.
Madam Secretary, Kevin, I would use one of the qualifiers that you've indicated may have. We have already leaned in on this. We've already contacted Virginia Tech and a human factors expert to look at the messaging and direct messages. So I want to be, while we have an after-action review going on, There's an opportunity to lean forward right now and take a look at the messaging, and we understand that the public messaging falls into a number of categories. The communications piece on the press releases that go out to warn of the advancing storm and what happens during it. Our messaging to the motorists while they're in their vehicle and moving. The messaging on our variable message signs that are available to us, and the direct messages and how people interpret that message, and what we can do from the standpoint of a statewide message, a localized message, and others. So I want to reassure you that we are not waiting for an after action in a number of these places. We will change and be much more dynamic in the potential after action comes out if we need to do additional research, but we're getting that effort started. We started that on Saturday, and that contact was made, and I'm hoping that we're under contract, and I'm looking at Kathy as to whether or not we're close to getting that under contract or getting it moving on Monday, yesterday.
I know, it's hard to know what day it is. Today's Tuesday.
Okay, so yesterday up under contract. So we are leaning forward on
Everybody's
this.
been up a lot. It's hard to know which day. I will also say that we, even for Winter Storm Garrett, we leaned in with our messages being far more, putting out warnings.
Correct.
Yes, and so as we were monitoring that storm, we've already taken steps. I think it's really important. We can't wait 68 weeks to do things. We're going to have to start improving things today.
So
And
the
Dan.
direct messaging was also in our news releases, and we've also instructed our regional operations centers, traffic operations centers, to make sure they coordinate with the communications people so we have consistency in their messages across the state, as well as more direct messages. So we have leaned forward in that. You can see some of the rest of the items up there that were in the commissioner's directive for us to look at. The comprehensive timeline is something that we started working on immediately after the storm, and we're putting that together. That will be an integral part of our after action, so we can have that whole timeline and follow that through and see what happened at each critical point in the storm. And of course, it's listed last, but it's not in priority order, as a humanitarian response to make sure that going forward, when we do have people that are out there in a traffic jam, that we are able to get resources of some kind in there to them, or at least make contact with them. So that's all I have. I do want to leave you with 4 points. Some of them are repetitive, but I think they're worth being repetitive. The 4 points: safety of the traveling public is always and will be our top priority. That's number one. Number two, we acknowledge the severe distress of those traveling experienced, and we're going to work ourselves hard to make sure that we find ways to make sure that we can help those as we go into the future. We're going to take a very hard look at the series of events, assess our performance, and identify ways to mitigate the challenges that we faced. And lastly, we are looking forward to learning more in the multi-agency after-action review, and we are committed to integrating identified opportunities into our procedures. That's all I have. Glad if there are any questions.
So with that, any thoughts or questions? Only because I saw him for Mr. Williams.
Well, not really a question for
That's
Craig,
fine.
but just a comment. We've been going through these events forever. I remember my first legislative session in 1996. It snowed every Friday, and I mean snowed hard. I got the Newport News every Friday though. For some reason, that road was cleared up. You know, if you participate at all in Facebook, you've all been introduced to all the COVID experts. What you'll find is not any of them are doctors or even medical people, but some serious expert. Well, I got my first introduction Tuesday and Wednesday to all the snow removal experts. There's thousands of them up there. If we had any of them in here, we've never had a problem. Trust me. It's such an unexact science. Weather is a science, but you know, I place Kevin and his crews the same boat as I do these school administrators. You know, you're trying to call that snow. Do you call it and leave the kids at home? Well, the parents are furious if it doesn't happen. get a light dusting. But they're even more furious if you let them come in and then something more serious happens. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. We set a budget here every year for snow removal. We hope not to exceed it, but there's no plan not to exceed it. We spend
what we need to.
We spend whatever we have to spend to protect the traveling public. And anybody that's been associated with this agency, I don't care whether it was VDOT glory years, VDOT bad years, whatever it was, the commitment to that traveling public has never, ever changed. I want to remind all my colleagues, just a few months ago, the contractor that had the contract to do about 80% of this walked away from us.
Well, in 40 states.
The heck with them. I'm just
No,
telling
but
us.
I'm saying they literally walked away
And
from
I and
transportation.
many of you I know had a lot of conversations with the commissioner, and they were somehow able to cobble together something that the equipment was not an issue, the availability of equipment. And that was a miracle that they were even able to do that, with a lot of help from the Attorney General's office, I'm sure. But I, like many of you, I mean, Sunday, I was working in my yard in a T-shirt. And knowing the snow was coming, but, you know, you're not all the science. I'm sitting there thinking, well, it's not going to be much of an event. The ground's 65 degrees. Dog keeps tracking mud in the house. I didn't see it as a serious event, but I also don't travel. And I'd recommend others that don't have to when you know something like that's coming. We're all human. You've never done anything that couldn't have been done better, ever. There's always a better way. But these folks are dedicated. The snow event was unprecedented in terms of how fast it came in and how fast it hit. You add 3 tractor-trailer wrecks in the Fredericksburg district, you're done anyway. It's the most congested district in America. I mean, congested piece of highway. At least it's been rated that. I mean, come on and give these all dedicated people a break. They did their absolute best. They're very good at it. And, you know, out west, this happens all the time, and they get it all the time, and they're prepared for it all the time, and they still have to shut the roads down. They still have monumental failures out there, because if you prepared for the worst every moment, you couldn't afford it. I mean, we couldn't build roads, we just do snow removal. I just would ask that people that are not professionals at this, which I'm not, to give some consideration to the folks that have to make these decisions, because they're tough. I'd love the interviews the media was doing. They'd find these families, and I'm sure some of that media was hoping they'd find somebody that wanted to sue VDOT and, you know, all the desperate things they could say, but mostly what they found were people that appreciated the people around them trying to help them. And, you know, that's the attitude. That's what I took away from it, was the comments that I saw people make that, hey, the guy behind me was bringing up bread or whatever it was. But these people are tough, man. It's like Kevin said, they left their homes when they don't have power to be out on that road trying to get you to safety. It's a huge dedication. And I think we should have a little more respect for them than what I've seen.
Mr. Yates.
Yes, Madam Secretary and Kevin. Just a couple comments. Having been a property owner in both of those areas, I know it's very unusual for that amount of snowfall in Fredericksburg. And so I'm kind of curious as to whether you had good weather forecast or probably didn't have a forecast that anticipated this. So that's one factor. And secondly, as a member of the Technology Committee, IT Committee, I really think one future thing we'll look at, and I'm sure you're already thinking about this, are use of drones possibly. A lot less expensive than helicopters, and probably something that could be done for eyes on site, much easier, even possibly dropping packages at some point in time in the future, dropping food or whatever. But for right now, I would think we could use them for sight to see what's going on, a lot, and more of them than just one. That's all I had.
Madam Secretary, I think that's going to definitely be part of the after-action review. The Monday during the storm and immediately following a storm, we were trying to get drones or other opportunities there. We did contact, I believe, Prince William County and potentially their drone pilot. He unfortunately was in the backup, could not get there, and the line of sight requirements associated with flying a drone was there. But these are those types of things that I anticipate being active discussion and alternatives that will be evaluated associated with the after-action review. Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Secretary, I've been answering a number of questions from folks that have asked me about this because I've been involved in a number of material weather events within the shipping world. And I look at this as a transportation perfect storm. If you look at what happened in October, I don't know, 20 years ago up in New England, you had a nor'easter come in that was completely unexpected and overpowered everything that happened. If you look at what happens in Florida, if you look along the Gulf Coast with the hurricanes, and for that matter, what's happening out in the Midwest with the tornadoes. And we had almost a tornadic event that happened here 2 days after. This would be a travel day for a lot of folks going back after the New Year's holiday. So we had excessive amount of traffic, and we, if the temperature had dropped about 2 hours earlier, you might have had 12 to 24 inches more snow than what actually fell there. Because, for every inch of rain, you're effectively dropping 12 inches of snow. And all of that happened in such a short length of time. It was just a perfect storm impacting everything in the transportation world with loss of power and everybody to a point where everybody was stuck and couldn't move. And I just commend the work that was done to try and mitigate the situation after the event. But we faced a material challenge in what I refer to as a perfect storm.
Okay.
Madam Secretary.
Oh, Mr. Smoot.
Thank you. First, I want to express appreciation to all the men and women of VDOT and others who went out in a very challenging situation to serve others and try to deal with this. The notion that all inconvenience and disruption from storms can be dispensed with is a specious notion. People do need to heed the advice that is offered. I stand as one who once didn't heed it and spent 11 and a half hours sitting in a blizzard on I-81, so I am guilty of that as well. I want to suggest two things, and not for discussion today, that might be beneficial. One is that I paid close attention driving here yesterday to the maintenance of right-of-way, and there is great variation. There are some places where there's no way that a tree or part of a tree could fall onto a highway. There are other places where it comes right up to the edge, and that's particularly true between Charlottesville and Henrico County. The other notion that I hope you all will give some attention to is what is going to happen as we have more and more electric vehicles, and those electric vehicles utilize their capacity stranded in a storm. We cannot come along with a gas can and get those vehicles moving again. So what is the plan going to be, and how are we going to do that to avoid compounding a problem that is already severe? Thank you.
Really good comments. I do want you to know that, as this was a highway event, 58,000 miles of roadway in Virginia, it was also a multimodal event. On this board, you all work with highways and the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. This storm affected every mode when you look across the board, other than space launches. But the port, aviation, there were so many cancellations, with planes. But we did want to ask DJ Stadtler from the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority to give us a brief update on that as well.
Madam Secretary, and good morning, everyone. I echo the comments made by everybody here, and a lot of my points have already been made. I mean, this was an unprecedented storm, and we have operating procedures in place to protect against this and make decisions ahead of time, if we could pull the presentation up. I will also echo the comments. There were so many people that left their homes to clear the railway and get trains out of peril, and we just can't forget the hard work that the men and women did in freeing up the right-of-way and getting those trains moving. So if we can go to the next slide, I just wanted to talk briefly about what we do on the railroad as a storm approaches. Like the VDOT folks, we have calls days in advance. We see the weather coming. We have conference calls with our host railroad. So our trains, for the most part, run on either Norfolk Southern track or on CSX track. And we have calls coming up to the event to say, should we run, should we not run? Sir, you said it very well. If you make the decision to run, it could be a risk. If you don't run, it's a risk. Because if you cancel trains, people say, well, great, now I'm going to have to drive because the train's not running, and they're really upset. If you run a train, and our goal when we run a train every time is to get the passenger there safely, on time, with a great level of customer service. And if they're not there on time, we failed as an operation, and obviously they weren't on time. But there are times when folks want to take the train, and they specifically take the train because of the weather. So it's a complex conversation that is had with the host railroads as we come up to the weather event. We did exactly that, and on Sunday, we made the decision, again with the host railroads and Amtrak, to cancel some of the trains on the CSX line, but continue to run the trains on the Norfolk Southern line. And you'll see in a moment, those are the ones that got stuck. As we talked about earlier, and you see in the picture, trees came down, power lines came down, blocked the right-of-way, and once those trees are on the track, you can't get the train through. You've got to get crews out to clear that. Over 1,200 trees were cleared on our right-of-way, the right-of-way that we ride on, over the first 24 to 36 hours of the event. So there was a lot of debris on the railroad as well. We worked to get trains that were on the railroad back to stations, because the safest place for folks is on the train in a station, and that's really what we work to do. If you go to the next slide, please. These are the Virginia state-supported trains that were affected. We had train 176 that left Roanoke in the morning and then got stuck between Lynchburg and Charlottesville. When the train got to Lynchburg, we contacted Norfolk Southern, and they said, yes, the path is still clear, keep going, but after it left, the path got blocked. Unfortunately, when the path got blocked, they could not shove or back up to the station because the path behind them had been blocked as well. So they were stuck there, and they had to have crews clear one way or the other. The next train that was stuck was 84 going Norfolk to DC. That got blocked north of Quantico. Same thing, we had to pull it back to Quantico. And then 174 went Newport News to DC. It was slightly delayed, but it actually made it all the way through. As you can see on this slide, there were 3 trains that were canceled ahead of the storm. So these are the trains that were Virginia trains that got stuck. What this doesn't account for is the Amtrak long-distance trains and also the state-supported trains like the Carolinian that come from North Carolina. Even if we made the decision as Virginia to say, Amtrak, don't run our trains, we don't want our trains out in the snowstorm, we will still have trains in the Commonwealth that are at risk. So if you go to the next slide, please, you'll see there were freight trains that were blocked. There were VRE trains that went in the morning, actually, and then they made the decision to just cancel in the afternoon. So folks that took the train in couldn't get back that afternoon. And then the last 4 bullets are the Amtrak trains, including the Crescent, which was right behind our Lynchburg train. So the Crescent comes up from New Orleans, and it got to Lynchburg. When it got to Lynchburg, Norfolk Southern said, yep, you're clear, and it sent it out, and then it got blocked. So we had 2 trains between Lynchburg and Charlottesville that were stuck. One was a Virginia train. One was the Amtrak long-distance train. So even if we made the decision to cancel the Virginia trains, we would still have trains out there in trouble. Again, just great praise to the Amtrak crews who stayed on the train for over 24 hours with the passengers. There are always things you can do better, but they were out there serving our passengers. Norfolk Southern, CSX crews, they were cleaning the right-of-way. It was really a tremendous effort by everybody to keep folks safe and as comfortable as can be possible on a 20-hour late train. Go to the next slide, please. Here are just some pictures, and you see the conditions were awful, and the crews had trouble getting out to some of these places on the railroad. I mean, these are remote sections of the railroad. You can only get there by road, and a lot of the roads are access roads on the side of the railway. That you can't pave those, you just have to go out. So it was really a difficult effort to clear all of this debris. And then the final slide, this has been said already. I mean, we're doing an after-action report. We're working with the railroads. We're working with Amtrak. We're seeing what we could do better. There were folks on trains that ran out of, with young children, ran out of diapers, ran out of formula. Amtrak had crews go to the store and deliver them, the things they needed. But there are always things that we can do better as we go forward. And we'll report back to the board on what we find. Collaborative event, everybody has things that could have been done differently, but at the end of the day, people worked hard to ensure folks were safe and that we did the best we could to keep folks out of the line of peril. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, I just had one other
Mr.
question
Mayor.
unrelated to the rail. Just, and this may be a naive question, but who is the final decision maker with regard to closing down roads and putting in impositions on no more access? Is that the command center, or is that a shared
I'm
responsibility?
going to let the commissioner.
And I would like to echo my colleagues,
Yeah.
Mr. Williams' comments about the hard work that was done by the VDOT team and the rail team, because having coming down 17, it's amazing, to Dr. Smoot's point, how much debris there is still on the side of the road.
And people still without power. I haven't gotten an update this morning. I'm really.
Not Dominion people.
There, to be clear, but, just really, anyway, a priority. Commissioner.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Merrill, the decisions to close a facility rest predominantly with the commissioner in conversations with the secretary. However, during incidences, during an incident command that may be a hazardous material, a fire, the fire department and other entities have the right to close a facility. I want to be clear that the decisions associated with the weather events that we experience then would come back to the commissioner in consultation with the secretary's office to be able to help determine, is this the appropriate action? Do we have an alternative facility to move people safely to? And the decision to close a facility is taken extremely seriously. The 64, and I should point out, there were multiple closures, intermittent closures that existed without giving the clear direction that we will take people off, move them off the interstate, and have law enforcement assist us in moving those entities off, those motorists off. 64 is a prime example. As we cleared those trees, we had intermittent closures to be able to help facilitate our crews to be able to get there. Our 81 had very similar situations where we had closures, but at no point in time did we force the individuals off the roadway as we did with Interstate 95. Last year during the ice storm event, we did close Interstate 85 under the same cautions and information that was being gathered from people in the field, whether it be state police, local law enforcement, fire, EMS, and our own staff, say that it was an extremely unsafe condition and we had to close the facility. So there's a lot of information given in a short period of time to help make those decisions. But ultimately, I'd say that it comes back to the commissioner in a weather event such as this with the information being garnered.
A huge component is what are the alternatives you have available to you, and that was certainly a huge issue that day. Thank you, DJ.
Thank you.
I will say, I really appreciate the update from DRPT and VPRA on this. I requested an after action with them, asking the questions, even though we're not the operators of the trains, just what can we do as a Commonwealth to improve this? And then Secretary Moran and I went requesting the multi-agency after-action review that really tried to coordinate this after-action report as these agencies are critical in managing any weather event. So that is underway, and we're already taking steps to be better. And we are fully committed to improving our work in transportation, and we will do everything we can to do that, and we will.
Madam Secretary,
Mr. Miller.
just a couple thoughts or comments. I share the view of the board that we should be commending our folks for what they've done, and I also share the view that we need to learn from what we could do better, or what we could do better. One thing that sort of stood out to me, and you don't know what you don't know, of course. You read and you hear and you see people tweet out things and post them on Facebook, and you just don't know the totality of all of it. But the bullet that Mr. Gregg had in the last bullet, which he termed the humanitarian response. People are needers of information, and this whole messaging thing, and some people said we didn't see anybody, nobody talked to us, we were just sort of there. That's a critical piece. If you sort of know, it's sort of like a train being late. I was in Denver over the holiday, and the train said it was going to be there in 8 minutes, and then it was 12 minutes, and then it was 3 minutes, and then it was 19 minutes. And it was functionally, it didn't matter what it said because nobody trusted it. And we didn't know it was going to get there till it got there. And yet, an Uber app can show me exactly where the vehicle is and when it's going to get there. And if it's delayed, I can see it, right? And so that whole sort of thing gives you at least some sense of comfort that you know what you're dealing with. Is it going to be, and we don't know whether it's 10 hours or 12 hours or 20 hours, but the fact that we can touch somebody and talk to somebody, even if they can't bring us gas, even if they can't do anything else other than say, hey, we got you, we know, we're here, that has an impact. And it doesn't clear it any faster. But it does give people some sense of they're not there by themselves. I mean, we had, unfortunately, I read we had, not on the interstate, but somebody off the interstate, there was a fatality. And they got out of their car and tried to walk somewhere.
It was on 64.
They tried to walk somewhere and they got lost, and and it was horrible, right? But the whole concept of just knowing, I don't know if there's ways to get radio broadcast, whatever it might be, and I'm not here to figure that out today because, but those things are important.
And that is going to be a huge component of the after action. I think I'm looking at the communications people over here, and I think they understand and appreciate just how important all of this is. Certainly.
Thank you very much. Again, my thanks to everybody who went to battle stations and overtime and did hard work, and we shouldn't lose sight of that.
Chair, thank you. I just want to say, I look forward to, while nobody ever wants something like this to happen again, we obviously need to be prepared to the best ability to handle it. So I look forward to receiving the after report. I also think it's important that we work with other agencies so that there is a clear division of responsibility. VDOT's responsibility is to keep the road open and then to clear it as soon as possible. And then the humanitarian aid that comes after that really, I believe is really support of other agencies to help focus on that and to coordinate that. I also want to just give a shout out to the Culpeper District because they received 14 inches of snow and the amount of debris that is in the Culpeper District, and they did a phenomenal job in clearing those highways. So special recognition to Culpeper in addition to all the other teams throughout the Commonwealth.
Yes. Yes, it's, working collaboratively, the roles of VDOT, the roles of the Virginia Department of Emergency Management and state police, making sure all of that is, that we're all bringing the best that we can to the table.
Madam Secretary, one thing, I'll stand down, appreciate everybody's comments, echo everything. I think sometimes as people, we think we can outsmart Mother Nature. Every time, we don't. I think the women and men that got out there at night, exactly right. Well, I'm trying to get. Exactly. But men and women of VDOT are awesome. I was traveling Friday night, had to be up in Fairfax, Thursday night, and left Lynchburg at 10, got to Fairfax around 1:30, and there were more snow plows and spreaders on the road than there were cars. I guess people got the message to stay off the road, except for me, that night. But I'm telling you, hats off to everybody. It's passed, we learned the lessons, and everybody's humble with VDOT this morning, and it's very kind. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I just want to add briefly that I want to thank you and the Commissioner for approaching this conversation with the right balance between accountability and compassion, right? I mean, we understand that it was probably a horrible, difficult experience for those folks who were stranded. And we're accountable for that because that's the job and the role, or you all, as the leaders of this organization, took on those responsibilities. And it's important to be compassionate and sensitive to that. But it's also important to appreciate. You know, I, as a kid, grew up in a household and in a family where my relatives, my grandfather, my uncles, worked on the city street crew. So I remember very keenly those experiences when you're frightened because your power's out and you have, you know, 2, 3, 4 feet of snow piling up around your house, and, you know, your father or your mother is leaving to go do a job to help protect other people. And it cannot be said enough how important it is to honor and respect and acknowledge that sacrifice that's being made by those folks who put themselves at risk and jeopardy to go help people. And, you know, we can always get better, we can always get smarter, but it should not be at the deficit of acknowledging that sacrifice and those that you and the commissioner and Mr. Gregg and all the folks here at VDOT made. I think it also is important to have perspective because, you know, during times of plenty, we will sit here and we will talk about, well, do we need to have all the digital signs? I remember having conversations over the years where, why do we need those antiquated signs? Why do we need, you know, but there are times when, like this, that those investments matter. And it's important that sometimes we get reminded that although there are good days and there are blue sky Chamber of Commerce days, there is going to be a day like January the 2nd again. And are we making our decisions keeping that in perspective? So I want to thank you all for all you've done. I want to thank Mr. Gregg for, I know that was a tough straw to draw, but you did a tremendous job in showing that balance of accountability and compassion. And I want to do whatever we can do to help you guys in that mission going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And so with that, we're going to move forward. Again, you know, my commitment, I'll be turning this over to Mr. Miller, but wanted to make sure we had the basic facts to you as soon as we could gather them up. And I know Commissioner Bridge, you know, as the one who operates this system and has that level of expertise, I know his commitment to ensure the safety and the safe operations of our facility. So, and with that, okay, guess what? We are going to have Michael Fitch, who sat through 2 days of meetings. But I thank the board and I thank those who are with us today and to those who are streaming this meeting for your understanding of snow presentation. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I appreciate this opportunity to finally come before you and give you an update on the study that the Virginia Institute of Marine Science has been doing for us on recurrent flooding. I will break this 20 or so slides into three separate groups. The first group dealing with the background, the second group dealing with the current work that the folks at VIMS are doing for us, and then finally the last couple of slides will touch on what we're hoping to do in the future. Next slide, please. So just as background, this study came about originally as a MOU between the Commissioner, Virginia Institute of Marine Science, and the then Chief Resilience Officer, Matthew Strickler. And it was designed to be proactive, take a proactive look at flooding, whether that be from sea level rise, subsidence, or increased precipitation. Next slide, please. So the three primary study goals dealt with looking at the effects of that flooding on our infrastructure, on overall ecosystems impacting the coastal portions of the state, and then looking at policy and regulatory requirements that could potentially affect the department. Next slide, please. So again, just as a little bit of context, so the MOU between VDOT and the Secretary was signed back in June 2019. The contract got started with VIMS in October of that year, and then this is a 5-year effort, so the anticipated completion date is 2024 in September. The time frame covered during the study is from 2020 to 2080, and it does pertain primarily to the localities in what is called the coastal zone or Tidewater, Virginia. Both of those terms are used in the contract. And since then, we also added Planning District 8 to cover some work that was requested there, so that scope was expanded just a bit. And then I think probably one of the more relevant points here is the fact that the study was based on the NOAA 2017 intermediate high curve. So all the sea level projections, everything dealing with sea level was based on that projection. Next slide, please. To that point, you see where the NOAA 2017 intermediate high curve falls in the number of projections for sea level rise. It's slightly above the mean there, but still not as high as some of the other curves that VIMS had to select from. Next slide, please. And again, just one final point on that curve is that though it's shown as a smooth line, obviously, as shown on the blue line to the left of center there, that's historical data. You can see the variability about that curve, and then in theory, that variability is going to continue. So even though it's a single number or a single level, please understand that that's not in reality not a single value. Next slide, please.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Fitch, if I may, slide 8, the review is done in meters, and slide 7, it's done in feet. And is there a particular reason that it's being presented in both ways? One may be scientific, one is a different situation, but I would think that if we're going to message this, we ought to have it something that most people here can understand.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Johnson, that's a great point, and one that the Chief Engineer pointed out during our review earlier. And I've since talked to VIMS. They have a slide that I have here has been converted to feet. The Commissioner had requested an earlier slide be converted to feet, and we missed the second slide. They're doing, depending on the particular component that they're working with and the data set that they're working with, in some cases they're using meters, in some cases they're using feet. But your point is a good one, and obviously before this gets distributed for any type of public consumption, that needs to be consistent. But their data sets vary, and we've since talked to them about that.
If I may, do you know the elevations of the highways, or are they categorized in meters or in feet?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Johnson, I do not know. I honestly do not know if that LIDAR data that they've obtained for the roadway elevation is in meters or feet. I do not know. Thank you. So related efforts, and the point of this slide is to let you all know that though the VIM study has received a lot of attention, it is by far not the only study that's being done pertaining to resiliency. And listed there, the first couple of items, House Bill 1217, is the effort that I mentioned earlier about specific work done for Planning District 8. We also have work underway looking at updating the historical rainfall data that VDOT uses, as well as looking at trying to project out in terms of intensity, duration, and frequency curves. Typically, that has been historical data, but we recognize that those values are changing, and so not only do we have to have the most recent historical data, but we're trying to, again, look forward and trying to predict how that will change over time. Obviously, OIP and VTrans is doing a lot of work. There's significant work being done by other entities within VDOT There recently stood up VDOT Resilience Steering Committee that's run through Chris Swanson and his group at L&D. And then the CTB Environmental Subcommittee. We're just at the point where we're starting to lean on them to get some additional input on some of the questions that are being asked by us from Virginia Institute of Marine Science. So we're really hopefully trying to start steering this overall effort better. But again, the point is there's other efforts within the department and then outside the department, such as listed there with the Virginia Coastal Resiliency Master Plan, and then all of the good work that's being done by the PDCs and other locality efforts. And so it's going to take a significant effort now that we've got data, we have our work well underway to coordinate that and make sure that our part is comprehensive for the department, but then integrate that with the other work that's being done elsewhere. Next slide, please. So in terms of the current work, I'll run through the part that's being done for the infrastructure first. And there's, depending on how you slice it, there's 3 or 4 main components, and I'll step through each one of those. But the fourth bullet there deserves some attention in that we're trying to, as we're putting this data together, and I say we, primarily VIMS, as we're putting this together, we need to be cognizant of the fact that others are going to have to use this outside of the department. And so we're trying to figure out what format to make that data available, who to give access to that data. And so there's a number of questions there, so it's not just gathering the information itself. Next slide, please. So the first component of what they did for the infrastructure part of this effort is the floodplain analysis, and essentially that's taking existing FEMA flood maps and then intersecting those with our roadway network. This does not have a predictive component to it at all. It's a fairly simple analysis where you're just seeing, given those flood zones, the 500-year flood zone and 100-year flood zone, what portion of our network falls within those. So it's a way of giving us kind of a quick look at the more vulnerable areas in our overall network. Next slide, please. Then, by way of doing that, you actually have a tabular result that comes out at the end where you can tell exactly how many lane miles of your existing network by county are in either the 100-year flood zone or the 500-year flood zone. So again, not overly complex, and it's a snapshot in time because you're looking at historical data. You're not looking forward at all, but hopefully valuable information nonetheless. Next slide, please. So in terms of the network analysis, the first component is actually taking existing tide gauge information and then projecting sea level rise on top of that with respect to time. And so you see the three lines there, the blue being 2020, and then the changes in terms of elevation exceeded versus the number of days per year on the orange line representing 2050, and then that same information at 2100. And the reason that flattens out at 2100, so that's saying up to about 3.5 feet or so at 2100, that particular tide gauge will be at that level continually. Next slide, please. Before I show the actual part of the network analysis, I'll take just a second to explain the difference between inaccessible and impassable. And so the yellowish segment there on your right is inaccessible, though it's not underwater or impassable at the same number of years or days, number of hours or days per year as that on the left. So the impassable area is underwater in this particular scenario, and then the inaccessible segment on the right is above water, but because there's only one one entry point, then that is, you would not be able to gain access to that point. So now you project that out over the entire network, and that's really the advantage of this network analysis is it's not just simply showing you, it's not just simply stacking water levels on top of existing water level or projected water levels on top of existing water levels and then saying this is a part of your network that is affected, because this in essence will affect a greater portion of your network because you'll have sections of roadway that are in theory dry, but they are inaccessible.
What are we looking at here? Is this obviously somewhere on the peninsula?
Yes, yes.
What, you know what portion?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
That's your house right there. The impassable one.
You know where this is? Mr. Miller?
No, not enough information.
Okay.
Next slide, please.
What's it say down in there? Is it Bailey's?
So again, taking this now and looking at average annual flooding from 2000 to 2017, and then you see the durations of portions of the network that are underwater for that time period. So then the next slide, please. Then projecting forward to 2050, you see the change. And then 2100, next slide, please.
That's Matthews and Gloucester there.
Yeah.
And so, again, that's a small portion of the study area, but you do see those changes with time with respect to total duration of flooding.
Be right at the top.
Next slide, please.
If I may, for orientation, on the last slide, if you can flip back, that little curved line on the right, down below the green, that's the Coleman Bridge.
Right.
Oh.
So that area to the right of it is Gloucester Point, Gloucester County, and
Matthews.
Matthews, yeah.
Huh.
Matthews a little
At
further.
the very top is the Robert O. Norris Bridge on the right.
Map making, y'all some good mappers.
Next slide, please. So again, what is actually being done there, if you look at the image on the left, that's taking the projected flood levels and just, again, as I said, stacking that on existing water levels, comparing that to our roadway elevations. Then take that and run the actual network analysis as shown on the right. Then you see what portion of the system is impacted for a given water depth. So that's again the big step in this particular portion of the study is taking that flood information that is pretty common and you see quite often, but then trying to project out to see what its ultimate impacts are on our network. Now, I will say that network analysis is highly dependent on your start and end points. So that's one of the things, there's a finite number of analyses that we can run or ask VIMS to run with respect to that. And that's one of the things we're working on is trying to make sure that we take into account the critical infrastructure that we're trying to get to or from in doing that network analysis. Next slide, please. So in terms of the work that's being done for the environmental component of the study, I'll just show a single slide, but this is the type of work that's being done for 28 rare, threatened, and endangered species. And essentially, if you were to sum all of that up, it's trying to forecast how the habitats for those species will change with increased sea level rise over time, so then that habitat will shift, and then ultimately, are there points of conflict between those shifting habitats and our infrastructure, both planned and existing. Next slide, please. And the last task is the policy and regulatory component, and essentially what VIMS has been able to do for us thus far is look at what other states have done with respect to issues, policy, and regulatory issues related to their resiliency efforts. This part of the study is a bit in flux, and we're hoping to get some additional direction from the environmental subcommittee and from our newly stood up steering committee within VDOT to further be able to leverage the work that VIMS can do for us in that area. Next slide, please. Finally, the additional task being considered, everything that I showed you there has dealt with increased water levels related to sea level rise and/or subsidence, the combination thereof. It has not taken into account increased precipitation or an increase in storm events. So one of the things that we're trying to get a handle on is flooding related to increased precipitation. And what VIMS is proposing is the use of participatory mapping to try to document those areas that we know flood over and over and over again. And so we'll be working with them to try to figure out an acceptable method to take that information and somehow document that in the way of a GIS coverage as well. And then the other things, and I think again, I think we're gonna lean on the environmental subcommittee and the steering committee, answer issues about who's going to ultimately review and accept this data. It's one thing to have VIMS put it together, but at some point, localities, PDCs are asking about, can we use this data? Who gets access? What are we making these ultimate decisions on? Because there's other data as well, and some of that's not going to match up exactly with what VIMS is putting together for us. So all of that will have to be worked through. And again, the timing of that is also critical because there's a lot of attention on this issue now. So all of that, in essence, will help us prioritize and make informed decisions with regard to resiliency. And again, the last point there is just however we step through this, we're going to need to make sure that the impacted communities and PDCs are kept abreast of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and the data that they will ultimately have access to. And the little diagram there on the right, VIMS is proposing that we make the data available through something similar that with ADAPT VA, a portal that they've developed, and so we're working with them on that. But again, we're going to need to get guidance on before we start putting up any of this data. And it goes back to a point earlier. Everything's in draft form at this point with potential conflicts, even on something as simple as feet versus meters. So I think all in all, that's where things stand, and happy to try to address any questions.
Secretary. Great, thank you. And I'm sorry that it did take 48 hours and then a month for this. So yes, Ms. Hines.
I just want to say thanks to Mike for bringing this to this place in our agenda and in our thinking. And as we've discussed over the last several months, understanding the risks here is really important, and it's important for the whole Commonwealth. I just keep wanting to make that point over and over again. It's important for the investment decisions we make here. It's also important for the investment decisions that are made in the regional entities, that they have data that they can use. It's important for the kinds of decisions that people make about where the bus routes run, and what is the mitigation strategy for wet weather events for our trains and all of that. So I think this is really important. And we don't have a long time to sort of get our data together here, because I think there are, as people have said, there are going to be funding opportunities because this is becoming a national issue, and the feds are going to be putting money to this. So we want to get ourselves positioned to a place where we have a sense of what we think is most important, and we can begin to move that forward. And so I'm really excited about the work. Kudos to the people on this board and you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Commissioner, who agreed to start this when it got started, because otherwise we wouldn't be where we are today, and that's
All
really
due to the
important.
birds. We got here in a convoluted way, but you are right. Anything else? Mr. Stant, is there anything you'd like to say about this? Just, I know how important it is in your region.
Very important, and just as important, Norfolk is the land subsidence. You got water coming up and you got land that's subsiding as well, so it's a kind of a double-edged sword that we're fighting here, so.
Okay. Anyway, really great information. Thank you. Let's see. We have sustainable aviation fuel, and there's a reason we're bringing this to you. Kathy McGee, are you going to introduce it? And our special guests.
I want to take an opportunity to say that I drove here this morning from DC. I've been at the 101st annual meeting of the Transportation Research Board, and these issues are being talked about every day this week there because of its importance. So, but today I'm introducing Professor Jim Lambert from the University of Virginia and his colleague Mark Manasco from CCALS, who have been doing some work for us on sustainable aviation fuel. Not a topic this group hears about a lot, but it is a component of our overall effort to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions attributed to the transportation sector. They've been doing some work for us for a number of years. Thanks to the leadership of Mark Flynn at the Department of Aviation, we've sort of boosted that effort in recent months to leverage other work that they are doing on the issue of sustainable aviation fuel, and to take a really hard look at what it will take to create that supply chain here in Virginia. We have airlines operating out of Dulles who would really like to have access to sustainable aviation fuel. They have that access at other airports in the western part of the country, and we certainly don't want to lose them from our airports here in Virginia, and so we're taking this hard look at what it will take to create that supply chain. So with that, I'll introduce Jim Lambert, and he will walk you through the work that's been done with a little bit of background so that we all understand what we're talking about. Thank you.
Kathy, do you want to introduce, I don't know when you had planned to, Mark Flynn?
Well, I mentioned him, but I didn't ask him to stand, Mark Flynn.
So, Mark, I think you should come up for a moment, if you will. It was really Director Flynn who brought this to our attention. The implications are not just for aviation. It's really looking at sustainable fuels, and we're launching the study, but really want to find ways to make it more sustainable. So anyway, many implications, and you were the one who kind of initiated this, and I wanted to make sure people knew that.
Well, thank you. Yeah, this is important for aviation in Virginia. The state needs to be a leader in developing sustainable aviation fuel. The airline industry are dead serious about it, heavily committed, and they're going to go where those fuels are available. So if Virginia doesn't stay in the front, it could end up being really in the way back in the pack on this, and that would be terrible for the state. It also is, as they will explain, a terrific opportunity for a whole new industry in Virginia, on the production end, and you'll hear about that. But our airports need it, especially the air carrier airports, and our airlines definitely need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Director Flynn.
Thank you for your interest in this topic. Thank you for inviting me. I'm representing work that's been done with Professor Lisa Colosi-Peterson, Professor Andres Clarence, and myself at the University of Virginia. And there's a slide presentation. Thank you. The interest here is across not only transportation, but energy, environment, natural resources. Anyone who's taken a flight on United and other of these airlines recently, on the boarding pass, it now measures your carbon footprint, carbon emissions in tons. It's quite significant for the green images of the airlines continuing to be competitive, as Kathy and the others have described. Next slide. Our study that we've been doing for the last several months, funded by the Virginia agencies, it's asking these several questions. is can we have a supply chain for both Dulles Airport, the other major commercial airports in the military in Virginia of the sustainable aviation fuel, also called aviation biofuel, is how much of this market can we capture for Virginia, and what are the impacts to agriculture and other interested parties? Next slide, please. The commitments by the airlines are a key, and in fact, one of the next steps that our study is recommending is to bring United Airlines to a meeting in Richmond and get some of those commitments for the Commonwealth of Virginia. The picture on the slide is of relative commitments by the airlines, millions of gallons of fuel purchases, and on the uppermost of the slide, these are existing physical pipelines that will carry the liquid fuels to these airports. And across the nation, there's activity in Mississippi, in Nevada for Southern California airports, in Ohio for Chicago Airport, and others. Virginia has all the advantages of feedstock and pipeline proximity, and also one of 5 hubs of United, which is, of course, the major commitment on the left of this slide. Next slide, please. Very timely, at the end of December 2021, a $1 billion purchase of Virginia Concern to bring protein products into sustainable aviation fuel. Now, it's important to distinguish, as important this effort is, it's moving these feedstocks down to Mississippi, where Southwest Airlines has a commitment to make the purchase, and then those fuels will be sent around the nation, including to California, where there are low carbon fuel standards. We are emphasizing in the talk, in the slides coming up, keeping those feedstocks in Virginia and sending them north to Dulles, not south to Mississippi. Next slide, please. The image on the upper left is saying the benefits. The planes will still use as much fuel as before, but the upstream will use less carbon, and that's the picture of the circular economy. You can see biofuel in the upper left of the slide, and why the Commonwealth Center for Advanced Logistics Systems is involved. It's in the complexity of this supply chain. You can see from the farms and the fields and the forests through the refineries that are hopefully nearby to production of fuels and transportation of those fuels in liquid pipelines to the airports. And the fuels that we're talking about, they don't need to move in separate pipelines. They're certified drop-in. That means they're interchangeable with the fuels that are used today in these aircraft. Next slide, please. As being a well-managed state, our emphasis in UVA has been to look at the disruptive factors, including prices, markets, technology, innovations that could occur, and importantly, the regulations, such as regulations from Europe that will require these fuels in the long-haul flights. So these are some of the tens and even hundred of emergent future disruptive conditions that we're considering to disrupt priorities for investments in the Commonwealth. Next slide, please. So Virginia has all the opportunity. We had already some dialogue in the fall, October through December, with the regional authorities, including the Appalachian Regional Commission, trucking associations, and some of the planning districts on getting those feedstocks in the vicinity of Tazewell, Virginia. It was named as a nationwide opportunity. It really stood out as having the feedstock. As well, we have the interest of United Airlines. They've already visited to Richmond, hosted by the Commonwealth Center for Advanced Logistics Systems, and it's part of this nationwide momentum, and of course the systems analysis that this study is representing. Virginia's really in the headlights of the nationwide efforts. That's the Commercial Aviation Alternative Fuels Association and the FAA itself. And there might be one slide to conclude after this. So this is the story, the customers, the feedstocks, the transportation, and getting this fuel into liquid pipelines and off the highways as soon as possible. And the last slide is describing that as much as this is about environmental reduction of carbon and decarbonization by the airlines, there may be benefits to the regions of Virginia economically and otherwise. And the VEDP has been behind this from the start, including making biofuels a priority across the Commonwealth. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Lambert. That was really great. I know it was in subcommittee today. Was it?
Oh, no, I missed that.
Oh, Mr. Kaspowitz.
Professor Lambert, thanks for your work. In assessing the feedstock potential within Virginia, do you believe there's additional capacity to help us ultimately move to other sustainable fuels, as in road diesel for truck traffic and diesel for railroad locomotives as well? Is the potential there for that in the future?
Absolutely. What we learned from this was benchmarking with states up and down the eastern seaboard. Florida has citrus products. New England has municipal solid waste. South Carolina has tree products. Virginia has it all because we have the choice across trees, the poultry and the hog farming and so on. So that's been really the challenges to find the best or the suitable opportunities. Virginia is rich in all those
So
feedstocks.
we're well positioned to do that.
Yes.
So I suggest that ultimately looking at perhaps a broader review of the opportunity to replace truck fuels and
Rail.
diesel locomotive
yeah.
fuels would be beneficial as well. It could be a new industry within Virginia.
Because we just saw it as such potential when we started reading about it and wanted to make sure we were at the forefront of this. And so then Kathy McGee took the lead in getting the study once Mark had brought it to our attention.
Just one more question. So in developing this industry, I know there's a developing industry in wood products that ultimately become pelletized and shipped to Europe for power generation. Is this going to be competitive with that? I mean, the cellulose-based product that they're using could be used as a feedstock as well. And some of that's kind of creeping up closer to us as that becomes more a viable alternative for the use of productive hardwood lands in particular. Is that going to be a competitive factor in this?
Certainly that's an issue, is where can these producers of the feedstock earn the most profits? But the way to look at this is this is one of the only ways for the airlines to decarbonize. So they want to be net zero, they want to be part of the circular economy like anyone else. So
they'll pay the price?
Yes, they will.
Yeah. Thank you.
So Madam Secretary, I guess one of the questions about an opportunity like this is how can we as the CTB kind of influence helping to encourage the establishment growth of that type of industry in Virginia from our perspective? Obviously, the legislature can do things, but what can we do here?
Well, that's in part, we are funding the study, so we are bringing it to the forefront, engaging aviation and this board, and working with VEDP, looking for those opportunities. There's no defined response, but if we can develop it, the implications that for a multimodal system could be significant. So I think following up the study, bringing United down to Richmond, and honestly, keeping the board informed about what's going on and seeing whether or not there are other opportunities. Mr. Kaspowitz.
Are there opportunities in the infrastructure bill to accelerate studies within the Commonwealth of Virginia from a funding perspective? I know there's sustainability
Is Mr. Donohue there in the room? It's always like, where's Waldo? You know, you never know. You never know. Well, we'll get, I am not aware of that, so I'm not sure. Mr. Lawson, do you know? Excuse me.
It'd be a great opportunity exists to follow up on
I think it's coupled in the same vein with electrification, right? I mean,
Yes.
I think we're at a point where we are aware of technologies, and it's all about stimulating those technologies such that they get to scale, right? I mean, whether it be electrification, whether it be biofuels, whether it be hydrogen, and there are a lot of ways to make Virginia really the center, right, of the emergence of those industries, definitely on the East Coast, but also in the country. But it's going to be a first mover advantage, and I think we're doing that, as you can see, with offshore wind. That's driving a lot of things here to Virginia, but there are opportunities to do that in other spaces, and there are ways to involve other parts of the Commonwealth that have been left out of some of the economic growth that we've seen in other parts, such as Southwest Virginia, to help be the focal point for developing these industries. So, but I don't want us to linger. So if there's things that we can do after your, after your term ends and you want us to carry that on, please let us know so we can continue to encourage that.
Who knows, they might even have the ability to access our economic development access funds. And Mr. Williams. But yes, many opportunities. You obviously have inspired the board, so thank you so much, and hope through the innovation subcommittee that you continue to keep the board informed. And again, thank you, Director Flynn. Okay, the Western Rail Initiative. DJ Stadtler, and I can see you have a lot of colleagues with you. Mr. McLaughlin, good to see you. Mr. Westerman, you are here. Nice to have you.
I have strong reinforcements behind me. Thank you.
Yes, very strong reinforcements.
So good morning again, everybody. Today we are going to be providing an update on the Western Rail Initiative. These are the negotiations that have been taking place with Norfolk Southern over the course of the last few months. If we go to the next slide, please. Just some background for the board. The whole Transforming Rail in Virginia started with the announcement of the CSX Amtrak VRE deal back in December of 2019. In March, we signed those definitive agreements, and then a few days later, we announced that we had a term sheet with Norfolk Southern to extend the western Lynchburg route to the New River Valley. That term sheet has been discussed here a number of times. We've been working since then to agree to come up with definitive agreements with Norfolk Southern on these additional infrastructure and really terms of the whole deal. We've come to an agreement, and actually yesterday they were presented to the VPRA board, and the VPRA board approved these agreements. So I'm here today to brief you on those agreements and really the next steps. You can see in the picture, and I don't want to prolong this, but that's the Long Bridge. The linchpin to all of this additional capacity is the Long Bridge. It's getting folks from the Northeast down to all of the Commonwealth and back. If we go to the next slide, please. Here's the map. I think we've seen this many, many times. This is the infrastructure we're talking about goes from Lynchburg further out to the New River Valley. And then you see the rest of the rail in the Commonwealth. Our goal is, as always, to expand passenger rail throughout the entire Commonwealth. Next slide, please. Okay, the Lynchburg route background. The regional service started in October of 2009, and we had a forecasted ridership of just over 33,000 riders. That first year, we had nearly 100,000 riders, tripled the forecast. That service has continued to grow to a peak of about 220,000 riders in 2019, pre-COVID. It has gone down since then, but it is one of the strongest recoveries that we've seen across the country, really, on state-supported routes, and it's recovering quickly. Based on that success, we were working hard with Norfolk Southern to extend the service out to the New River Valley. If we can go to the next slide, please.
Mr. Dodson, I did tell Mr. Stadtler that it's really the Lynchburg-Roanoke train.
I was instructed
Just wanted to
not to say
make that point.
Since we were on an inaugural trip down from Northern Virginia in 2009 with Governor King.
Yeah, just saying.
I've been working very hard not to say the R word in this presentation. It's Lynchburg only, ma'am.
Yes,
So here is what the deal will do. It will expand service and add a second round trip between Roanoke and Boston shortly after we go to financial close. It will also expand both of those round trips to the New River Valley when we choose a station location and get that station built. And it will allow for a third round trip between Roanoke and the New River Valley each and every day. Allows the potential for a future Bedford station, which has been briefed here before. And most importantly to me, it introduces scaled performance-based payments to Norfolk Southern. So Norfolk Southern will be paid based on how well they run the train. We will, and we'll talk about this in a moment, we will be owning the infrastructure from Salem down to the New River Valley, but the train obviously runs all the way to Alexandria at Norfolk Southern. We will pay them a fee per train mile. However, if they don't run us on time, the amount that we pay them goes down. So if they run it, this is unlikely, 0% on time or 10% on time, they get paid 0 for doing that. So it's really incentivizing them to run our trains well and get our passengers to their stations on time. Next slide, please. Here are the legal terms of the deal. Between closing and the introduction of passenger service, Norfolk Southern will perform the maintenance. They are the maintainer. After we close, we can contract with Norfolk Southern, or we can get our own maintainer. If we choose to contract with Norfolk Southern, they will provide maintenance activities at their cost. They will not put a profit on top of that, which is a good deal. Dispatching will continue to be performed by Norfolk Southern unless for some reason they abandon the rest of the line. Any work that they've got to do for positive train control on our behalf, we will pay them for, again, with no profit. And then because we will own the Virginia line, which is from New River Valley to Salem, we will get paid by Norfolk Southern for any freight trains that they run on our lines. And that's a guaranteed amount for the first 5 years. And then after that, guaranteed minimum the first 5 years. And then after that, it's based on usage. So it's a good deal for us. Next slide, please. Environmental liability, they agreed to reveal to us or disclose to us any environmental spill that has taken place to date. So we know about that ahead of time. In the meantime, between now and financial close, we have our folks out doing due diligence to see if there's anything, just to make sure that we know anything that's there. Anything that's discovered after close for the first 5 years, we will split the cost of remediation 50-50 with a cap at Norfolk Southern paying no more than $3.5 million. And then anything that's released by NS after the close, they pay totally out of their pocket. So environmentally, we're covered. Next slide, please. All right, here's the acquisition infrastructure costs. We've talked about this before. The key items are we're paying $38 million in change for the Virginia line. We're paying $36.5 million for improvements to the Roanoke Yard, which is really a bottleneck at this point getting across Roanoke. It's a lot of money for a yard. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we've had our consultants look at it, and they're confident that none of it's being gold-plated. They're going to work with us. Norfolk Southern is going to work with us to ensure that the additions and enhancements are solely based on improving passenger train throughput. So we're going to watch that closely as those improvements get made. And then the last piece of this, it's $131.5 million. It's the Western Rail fee. $50 million of that double tracks between Oaksville and Calverton, and then the other 80 is paid. Norfolk Southern can use that over the 10-year period for capital investment projects that enhance the flow of passenger rail. And they have to, there's a criteria that they've got to have those projects within, and we get to audit that. So it will truly be dedicated to improving passenger rail. The last piece, $51 million, is the New River Valley Station, which we'll talk about in a moment. That is the current estimate. That's not all for the station. It's not going to be a Taj Mahal. That's for roads and environmental work and other work. So that's what the $51 million is. That may change based on the location. So next, and that's the 257 that we've talked about the whole time. Next slide here is the map. Again, summarizes everything we've talked about, so I won't repeat it. But I will add that once that extension is in place and we get the second round trip to the New River Valley, we're looking at adding about 80,000 net new riders, which is significant. Next slide. Here is where we are on the New River Valley passenger station. We're doing a feasibility study now. We've got a public survey out that ends at the end of this month. There are 4 locations that are being considered. 2 are at the mall. 1 is just north of the mall at Merrimack, and then the 4th one is out at Ellett, which is a little further to the east. Each of these station locations have their pros and cons, go figure. We are going to get the facts from the feasibility study, and it'll give us a sense for how much environmental work has to be done, how much road work has to be done, and really which station location best serves the community. I'm not going to show our cards on this. Most of the folks we talk to, however, I just contradicted myself. Most folks we talk to really prefer the mall location because there's a lot of development there. There are neighborhoods there where folks can walk to the train. It's right on the Huckleberry Trail, which has access to Virginia Tech. It's likely the location most folks will like, but we want to do our due diligence to make sure we know exactly what goes into each of these locations.
Question?
Yes.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. There will just be one station in that, just a single station in that whole area?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Here's the due diligence towards financial close. We have to continue on both sides doing the title work, making sure that all the titles are clean. Railroad titling is something that I don't think anybody wants to be involved with. I mean, we literally have 100-year-old titles. Some titles were lost in courthouse fires in the Civil War. I mean, there's just a lot of history on railroad titles, and we need to make sure we do that right. We're also doing the environmental work, and we need to go to the STB just for state of Maine to make sure that they approve us taking over the railroad. Next slide. Here are the next steps. The board approved it yesterday. The VPRA board approved it yesterday, so there will be a press release later today. Between now and mid-2022, we will continue all of this due diligence that I talked about, and then as soon as financial close takes place, which we hope will be in June, I committed to the secretary that the train would start in the spring, and spring ends June 21st. I'm very mindful of that. Shortly after that, we will work with Norfolk Southern and Amtrak to get that next second round trip to Lynchburg. And it may extend a little further, but to Lynchburg. So that is where we are. It's an exciting update. It's been a lot of hard work that really Director Mitchell led. Deputy Secretary Donohue has been a huge part of it. And of course, the VPRA team, DRPT teams have been just working tirelessly. I mean, they just Christmas Day Zoom calls, New Year's Eve Zoom calls. It's really been a huge effort to get this done, and that we would not be here without so much hard work from this team. And that, I believe, next slide concludes my presentation just with the same map you've seen 100 times. So, any questions?
Director Mitchell.
Thank you, DJ, for acknowledging the work of the team. There was a lot of work, and I do want to commend everybody. Michael Westerman, VPRA General Counsel, and the rest of our legal team did spend countless hours over the holidays, literally, as DJ mentioned, on Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, getting these agreements done. I do also just want to thank our partners at Norfolk Southern as well. They really have been extremely collaborative and creative in trying to come up with some ways to make this happen, and really appreciate the partnership we've had with them and the partnership that we'll have going forward as well. So.
Yes, a lot of work over the holidays, I will say. Ms. Hines.
Thanks for the presentation, DJ. What a tremendous amount of work everybody's done. I'm going to ask a very parochial question. So in all of this, what does it mean for VRE? Are we going to get more trains on that Manassas line for VRE, more slots?
Means that Norfolk Southern has shown that they're very willing to have productive conversations with us, and they are a necessary partner in getting more trains for VRE.
Okay, so we don't.
I cryptically just said no.
Yeah.
No,
we
but
don't
we're
know
still
yet.
having those
okay,
conversations.
Good. That's a perfectly.
Although this route will traverse Northern Virginia and will
Right.
provide service to the Northern Virginia stations, including Manassas and Alexandria, Culpeper, Charlottesville as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Not just southwestern Virginia.
Yeah, right. That second frequency goes through all of those stations.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So there's more step-up possibility than we
Yes.
have today in the circumstance.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you.
DJ, I can't quite remember, but does the press release reiterate the stops the second train will make?
I don't believe it details them stop by stop.
I'll double check. I thought it did.
I think it's important, but I wonder, Spencer, if we could get that added to the press release, even as a footnote.
Is it in there, Spencer? I mean, I could be wrong.
Will you check?
Let me double check. I think it's in there.
Does it list each and every station that the second frequency will stop at?
I believe so. Let me double
Okay.
Okay, well, we can find out. I would also say the timing of it today, it appears that the second train will leave in the afternoon.
Yes, leave from Roanoke, that's correct.
Yes.
It does provide the detail for all the stations.
Okay, it does. Good. Thank you.
It provides for all the stops they have now. They're still working with Amtrak and Norfolk Southern. There's a question about some stops such as L'Enfant. But other than that, at Burke Center, all the stops are currently stops at in Northern Virginia. But again, we still have to finalize the schedule with Norfolk Southern and Amtrak to move forward. We do have the outline of the schedule, though, and the times in the comprehensive rail agreement.
Excellent.
By the way, Mike McLaughlin, the Chief Operating Officer for VPRA, who has, along with Michael Westerman, not slept more than 4 hours a night since the term sheet was signed in March.
No stress at all. Okay, thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Yates.
A couple things. First of all, just tremendous, because I'm on the line. I'm really happy about this. This is great. But just a technical question. I'm just curious, what's the double tracking between Nokesville and Calverton? Why that? I'm curious.
Just because that's a place where there have been a lot of bottlenecks, there's not a lot of siding out there. I don't know if there are any sidings out there at all during that stretch. There may be one. But it just gives us more traffic control for trains going in both directions and for the ability for passenger trains to pass slower freight trains. It's just as we did the RTC modeling, we saw that that is a place where there is really a huge slowdown potential.
And that is, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, and most of the line has the capability for a double track, though, doesn't it? Most of that
Yeah,
line can be
that will
abandoned
provide a
second-
continuous corridor of 22 miles of double tracked. It's about a 7-mile project, but once completed, it'll fill in a gap. So it'll be about 22 miles total. So very significant benefits for fluidity for our passenger service, but also on the freight side as well.
But doesn't a lot of the rest of the right-of-way provide room for a second track if we ever need it?
And much of it does, yeah.
Much of it is actually, there's a lot of it that has double track as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kasowitz.
Thank you. DJ, congratulations on getting the deal teed up. Just a couple quick technical questions. I understand we have a due diligence period that we're about to start up. Do we have, will we have in that due diligence period access to the NS's bridge records for the, I guess it's 50 some odd bridges that exist on this right away? Will we get their historic data on that as a starting point?
Yes,
We
the
will.
50 is the total of the bridges, culverts, and the 2 tunnels. They have given us their maintenance records already, so yes, we have access to that.
And then ultimately, I know that they're going to be dispatching over this, and that makes sense. We're one little piece in a network. Have we built in priorities to make sure that when they do dispatch, that one of our passenger trains doesn't get downgraded to support an NS train? Has that all been clearly laid out in our
We've
current
had
contract?
significant conversations about that, and that's really tied up in the performance payment. So they know that if they run their trains 90% or above, they get the full 91% or above. Run our trains, they get the full payment. Anything less than 91%, they get penalized and they get less than full payment. So really that's where the conversations have taken place. We also, as part of this agreement, have established performance committees where we will meet with Norfolk Southern on a regular basis to talk about the trains that were not on time, figure out why they weren't on time, and figure out what we and they can do differently to continue to improve on-time performance.
And then last, could you ultimately provide us at some point in the future more detail on the $37 million in improvements which will go into the NS yards, I guess, in Roanoke to allow the passage of our trains?
Absolutely. We've got the conceptual design with all of the different changes that they're looking to make, but we're talking about our really bullet points just to make it easy to read and understand, and we'll absolutely provide that, certainly.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Thank you all.
Mena Lockwood, 95 variable speed limit.
Good afternoon. I was here last April to talk to you all about our variable speed limit project, which uses technology to reduce crashes and congestion. And I'm here today to give you an update on that project and to demonstrate some of the specific aspects of it. Today's presentation provides a refresher on the objective of the overall variable speed limit project. And we're also very excited to bring to you some of the things we've been able to do with the data we've collected along the corridor for the last several months. We're running that through the algorithm to see how that reacts and how the system would respond. We'll also give a little bit about the public engagement program or policy, which is really important for engaging and educating the public so that we can get them more compliant. We want to encourage compliant with the speed limits that we're going to have on there. So we'll finish up our presentation with the overview of the system management that we'll be doing, as well as some of the next steps, and we'll talk about the broader range of next steps, and that discussion will be led by Kathy McGee. Do we have slides? Okay, there we go, great. Okay, next slide, please. So the northbound I-95 corridor between Fredericksburg and Richmond, mile markers 115 to 130, was selected for this project as part of the corridor improvement plan for I-95. This 15-mile segment shown here on the slide has high levels of recurring and non-recurring congestion. It's characterized by frequent stop-and-go conditions and speed variations, which leads to high crashes and high significant incident delay. But these are performance issues that a variable speed limit system can help to mitigate, because the objective of the system is to proactively alert drivers to congestion ahead with conditions of the corridor in real time. So that helps to reduce that speed variability and increase the throughput, helps to reduce crashes and minimize delay. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Alan Toppin, who's with Kimley Horn, and he's going to go into progress and some of the details of the project. So next slide.
Thank you, Mena. If you've driven up 95 since about August or September this past year, you may have noticed some of the construction activity taking place, not in the further north area, but south of Fredericksburg. What you see here on the screen is one site. This is a rendering. We don't actually have signs posted yet. Those are bagged sites, but that is an indication of what they will look like when they're completed. Every site, there's 24 of them on the 15-mile stretch, about 0.6 miles apart, depending on site distance and interchanges and that sort of thing. We'll have a sign on either side of the road with a beacon that will flash when the speed limit is reduced from the maximum speed limit. A side-fire radar detector that's measuring traffic speeds across all lanes. And then power hookups, conduit, cabinets, all the other equipment that's needed. The radar sensors are somewhat new for this project. They're a newer model of sensor that is measuring the individual vehicle speeds. So it's getting a record for every individual vehicle, which is a somewhat new thing in the industry. And this is going to enable us to see the distribution of speeds and any level of compliance with the posted speed limits, how much individual vehicles are speeding and by how much. It's anonymous, it's just radar, but it will get a record for every individual vehicle instead of simply averaging over bint durations. Also in the corridor, there's 6 new traffic cameras going in to help with operations staff at the Public Safety Traffic Operations Center in Fairfax, monitor the conditions, monitor the system, and stay on top of things. All of the sites will have battery backup so they can run for 24 hours in case power goes out, which is important because these dynamic signs are replacing the static signs that will be out there. And so these will be the speed limits for the corridor. So it's important that they stay active to the extent possible. Next slide. So this system is somewhat unique. We did really an international scan when we started the project to look at what other variable speed limit systems look like and are doing. And many of you may know about the system on Route 77. That's a visibility-based system. That's a very common type application. But most every other system that we surveyed is a reactive based on some trigger or some specific threshold, whether it be visibility, whether it be slowed down traffic ahead, or something of that sort. What makes this system different is that we are using traffic flow theory to identify the markers of congestion before it takes place. So based on volumes, based on the density of traffic, the variability of volumes over some short duration of time, we are looking to, and actively right now, looking to identify what those markers are so that we can proactively reduce the speed limit by, say, 10 miles an hour initially, and hopefully slow traffic through and improve the traffic flow through a bottleneck. Now, it will also, once traffic has slowed down, this is not going to eliminate congestion. Once traffic has slowed, or if there's congestion propagating back into the corridor, say from Fredericksburg, it will react in advance of traffic approaching that slowdown, so you will have some of that back of queue warning to hopefully reduce the level of secondary crashes, rear-end type crashes. Next slide. So this is an animation showing a simulated view of what the system might look like. If you could just click one more time and kick off the animation. So this is zooming in on the northern end of the corridor. These are the 24 sites. The colors on the roadway indicate actual traffic speeds, and we simulated, using some traffic simulation software, a crash that reduced the number of lanes in that section. And then we were able to play the algorithm with the data coming in from the simulation and demonstrate that it is reducing speeds approaching that zone, and it is also raising the speed up once traffic clears. So the idea is that once you get through the bottleneck, there's not going to be any artificial constraint on traffic recovering. It'll go back up to maximum speed afterward. And then in the simulation, once the traffic clears, once the bottleneck clears, then the speeds resume back up. Next slide, please.
Madam Vice Chair, next question.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
So sometimes in the past, I recall there being a study or some thinking done scholastically about elevating speeds in order to help mitigate congestion. Now, of course, there's a corresponding safety issue. I've been listening, and I've been curious as to whether, as a part of the variable speed, we were anticipating raising any of the speed limits. I mean, whether it's right or not, many of us know if you're on 95 north of Richmond, you're likely going to see people running 80 plus miles per hour, generally. I know there are discussions about whether or not elevating speeds help deal with congestion, notwithstanding the trade-off on the safety side. So I'm curious as to whether you're going there or whether or not that's something that's going to be talked about.
Madam Chair, I think I can respond to that. This study does not look at changing the speed limits. This study investigates opportunities to harmonize traffic to address traffic congestion and safety, which then would result in safety along the corridor. Many of our facilities are designed with a design speed that we set appropriate speed limits based upon the vehicle dynamics and the geometrics of the facility and other things of that nature. So in particular, to answer your question directly, Mr. Brown, this study does not look at raising any of the speed limits along the corridor. It's harmonization of the traffic that's already along the corridor.
Just one follow-up. So is it practical, though, that if you're looking at variable speeds, to explore that other option, whether through an additional study or an expansion of this study? I know that a number of our neighbors, adjacent neighbors, have higher speed limits on some of their interstates. Whatever policy reasons, we've not done that. Maybe that's what you just stated, but would that be something that would help facilitate more throughput?
Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, the Commonwealth...
My wife appreciates that.
The Commonwealth has gone through a reevaluation of the speed limits when the code was allowed to go up to 70 miles per hour, and we identified through traffic engineering analyses and traffic engineering studies to be able to document where it was safe to go up to the 70 miles an hour from the 65. So without a change in the provision of the code that would prohibit us doing that, that doesn't preclude us from potentially doing a study to be able to mirror other states. But at this point in time, we don't, that is not one of those items on our to-do list.
Thank you. To support the project, we had the contractor put out portable trailers at every location, and these will be converted over to permanent poles. It's the same equipment on these temporary poles that will be on the permanent poles, measuring traffic. They're solar powered and on cellular communications. If you've been involved in a technology product like this, you'll know that there's always a mad rush to the end to get things up and running. And the technology and the integration is usually the last thing after all the brick and mortar construction is done. For this project, because of the importance of the algorithm and the importance of testing and understanding the traffic dynamics and some of the calibration I'll talk about here in a minute, we really pushed to get these trailers put up well in advance so that we had the opportunity to measure actual traffic on the corridor for a significant period of time. So these have been up since, I think November 1st was the first day we started collecting data, and we've been using this to do calibration and to understand the dynamics in the corridor and to do quite a bit of early testing. Next slide, please. The algorithm was developed in order to be general. It could be put in anywhere. Obviously, this corridor had specific characteristics that made it a good candidate for this type of system. But because there are different traffic dynamics, different places, we need to calibrate the thresholds of transition between different traffic states on this corridor, and also calibrate the level of smoothing that we're going to do to make sure there's not a herky-jerky experience for drivers, but a consistent experience. We want to be reactive or proactive and responsive, but we also don't want the system to fluctuate. So we need to calibrate those smoothing parameters in addition to the threshold parameters as well. And so we've been working on that since the traffic sensors have been up. We've been pulling the data into our databases. We have been being able to replay different days with different parameters in the algorithm in order to get those thresholds right. It's been quite a bit of work, but it's gone well. Next slide, please. In this calibration process, we've also been looking at what would be the experience of a driver driving this corridor. As we look at the data that's coming in, we look at the entire corridor at once and what is being presented to the drivers like at the current time and what traffic's being measured at a current time. But we all know from driving through a corridor, we drive through over a period of time, and so things are changing as you drive through the corridor. So this graphic here is an example of one individual vehicle trace looking at the average speeds along the corridor and what speed limits they would have seen along the way. So we're continuing to look at some of these type scenarios to make sure that when the system does go live, that we are very well controlling what the drivers are going to see and that it's a good, consistent experience for them. Next slide. So this is another quick animation here, and we took some data. We've been replaying different days that we've been collecting in the field. This is the Sunday after Thanksgiving, so it was a pretty heavy traffic day, and that was our intention. We want to make sure that there was quite a bit of activity happening. And so what we've got here is we've got the whole corridor going from left to right, so south to north, and traffic is moving on your screen from left to right as it goes northbound. And the blue line is the average driving speed from the sensors, and the black line is the posted speed limits at those locations over time. So if you want to click one more time and play the animation. So we'll see that as the day goes on, the traffic begins to slow down toward the northern part of the corridor. I'll let that go for a second. The traffic's beginning to drop. And so as you see traffic moving from left to right, the black line is actually dropping down below the blue line. And so what that is showing is that our algorithm is reducing speeds approaching that congestion. So based on what's happening downstream, we're able to slow the traffic coming upstream. So this is reactive to existing congestion that you're seeing, but it is demonstrating to us that the system is behaving the way we would intend it to behave based on actual data, which is very encouraging for us. Now, the one thing that we don't have, obviously, is we don't have speed limits out there that are changing, so drivers are still behaving as they normally would, no matter what our algorithm is doing in the background. So we don't know, based on this, when the system is active, how drivers will actually be changing their behavior in response to the posted speed limit. The delta between the blue line and the black line, just to the left of that congestion, is the difference between the average driving speed and the posted speed. And we will expect that in the future the blue line to come down to meet the black line a bit if drivers are indeed complying and reducing their speed in response to the signs. So driver behavior is a tricky thing. We don't know exactly how people are going to behave. We have a slide from Kelly Hannon talking about public communications, a really important part of it, helping the drivers to understand the purpose of the system. So I'll mention that in just a minute.
Madam Chair, just to be able to interject at this point, what Alan has indicated is, I think this graph in itself, or the animation, is very significant to the work that's been done to date, indicating that the algorithm is very responsive to predicting the traffic downstream to be able to help harmonize it before it gets to the back of the queue. So it is anticipating it and lowering that speed limit to be able to help the harmonization, at least in the data set that we have prior to having those signs go live. So the true test is that when we take this program live within the next month and a half, we will be in a position then to determine what the driver behavior is, but at least this is a confirmation that from the live data that's experienced along this section of the corridor, that the algorithm is behaving in a manner that we expect it to, and to be able to help slowly anticipate that impending queue and harmonize traffic, and hopefully be in a position to have additional traffic throughput through that, since we are not in a stop and go format. The second part of this is that if you watched on the back end of this animation, that we're in a position where the algorithm responds to the queue being released, and we're getting those speeds back up to where, or setting the speed limit to that upper threshold that's set by code, back to 65 miles an hour. That way, there's credibility back in the message, back to the motoring public. The true test is that when we come back later, I want to say within a quarter, let us evaluate this over 90 days after it goes live, and then have a very similar animation back to the board to be able to say, how is it performing? Obviously, we have a lot of out-of-state drivers that are going to transition through this corridor, we want to see what driver behavior does to this, and hopefully, if we see this, then compliance is there, then we'll be able to look to expand variable speed limits through the rest of the interstate or other significant portions of the interstate network. So I think this is very hopeful. This has a lot of promise to us. The true test is going to be when it goes live. Alan?
Yeah, we did look at, when we did our initial study, we looked at origin destination data, and there are quite a lot of recurrent drivers in this area. There's obviously people who drive from long distances and pass through here, but because of the nature of the road network in Fredericksburg, a lot of local traffic takes 95 in this area as well. So there will be a lot of recurring traffic, and it doesn't take 100% compliance to bring the entire traffic stream down. All right, next slide. So in coordination with Kelly Hannon Communications, we have a plan for the go live when that takes place. We're going to first do a soft launch where we're going to take the bags off all the signs, and this will be after full testing is complete and we're ready to go. The soft launch will take place, we'll illuminate the signs, we'll take down the static speed limit signs, but we will simply post the same speeds for a good week or so. We'll start that midweek, we'll let it go through the weekend, get a variety of different users going through over that time, and then we will activate the system the following week around midweek and go live and begin to monitor. And the idea is to get people, drivers, used to seeing the new signs, getting accustomed to it before there's any changes. Next slide, please. So Kelly Hannon is here, can answer any questions, but I'm just going to quickly give this slide here. She's prepared a variety of key messages with her team. The key kind of tagline is prepare to adjust your speed when there's a need. We've got a variety of paid and unpaid advertising through various outlets, mobile outlets, more traditional outlets. And so in this slide here, you have a copy in your packet. You can see what some of the key points of message are, and I can have Kelly answer any more detailed questions if they come up.
Mr. Merrill.
Madam Secretary, thank you. This is a great presentation. I appreciate the work that you and your team are doing. That is just an amazingly complex section between Fredericksburg and north, around 17. Have any other states adopted a similar program, or is Virginia the only one that's developed this?
The closest similar system is actually in Australia that is doing this proactive speed
We go
reduction.
look at that one?
If they let you in, sure.
Just kidding.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So Australia.
Yeah, in Australia. And there's many others that are based on visibility or weather, or some other type of
Might want to send a former Secretary of Transportation. I could bring back homework for you all. Yeah.
There you go. Bring back some Vegemite for us.
Want that in a motion?
Madam Secretary?
Oh, Ms. Hines.
So I'm curious about the message, because I think that's like half of this is going to be catching people's attention before those beacons start to flash. So I presume that this message, before we're asking people to slow down, is that correct? The one in orange on this slide, prepare to adjust your speed when there's a need. Once there is a need, does this change to be now adjust your speed? There is a need. I mean, are we gonna, because I think people will get used to seeing this and then not see it anymore.
I think just a little clarification. So that's kind of the tagline for the whole campaign. It will
see.
be on the advertising, websites and other rest areas, things like that. We actually do have some changeable message signs prior to the variable speed limit system, and they will say speed reduced ahead, or will give a indication of crash, speed reduced ahead, that kind of thing.
Okay, good. So we're going to give the driver on the road more real-time info.
Absolutely, and we'll also give the mileage if it's, because it's a 15-mile segment, so if it's 10 miles down, we want to let them know that, not that it's right there. So yes, we have.
I will say I use this destination is 12 miles away, and it's going to take me 13 minutes as a judge all the time on 95 about whether I'm going to stick with 95 or I'm going to get off on Route 1. So I do think people are used to thinking that way. This is just a new tool.
All right, great.
Mr. Kaspowitz.
A quick question on modifications of the speed limit relating to enforcement. So I'm assuming from what you said, these are legally imposed modifications of the top speed, and enforcement is going to have to constantly adjust their expectations of what is speeding and what is not. And that may be, I'm sure that's a new concept to the public who'll be traveling that road. In your communications outreach, is that being made very clear that this is a legally imposed modification of a state speed limit on that sign, not what exists on the side of the road, and that you'll be ticketed if you're not complying with that?
That is definitely true. That is not going to be our emphasis in the communication initially. It's not going to be a reduce your speed or else sort of communication. It's going to be much more educational. But yes, that is true, and we have been coordinating with the state police very closely on enforcement. They have a feed of the actual speeds that they're receiving in real time from the system, and they are working on a dashboard in their troopers, the vehicles, so they can see at any given point what the actual speeds posted are at any given time so that they can enforce.
I just fear that many people will consider it advisory rather than mandated.
A good question. All right, next slide, please. Once the system goes live, we will kick into high gear in monitoring the system, and as we've mentioned, the key thing that we don't have now is how people are going to behave once the system goes live. So that's going to be a new element of it. But obviously, because of this system and the importance of it, we're going to keep a very close eye on it and make sure that it is behaving the way we expect, and that if there's any tweaks needed for the algorithm, any of the thresholds, transition thresholds or smoothing, any circumstances happen that we don't anticipate, that we can react to those very, very quickly. So we have developed a series of dashboards. This is one example. We've got several others that we'll be working on with VDOT in a system manager capacity, looking at the previous day's events and monitoring, and also developing weekly reports for staff to see how the system has functioned on a week-by-week basis. And we envision that initially, say the first few months, there'll be a lot of activity and monitoring because it's so new. Once we get those thresholds honed in and the drivers are used to it and we're in some sort of steady state, then the level of active monitoring will taper a bit, but we will always keep an eye on the system, make sure it's operating as intended. All right, next slide, please. And I believe Kathy is going to present this one.
Yes, thank you. So you guys have asked a lot of questions, great questions that I'm going to hopefully address here. One of the great things as a researcher about this system is the tremendous amount of data that we're going to have access to that will allow us to answer a lot of the questions that you've been asking. Certainly the issue of whether or not people are complying with the posted speeds is one we're going to look very carefully at, and as Alan said earlier, the devices that we're using to collect data will allow us to look at individual vehicle speed. And so we'll understand a lot more about driver behavior through the system that will allow us to then plan going forward for future deployments. I will also put a plug in that one of the ITTF projects that you all approved last year was automated speed enforcement in work zones, because that's what we're allowed to do right now. But I think those two projects together will tell us a lot about what enforcement needs to look like going forward. Another thing that we believe will be really important, Alan mentioned the uniqueness of the algorithm that we're using for this variable speed limit deployment, and the fact that it is sort of attempting to look forward as opposed to being totally reactive. But the data that we're collecting and the information that we'll have from this initial deployment will allow us to go further and really become more proactive, more predictive in terms of how weather impacts travel through the corridor, as we've talked about already today, and begin to bring incidents and work zones and weather into the algorithm itself as we determine the optimal speeds through the corridor. We also hope to, again, be more predictive about when we think crashes may be imminent in the corridor and react accordingly to help to prevent those from occurring. And then obviously, we want to use what we've learned here to determine where to go next with a VSL deployment and make sure that we make those decisions wisely and make good investments across the Commonwealth. In the longer term, I've talked to you before about connected and automated vehicles and the potential for those technologies in our roadway network. Obviously, if we can bring better speed information directly into the vehicle and have the vehicle slow itself down to move through the corridor more effectively, we don't have the enforcement problem anymore. The vehicle is taking care of that for us, and we're in effect creating auto trains, for lack of a better term, that move through the network much more efficiently. And then again, we're working on that today. We're working with our automotive partners, our partners at Virginia Tech in the CAV space, but we really believe this project here and the lessons that we're going to learn from all of this data will be directly transferable to that connected and automated vehicle space. So this is a great project today, but it's really going to inform a lot of great work going forward as well.
All right, next slide. And that's really about it. Just kind of a summary. Mena presented on the high-level background of why we chose the corridor, talked about the algorithm, the timeline. The timeline right now, just quickly, we were projecting and working very hard toward an end of January launch. The snow and the power companies are actually a key part. They're still connecting power to some of the sites. They've been obviously distracted a bit lately, so some of those events are pushing the schedule back a little bit into February. We're working hard to get an updated timeline, but because this is a high priority, we've been pushing to get it done as quickly as possible with the adequate amount of testing that we need. And we've been doing a lot of pre-testing in order to accelerate that schedule. And then Kelly and her team have been working hard on the public outreach plan, and Kathy talked about the research opportunities. So that's all we have. If you have any other questions, we'll take them now.
Okay, really great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mena and Kathy McGee. It is 12:46, so we're going to break for lunch. We do need to go into closed session, and when we get back, so we'll go into closed session, we'll break, eat lunch, and come back and do our work. Is that okay with you, Attorney General?
I move that the board convene in a closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A6 of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of discussing a project involving the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved and where the financial interest of the Commonwealth would be adversely affected if the discussion were made public at this time. Additionally, I move that VDOT and VPRA staff and attorneys attend closed session because their presence is deemed necessary and will aid the board in its consideration of this matter.
Second.
All those in favor? Well, we need to do a roll call. No?
No, we don't. It's not electronic.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay, we are going to suspend the meeting for lunch. I anticipate getting back to work about 2 o'clock. We'll kind of keep everybody.
To the public session. To the
Public session, right, for the people here. And we'll break for about 15, 20 minutes and try to come back in here. I was really trying to time it for Mr. Miller to return as well.
Okay.
Please do back soon. Thank you. Mr. Donohue, let's do JLARC next. I think I saw Mark out there.
Really long. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Is Mark Gibson here?
Looking like George Washington and Tom Jefferson. It's not wigs.
Scott had a great idea. He told me to take a trip up the corridor on the train so we could see it. So they could show us what's going on. We're going to do a train ride. Sure. Train ride up to Northern Virginia.
I think he would have left so quickly, do you?
Shouldn't have. Mess up all my fun.
Okay. And so is IT ready with JLARC?
this for 30 days. Let me go back.
Mark Gribben with JLARC is walking in.
I've been on here 8 years, I still don't know.
Okay, Mr. Donohue.
You got 5
Good afternoon, members of the board. Nick Donohue, a pleasure to be with you here this afternoon. I'm going to be going over a report that the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission completed late last year, where they took a look at transportation funding and infrastructure. We can go to the next slide. So in 2020, during the pandemic, the legislative members of the commission directed the staff there to take a look at transportation issues. This was kind of a holistic type of review, if you will, of surface transportation. It wasn't focused on any one given thing, so it was looking at what are our funding sources, how's our infrastructure doing, what are some of the challenges we're facing, what are trends affecting, and is the state looking at those trends and understanding how to address them. Next slide. So JLARC took a number of steps to prepare and undertake this study. They called many people in the state. I believe they sent surveys to each and every one of you. They called national transportation subject matter experts, as well as engaged, again, a variety of local, regional, and other stakeholders in the state. Kind of asked them, how do you think it's going? What issues stand out to you? Are there things you think aren't working well, et cetera, to kind of get that feedback. They then, with that feedback, looked at a ton of data that's out there. I know they made a lot of requests of VDOT, DRPT, and the Secretary's office, and we were happy to work with them on all of that. They also reviewed a variety of kind of documents and plans that you guys approve, review, et cetera. So VTRAN, Smart Scale Policy Guide, other things of that nature to kind of just see what was out there, how did that compare with what people are saying, some of the other data and things that they had seen. Next slide. So kind of I have 2 slides here and the key findings, and then I'm going to dig in a little bit deeper on some of those. So top line key finding, basically the changes from the 2020 Transportation Omnibus Bill are going to address our near and long-term funding concerns. So we should have hopefully a stable funding source. I think it was out about 20 years is how far JLARC looked. And so that was great to see kind of some independent verification that some of the things we had put in place are going to meet those needs that we were hoping that they would. They also identified that the highways and bridges condition have been improving and are in a good place. But they did note some potential headwinds in that our bridges are not young. A lot of them are pretty old there, and so just an issue there. I think the commissioners talked with you all about that at length. And then also locally maintained roads were not in as good a condition as kind of the state assets, and there were a variety of kind of challenges related to that. They also found that transportation needs were identified generally through an objective, data-driven process, but there may be certain rural corridors that weren't given the consideration that may be appropriate. Next slide. They found that Smart Scale is based on objective benefit and cost data. They found that changes to the revenue sharing program that were implemented during COVID were appropriate at that time, but are no longer necessary. We're going to get into some of that later in a different presentation. They also found that Virginia's transit assets are in better condition than the national average, but again, there are some potential headwinds there with capital needs in the future, and then also headwinds related to how is the recovery from the COVID pandemic. What is that going to look like with transit? How long is that going to take? And if that takes longer than currently anticipated, that could create some real operating challenges at those systems. So those are kind of just the 6 key findings, and Mark Gribben with JLARC is here behind me, so if he is making a face, and you can see that through his mask, that means I've mischaracterized it, and I expect he'll help correct me along the way. There's Mark. I'm sorry. So next slide. So just on the revenue side, they took a look at the fuels tax, and they think because of the indexing to inflation, it will be a growing revenue stream for the kind of foreseeable future. The other thing, which again was something we were always kind of nervous about. Now, growing does not mean keeping up with use. It means not shrinking. And again, we were projecting prior to the 2020 bill that we would be shrinking. So this is, again, a really positive change. The other thing they found is that the highway use fee and the mileage-based user fee, while very, very small revenue sources today, are likely to become really important into the future. And so today we collect less than $50 million a year through these fees. And in the future, that could be, $700+ million. So again, that's really kind of an important hedge there against the fuel efficiency and the EV penetration. They also noted that there are some things the General Assembly may want to consider related to the highway use fee and the mileage-based user fee. So the first was adding in some enhanced privacy protections to the mileage-based user fee, and DMV does have a bill to kind of do those that will be moving forward this session. And then the second two deal with the highway use fee and a number of kind of vehicles or other fuels taxes that aren't currently covered by it. So one that I would highlight is now all parts of the state have a regional gas tax. The highway use fee does not cover the regional gas tax. So if you're NVTA, if you're HR TAC, if you're the 81 corridor, you have your kind of dedicated funds. As fuel efficiency eats into the, CVTA, as fuel efficient vehicles kind of eat into that revenue stream, you don't have a highway use fee to kind of hedge against that the way the Commonwealth Transportation Fund does. And so they kind of recommended that the General Assembly consider that with kind of the idea if it makes sense for the state, probably makes sense for the regions. But again, we'll see what the Assembly chooses to do or not do on that matter.
Secretary.
Mr. Miller.
Nick, are you saying on the first bullet that the fuel tax changes would offset the revenue lost, or likely would? Is that suggesting, so we know we know that we project consumption comes down, so the curve would be going down. Are we saying that the fuel tax changes, is there an inflator in there?
Yes, so in the fuel tax changes, there was two parts. One was just a cents per gallon increase, if you will. The second is instead of indexing it to the wholesale price of fuel, which has been a little more variable than we had hoped and also had a lot more downward pressure, we indexed it to CPI. And so it's that indexing to CPI that they're saying is
And that one piece.
Yep.
Keeps up with the consumption decline.
It makes it so we don't go down and that we keep going up for a period of time.
Right, so in essence, that we expect the CPI to go up faster than we expect the consumption to come down.
That's fair, yeah.
For a period of time.
That is correct. But it also not like 3 years.
But that's based on a projection of, the CPI might be harder to project than the gas consumption.
That is an extremely fair.
I would say so.
Okay.
Well, and the whole purpose of the omnibus bill was to build a bridge. We knew that electric vehicles were coming in, fuel efficiency was going up, all really good developments, but obvious consequences on revenue. And so when we put it in place, it was, the increase for a nickel 1 year, another nickel, and then it was tied to CPI after that. And with that, we were able to build a bridge. But to your point, Mr. Miller, it was, we had looked at it to the best of our knowledge and forecasting and believe we had built a bridge. But it was really great to have JLARC come behind and say, this really is a sustainable bridge. And at least with what we know today. The other piece to it is we established the highway use fee and are now developing a mileage-based user fee voluntary program. So there were many pieces to creating the bridge.
Next slide. On the kind of condition side, they found that the state roads and bridges were in good shape. We were, doing nationally well in that. They also found that VDOT's maintenance funding and the comprehensive review that we have a plan. We had the revenues to implement that plan, and we should be able to kind of do that moving forward with kind of one caveat I'll get into later. They did, though, then find that the locally maintained roads and bridges, there was a wide variance in performance. And so some jurisdictions were really doing well and others were not, but also on an aggregate whole, they were in worse condition than the state maintained roads. And so if you kind of think through that, some locally maintained roads are better than the state system, and on average, they're worse. That means the ones that are worse than the state system are probably particularly not in good shape relative to the state system. And so in that, they had two things they recommended to the General Assembly to consider. The first deals with the state side of the House, And so Commissioner Bridge did, I think, an exhaustive presentation with you all in 2019, talking about a comprehensive pavement and bridge investment strategy. Key to that strategy on the bridge side was not more resources, but flexibility to invest them in a different way. So again, his focus on preservation over kind of replacement. On the bridge side, we are gonna need flexibility at some point in the future on the state of good repair program, or by moving more funds into maintenance, or some mechanism to be able to meet kind of that investment strategy. The federal bill gives us a little bit of breathing room because we've got $536 million in bridge funds that can be used for preservation. But once that funding kind of works its way through the system, we need to have created some sort of modification or change to the policy so that more of the funds we have available for bridge work can be used for preserving bridges that are not yet in bad condition and not just replacing ones that are already in bad condition. The federal bill gives us a little bit of time to figure out exactly how to do that, so that's the great news. But that is something that JLARC, I think, noted, and I think we don't take exception to that at all. The second thing is they say somebody needs to take a look at how the city street maintenance program works. They noted a variety of kind of issues there, looking at how are those funds distributed, is the way it's kind of being distributed makes sense. And so, the way that works today is you have one rate for, higher order roads, and you have another rate for lower order roads, and it doesn't matter how many bridges you have, doesn't matter how old your roads are, and it doesn't matter how many cars drive on those roads. And so to kind of say that differently, a cul-de-sac and 6th Street in Richmond get the exact same per mile pavement. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that maintaining 6th Street is probably a little bit more expensive than maintaining that cul-de-sac. Again, you guys know I don't do anything to maintain a road because we want them to stay together, but there's just a disparity there. And so I think they highlighted that point and suggested to the General Assembly that they consider evaluating that program and how it works.
Madam Secretary, I just
Mr.
had
Merrill.
one question. Nick, you mentioned that local bridges are not as good condition as VDOT. Do you have an order of magnitude? Is 80% the VDOT road and 20% the local road, or is it the other way around, that we have a much bigger problem with the local roads than we do with the positive position with the state?
I have the report here, so they have those figures in there, but I would say that VDOT was in a good place, and the locals on an aggregate basis were not way behind VDOT, but were behind VDOT. But again, that is an average of the locals, and I think what JLARC found is some locals are okay, and other locals, for a variety of potential reasons, are in dramatically worse shape. And so some of it is like really small towns and cities, like, 10,000 people that are maintaining their own roads. Like, I forget it, I'll try and find it while we're up here, but some of the smaller jurisdictions in particular had much lower condition ratings than, say, in Arlington or the state, kind of as a whole, who were generally doing much better.
Second.
Anyway, okay.
Secretary, okay, get some numbers. 39 cities, right, Nick? Have 39 cities in the state. All towns have road construction, or just most towns in the state?
It is most towns over 3,500. There are, I think, 5 or 6 towns under 3,500 that maintain their roads as well, and I think there might be one over it that doesn't.
So it's like 160 towns, ballpark?
I do not know that figure, I apologize.
How many counties have their own?
Just 2, just Henrico and Arlington.
Henrico and Arlington, that's what I thought.
Next slide. On the kind of the planning side, they found that generally the state is doing a good job examining long-term trends and starting to prepare as needed to adapt for the future. And so again, that's kind of the V-Trans stuff that Jatinder presented to you guys late last year. They found that the things we identified were generally in line with what other states and what national experts were saying are kind of the key issues that needed to be examined, and that we are taking steps, particularly through kind of the trend tracker and coming back to you guys in a few months to examine those and make sure we're hopefully putting in place policies to address those. On the needs identification place, They did identify that there may be certain rural routes where we did not examine congestion or reliability issues, and they recommended that we take a look at that. The intermodal office is going through those issues, and I expect we'll be coming back to the board in the coming months to look at that and to see whether or not there were kind of areas that were missed there. There's a few routes kind of highlighted in their report, but that's something that we're taking a look at. And then they found that the state does do a good job of monitoring system performance, that there is kind of that feedback cycle between what are our needs, where do we invest, and are we seeing kind of system performance results that we want to see. Next slide. On the improvement funding, they said smart scale generally appears to be fair. There were a number of concerns that were expressed to them by localities, regions, and other folks. I think what was said is, as they looked into those concerns, they generally found that funds were distributed equitably to various regions throughout the state and to product types, despite a lot of some of the concerns that they had heard from locals. And so, like, one thing they examined is whether or not regions with their own funding sources were getting more money than regions without it. And what the analysis showed is that generally funding to planning districts on a whole was in line with the percentage of a planning district's population compared to a state. And so, again, it's not precise, but generally in line kind of with that analysis. And then again, on the revenue sharing program, they said that the changes that were put in place were reasonable, but with the increasing revenues, the board and the assembly should consider reversing that. And again, we'll be talking about some provisions that are in the caboose and new biennial budget later during this presentation.
Madam Secretary? Nick, can you talk about that? The third board may want to consider a pilot, the unmonetized cost-benefit analysis. What does that mean?
Yeah, so in looking at smart scale, I think one of the things, and I think this was talking with some folks outside of the state who generally kind of do transportation policy, but Mark will wave frantically if I'm really off on that, is that for some of the larger projects, we might, on a pilot basis, want to just do a much more traditional cost-benefit analysis where you take the various benefits and then you quantify them on a dollar value. So crash prevented, X type of injury, that injury, we do have kind of average costs associated with that. Congestion, delays, hours of delay saved, the average value of that, add all of those up over like a 20-year period, and then compare that to the upfront capital and potentially ongoing maintenance cost of a project.
See, okay, that actually makes a lot of sense to me.
And I think the issue is looking at that on a pilot basis to see how it works and whether we see dramatically different results, whether we see results we think make sense, or other things of that nature. I will say there are some factors in smart scale that are very hard to monetize. So like if you're economic development, our highest, one of our highest rated factors in rural areas, that's very, very hard to monetize there. And so I think on a pilot basis, it's certainly something that can be looked at, and it may very well work for like the high priority projects or something else, I don't know. But I think that was the kind of the spirit of the recommendation there.
Well, and it is about larger projects. So one would, this recommendation, so one could say over $100 million or something like that.
Yeah, and I think like for some of the really small smart scale projects that we get, like, a turn lane, for example, like I'm not sure doing that is, yeah.
No, yeah, I've been thinking about this relative to high priority projects. Once we get through the district, is there a way to look across the whole state and ask a different kind of question about benefit?
And it could be that you use both when you get to kind of the high priority to kind of figure out which projects you want to move forward with. Next slide. On the transit side, as I mentioned again, assets on a whole in the state are better than in better condition, than nationally the transit assets are. There is concern that the capital assistance may not be enough to meet some of the future needs. I want to stress this finding was made before the December revenue forecast was put out, and so there's been a fair amount of additional funding that's been provided to transit capital through that. In addition to that, you as the board did allocate additional dollars from the FY21 Commonwealth Transportation Fund surplus to transit capital. And so I think a lot of that issue has been addressed. The final bullet down here, though, I do think is still a forward-looking one and is, to be determined in the future, and that is how long does it take for ridership to recover on these transit systems from the pandemic? And so there's a variety of people projecting a variety of different timelines. If the longer timelines turn out to be true, they are going to be issues when it comes to operating those systems, particularly some of the systems where a lot more of the operating costs were covered by fares, like WMATA and some of the other larger transit systems. And so they just kind of flag this is really something that needs to be kind of monitored and evaluated over the coming years to understand that situation, and that also you should be taking a look at the transit operating formula as this recovery happens to make sure that you're allocating funds in recognition of kind of the pandemic and the recovery of ridership that's ongoing. All right, next slide. So kind of moving forward, the Secretary has asked VDOT to take a look at the State of Good Repair program as well as the city street maintenance payments, and I'm going to talk about some language in the Appropriations Act that was put in there as a result of this study in a later presentation. And then, that you've kind of see some of the work there that is ongoing, and again, there's going to be that language in the PROPS bill when it comes to the city street maintenance payments. Next slide. And then on the transit side, the merit program has built into it a 3-year review. We're kind of at that timeline. And so the Secretary, again, has asked DRPT to start that 3-year review. They are taking into account some of those considerations that JLARC raised related to the pandemic-related changes in ridership, and also looking at ways to promote access to low-income areas, which was something else that was identified by JLARC in their analysis. And then similarly on the capital side for transit, determine whether or not there are modifications that are necessary to help fund minor enhancements. Mr. Brown, this is something we talked about, I think, at one of our earlier meetings, like bus stop improvements and other things of that nature, which the report did kind of identify don't seem to fit well all the time in the existing merit capital program. And so are there tweaks or other modifications that can be made to allow those types of projects to kind of get a different type of shape in the prioritization? And so with that, Madam Secretary, that completes the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I just wanted to give Mark Rubin, who actually led this study, an opportunity, if there was anything you'd like to say or add to this. We'll say you and the entire team, it took a tremendous amount of time and work to get done, but it was a real privilege to work with all of you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would just say, I'd first like to thank the board for participating in the survey and providing us with your feedback. It was very helpful in us to kind of get the big picture perspective that y'all have. I also want to just thank the Secretary and the Commissioner, the Director, DRPT, for all the work that you and your staff did to help us along the way. It was very helpful. We couldn't have done it without your assistance. Nick did a better job than I would have done. I haven't thought about this for about 2 months. I'm learning about education funding now.
Oh dear, there you go. Go and prosper.
But thank you.
So any questions from the board, any comments? Mr. Merrill.
And Secretary, just since this report has been received today, and there are some suggestions that are in here, will these be reviewed by the Secretary's office to determine which ones you would like to recommend going forward? Or, because there are a couple of things in here that they suggested, we recommend that you ask localities to rank. We recommend you take $39 million and put it into transit. So what happens, I guess my question is, what happens the next step?
Well, when was this completed? We had to present to the JLARC subcommittee, and was it 2 months ago?
November 8th.
November 8th. So we presented it then, and so the recommendations were really the ones I have just made were those requests that Nick just outlined at the end as part of the next steps. But there could be others that are developed, that the board sees or wants to do. But I thought the local payment issue was something we could address, and particularly following your comprehensive review of what had taken place at the state level. Merit was on track to be reviewed. We had the transit equity study as well that we can actually, I think, assist in the transit information. So it was really requests based on what we learned just to keep, again, learning opportunities, how can we make this better? So those were the initial requests. Do you have something specific?
Well, I thought the suggestion about having local agencies prioritize their projects as opposed to us just seeing it at smart scale. Because, some of these are pretty close, the scores are pretty close.
Yep.
And so we end up trying to figure out, okay, which is a preferred versus hearing from Harrisonburg or from, in my area, Frederick or Stanton. Okay, you've got all these projects in here, which ones are most important to you? Because, we make some judgment in terms of, 2.12 versus 2.08,
Well, I think as board members, and while I was on the board doing this within the Lynchburg district, certainly I worked with the localities, I worked with the jurisdictions to figure out which ones were their priorities. But I don't know, Nick, would that be hard to put into the process?
I'm sure we actually used to do that. So in the first round of Smart Scale, that was in there for those of you who were there on the scorecard. And so I certainly think it's something that we could easily add back. We just need to make sure the locals fill it out. The first time, most of them did, but not all of them did. But I think if they hear their board members are saying, I want to know that, I suspect that will encourage them more strongly than our previous encouragement was to kind of fill that information out. And Mr. Merrill, there were 4 specific recommendations for the board. I think I had them all in my presentation, but we'll make sure to get a copy out to each board member there that goes through it. JLARC does work for the General Assembly, so a lot of the recommendations are focused kind of at the Assembly, but there are a number of administrative ones and board ones, and we'll make sure you get the ones that kind of fit within your wheelhouse.
Madam Secretary, I would just say to Mr. Merrill's point, I do remember that first round. There were several jurisdictions that, because of the political nature of the locality, you get 4 or 5 number ones. There are ways as the board member that you can figure out what's more important, but there are times it's very difficult to get the jurisdiction to actually rank them in a usable manner because of their own internal politics. So just to leave that point to you.
Madam Secretary, I would be interested in this monetized cost-benefit analysis for larger projects, particularly in the high-priority project realm. Even if what we're going to do this year is just sort of show what it could be, and we would make the changes for the next round, but I do think high-priority projects should be high-priority projects and, solve big problems if we can get to something we all agree is fair. So.
I'm so sorry I'm going to miss that discussion. Mr. Dotson.
In the study, did it take in comprehension the various real estate tax rates of localities? Because what I'm trying to get to is that if I'm in a locality that's paying $1.11 on 100, obviously they have more tax revenue than another city has 70 cents on 100. And I didn't know if that was taken into consideration. Because you have more money, obviously, if you have a higher tax rate in a locality than a comparable.
Only properties are worth more.
Well, it depends. It depends. There's 39 cities. And I'm just talking about cities mostly, towns too. I'm not talking about Henrico County or Arlington County.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Dotson, I think what they actually have recommended is that they have seen a deficiency or a dissonance between conditions, and I think they would like VDOT to explore the variety of reasons as to why that might be the case and come back with recommendations for that. And what I'm going to tell you later is there's language in the budget telling VDOT to do that. And so I think we agreed with that kind of assessment there. So they didn't figure out what caused the problem. I think what they have done is said, hey, on the VDOT side, things look okay. On the local side, we're seeing some people are doing pretty well and other people aren't. And we want you to kind of look into why that is the case and hopefully come up with some recommendations that can be implemented to reduce the variability. And it could be the local resources they choose to put in. It could also just be economies of scale to an extent. So, if you're Virginia Beach, you can get a lot more economies of scale than if you're the town of Smithfield, kind of for example. And so there may be a whole host of reasons. I am purely speculating, anyone from Virginia Beach or Smithfield, so please, that was a lesser example, but just, I think those are the things they're asking the department to take a look into and to come back to kind of you guys and the assembly on.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, listen, thank you so much. It was nice getting that little review. Strategic Highway Safety Plan. Mark Cole. Mark Rubin, thanks for being here.
All right. Madam Secretary, members of the board, glad to be with you today to talk about our update of Virginia's Strategic Highway Safety Plan. Next slide, please. So every 5 years, we're federally required to update our comprehensive statewide safety plan for the Commonwealth, as are all states. The plan is a multidisciplinary, multimodal highway safety plan that engages many partners throughout Virginia to lay out our strategy and actions to address our highway safety concerns in Virginia. Next slide. This shows a number of our partners that we've worked with to develop our updated Strategic Highway Safety Plan. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see our federal partners at the Federal Highway Administration, NHTSA, and the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. And on the left side of the screen are all the dedicated Virginia departments who we've engaged with to determine this overall strategy and framework. That's including VDOT, the Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of Health, State Police, Rail and Public Transportation, our ABC partners, as well as some EMS partners and the Department of Education. Next slide, please. Over the past year, we've been working to prepare the update. And beginning in September, we had several regional public meetings to gain input from the various stakeholders and the public on the plan update. You can see in that graphic that we held those meetings by region to get localized feedback throughout Virginia. And then in October and November, we took that feedback and completed a data analysis and some draft strategic safety plan actions that were reviewed by our steering committee. So the strategic safety plan does include a steering committee consisting of representatives from the various state agencies that help to guide our work. And so those draft actions that were assembled as a result of public feedback were reviewed by the steering committee and formed into our draft document. So during December and ongoing this month, we have a final draft of the document prepared, and we're ready and excited to present that and to finalize it and put it into action. Next slide. So just a brief review as to how the Strategic Highway Safety Plan fits with our overall efforts on highway safety in Virginia. It is the umbrella document that includes coordination between all the disciplines and various other safety plans that are out there in the Commonwealth. On the left side, in the yellow box, you can see grants for behavioral safety and vehicle programs. Those funds are managed by the Department of Motor Vehicles and include some plans that they're responsible for, including the Highway Safety Plan from DMV and the Commercial Vehicle Safety Plan as well. And then on the right-hand side, you can see we've listed funding for infrastructure projects. Those are our federal Highway Safety Improvement Program funds, and those are managed by VDOT and programmed to projects that we believe have the greatest potential to reduce deaths and injuries through infrastructure. And it's important to note that in order to use the federal funds for highway safety, whether they are the behavioral funds that DMV manages or the infrastructure funds, the strategies and actions have to be in this plan. So it's important that the plan is comprehensive enough that the initiative that you're trying to fund with safety funds can be supported by the overall statewide plan. Next slide, please. So to talk a little bit about how the plan update is organized, we start with the vision, mission, and goals, and then address guiding principles of our safety efforts, followed by strategies, And then finally, at the bottom of the screen, Tier 4 are actions and emphasis areas. The board has heard a lot about emphasis areas in recent presentations, but the actions and emphasis areas are really where we get very specific about what actions and items we're going to undertake over the next 5 years to try to improve highway safety in the Commonwealth. Next slide. So the vision for our updated strategic safety plan is a toward zero deaths vision. We want to, over time, reduce our highway deaths and injuries to zero, and that starts today. That's the work that we've been engaged in for many years, and so this is our opportunity through this plan to adjust our actions so that we can fulfill that vision. The mission of the plan is to reduce deaths and injuries through a safe system, and key to that is collaboration with what we call the 4 E's of highway safety, which are education, enforcement, engineering, and emergency response. Highway safety is not just an engineering or a behavioral issue, but it involves a lot of different folks working together to really address the whole entire issue, all the way from before a crash happens to when an emergency responder in a hospital is trying to save someone's life that they sustained from their injuries. And that gets to the last bullet on this slide, which is everyone. So all of us are concerned about highway safety, and we really need the help and input of everyone to make these plans and our projects as good as they can be and to have the greatest potential to improve highway safety in Virginia. Next slide. So the long-term goal and objective in this plan update, the 2045 goal is to reduce our traffic fatalities and serious injuries in half by 2045 as we make progress toward the vision of zero deaths and serious injuries on our road system. And the shorter term 2026 objective that supports that longer term goal is a reduction of deaths and injuries by approximately 2% per year. If we could reduce deaths and injuries by about 2% per year, we could meet that 2045 goal. So that's what we hope to do through the strategies and actions that we lay out here. Would also like to note that we do coordinate with other plans that are developed here in Virginia, and these goals and objectives were looked at with input from the VTrans plan and are mutually supportive of one another. Next slide, please. So the safe system approach is what we chose to use for our guiding principles of this plan. This is a nationwide effort that realizes that, of course, death and injury on our road system is unacceptable, and humans are not perfect. Humans, we all have a body that is not infinite, and when we have crashes, it demonstrates that our bodies are vulnerable. So our road system, we want to build redundancy into it so that if a crash happens, a person is able to survive or walk away from that crash and still make it home to their family. And that's a responsibility that's shared not only by VDOT and planners and engineers, but by other state agencies, by the travelers who use our road system, whether they're walking or they're driving a vehicle. We all have a responsibility to follow the rules of the road and to look out for one another. And at the end of the day, safety, instead of being proactive and looking in the rearview mirror, we want it to be proactive instead of reactive. And for Virginia, we also added that we want our actions in the plan to consider equity. And what I mean by that is health equity, because Virginia is a diverse state. We have a lot of different communities, and each of those communities have different needs from a highway safety standpoint. In recent years, we've been able to use a lot of great data from the Department of Health and others that have helped us really tailor safety projects and solutions to the particular community to have a greater impact. And so that's what we hope to do in this plan. Next slide. So our priority strategies in the plan update, first is to consider human mistakes and vulnerabilities in roadway improvements and operations. Second, to consider the risk when we prioritize locations for safety improvements and programs. Third, we recognize that highway safety is a public health issue and establish policies and programs to promote safe behavior and reduce crash severity outcomes. Highway safety, as you may know, is a leading cause of death, particularly for our younger Virginians. And so it's definitely something that we have been looking at through both an infrastructure and a health lens as we try to figure out ways to improve the situation. Fourth, we'll develop and implement programs to provide education and awareness to high-risk travelers in Virginia. And finally, we want to take advantage of innovative technologies and solutions as we become aware of them to help us tackle the highway safety issues that we face. Next slide. So each box on this slide represents an emphasis area of the new plan that we're proposing. Everything that you see here is included in our last strategic highway safety plan as an emphasis area, with the exception of the 3 boxes highlighted in red. So for this update, based on a review of the data, we decided to add an aging road users emphasis area, a motorcycle emphasis area, and a heavy vehicles emphasis area, just to make sure that we have some specific actions in the plan that help to address those user groups as we try to tackle the overall highway safety issues that we face. Next slide. So of those 13 emphasis areas that we're looking at, we've really gone through those based on public feedback and our other safety partners, and we've developed 131 actions in the new plan that we'll focus on over the next 5 years. In addition to developing those actions, we also identified a schedule for each one to know whether it was something we felt we could accomplish in the short term versus something that needed to be accomplished over a longer period of time. And those list of actions have been available since the summer when we did our public feedback on our external website. If you follow this link, you can see all 131 actions organized by emphasis area, and we would welcome any feedback you have. Next slide. So these last 2 slides, I just wanted to show you some data that supports these emphasis areas as we move forward. You can see here is fatality data for the period of 2018 to 2020. And the navy blue represents 2018, yellow is 2019, and green is 2020. So you can see here that roadway departures, impaired driving, speeding, and occupant protection are those really high areas that we've really been focused on for a long time. They continue to be a concern. One thing that you'll also notice is speeding and occupant protection. During 2020, our pandemic year also saw those big increases that we've been discussing quite a bit and that you've heard from George Bishop at DMV about in recent meetings. Next slide, please. This is the similar information for serious injuries. And then one more slide. And so in summary, we're hoping that the plan represents a 4E approach that when we add that with the public at large can help us really tackle and improve highway safety in Virginia over the next 5 years.
Okay. Mr. Kaspowitz.
Yeah, Mark, good presentation. Can you describe this occupant protection component? I'm not sure how it relates, especially given the differences in the 2 graphs or 2 slides that you've shown.
Sure, if you don't mind going back a couple slides to show the fatalities by emphasis area would be appreciated. But occupant protection represents the deaths that involved a person that was not wearing a seatbelt.
So that's in the essence of it, seatbelt use.
Yes, it is. And historically, over half of our highway deaths in the state involve someone who is not belted. So that's been a major issue for us since I've been here over the last 9 years in this role.
Seems to be increasing at a faster rate as well.
Yes, occupant protection and speeding in particular through these pandemic years have really been a major concern. And those are items that really require some work on the behavior side through education, also through enforcement, more so than through engineering.
Mr. Tonk.
Thank you. Can we just call it? Why can't we just call it seatbelt use to make it very, very clear?
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Tunk, that makes perfect sense to me. Occupant protection is kind of the wording that's used kind of across the country for that issue, but certainly seatbelt use is a lot more clear, and I think when we do our messaging to the public, that's the words we should use.
I wonder if we could put both in our presentations and kind of bridge the gap, but yes. Anything else? Ms. Hines.
Thanks, Mr. Cole. Always interesting. So I'm remembering from Nick's presentation last time that there's a certain amount of money in the HSIP that will now be devoted to vulnerable users, right? So how does this plan account for the fact that we now have a dedicated stream for vulnerable users, which I presume is mostly bike and ped, right?
Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, so what this plan does is basically talk about this overall strategy as to how those funds should be distributed. But certainly when it comes to vulnerable users, we spend a lot of our funding on pedestrian and bicycle types of infrastructure projects here at VDOT, and DMV spends a lot of funding on the education and media campaigns to support the overall effort. The new federal funding bill does include several things that will help vulnerable road user safety initiatives, and we do anticipate that that's going to be complementary of what we're already doing. What I would tell you about the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program is we already invest more than 15% of our funding on vulnerable road user safety projects, even before that new bill has come. And so we have a number of initiatives that we're working on to support vulnerable road user safety through infrastructure projects. We talked at a high level very briefly in December about those, but would be very happy to talk more with you about that.
I would like to understand that better. Thanks.
Mr. Stan.
Madam Chair, I don't see anything here for what we now call distracted driving or cell phone usage. Is that not important enough to have its own category?
Madam Chair, yes, it's actually a very good question, and it is very important. We do have an emphasis area that addresses distracted driving, and actually there are what we call 4 Ds of distracted driving, which is drinking, drugged, drowsy, or distracted. And so there is an emphasis area that kind of encompasses those 4 different focus areas. I'm not sure that I had all the emphasis areas listed on that data slide, but it is included in the plan.
Mr. Kaspwith.
Yeah, Mark, one more question. So if we look at the combined categories of impaired driving, speeding, and not using seatbelts, that by far and away constitutes the majority of the fatalities and serious injuries. And all of those are improved dramatically by enforcement. I understand that that is not your area of responsibility, but how do you inform this discussion as to the benefits of additional enforcement statewide? I, just observationally have noted that it's probably decreased over the last 5-7 years. I see very few cars pulled over. Troopers I know the resources are stretched. If that's an area that we should be spending more money, how do you and your role inform this process to help us make those decisions?
Madam Chair, Mr. Kasperwitz, that's a great question and certainly very important. I agree 100% how important the role of enforcement is in addressing traffic safety. Virginia State Police, as well as the Association of Local Chiefs of Police, are engaged with us on that steering committee that meets several times throughout the year to administer the plan. During those meetings, we share information, and in between them, we're in constant communication too, talking about the data, really digging into it, and helping inform how the resources get spent. And a lot of the enforcement is funded through the behavioral safety side of the program and through DMV. And they're a very strong partner with us as we try to understand exactly what those issues are and where that could help us. But certainly when we have resource constraints or other reasons that cause enforcement to decline, it's a concern to us, and we expect that that does have a negative impact on the overall safety numbers.
Mr. Miller.
Go back to the slide, please. Go backwards to the slide.
Could you go back a slide, please?
What does roadway departures, what is the cause of roadway departures and how do you define it?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, that's a very good question. So roadway departure is any crash where the vehicle leaves their travel lane. So
stop for a second. So we're mixing reasons with action, with results. So like, we've got heavy vehicles, we've got motorcyclists, we've got impaired driving, we've got speeding. Speeding and impaired driving are actions. They're things that somebody's doing. They're not good. Wearing a seatbelt's not good. Distracted driving's not good. Being drunk's not good. Speeding's not good. Then we say motorcycles. We say leaving the road. So, like, I don't know how to make sense of two different axes on the same. Because is the roadway departure because I was speeding, or because I was drunk, or because I was looking at my cell phone, or what was it? We've got two different kinds of sets of data together.
Yep.
Really, what I think we're trying to get to is what's causing the roadway departure.
Yes.
It's not because it's a motorcycle. It's not because it's a heavy truck. It's not because it's. Why is it?
Yes. Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, that's a great question. And I should have mentioned that these factors as presented here are not mutually exclusive. So most of our crashes, and we call each of these areas a crash factor, most of our crashes have more than one thing involved. So we often notice that a speeding crash may also be a road departure, and we do study that interrelationship.
I don't know what we do about road departures unless it's the road itself, right? I don't know what action we take. What I'd like to see is a matrix that says motorcycles, heavy trucks, da-da-da-da, and then what's creating that? It's not leaving the road that's creating the problem. It's some other problem, right?
Madam Chair, Mr. Shepherd, what I'd say is that what Mark is
You'll
presenting.
get it right eventually.
I'm sorry?
You'll get it right eventually. Mr. Shepherd.
He just.
I was. We'll work on that on Monday.
Mr. Dixon.
All right.
Oh yeah. It's okay. Steve.
He can call you something. He can call you something else other than Mr. Shepherd.
Deprived over a couple of weeks, so.
I feel exactly the same way.
Mr. Miller, how about?
Mr. Stephen.
Thank you.
But you understand what I'm saying. I mean, I think what we want to be focused on is what can we do as a board to try to emphasize how do we combat bad behavior, whether it's advertising, whether it's programs, education, or whatever. I don't know how to combat roadway departures or motorcycles.
So, Mr. Miller, what we have been showing over the course of time is the interrelationship between, as Mr. Cole said, drinking, speeding, unbelted, and roadway departure. There are elements in this plan, since it is made up of a plan that is created with the Department of Motor Vehicles, State Police, Education, EMS, other entities that are in here, that looks at it from a holistic viewpoint for safety, whether it be human factors components, educational components, or infrastructure components. And so as we developed the systemic improvements that we've presented to the board in the past, looking at how do we combat roadway departure type crashes, and that would be the installation of rumble strips, the installation of safety edge as we go along with our paving activities to help if they do, and then some of the work that we have ongoing in the clear zone. So if they do depart their travel lane, how do we get them back into the travel lane in a safe manner? Many of these things, as Mr. Cole said, is that when you look at those crashes that involve, and we can't look at this in isolation, many of those crashes that involve speeding, drinking, and roadway departure, there's a combination of factors that go into it. So if there are speeding and they are intoxicated, the audible and haptic response from a rumble strip helps jar them either awake or recognize that they are starting to leave their travel lane and help them get in. We aren't going to drive the car for them, but that helps not have that entity depart the travel lane. Now, when they do, then other bad things happen, and there's some of that is what our procedures are for tree removal, guardrail installations, and other barriers there. But I think what we're trying to present today, which is a comprehensive plan that is not only VDOT specific, but it's also Department of Motor Vehicles and Department of Health and Education, is that we're combining all those resources to be able to address this.
Let me ask it a different way. If I'm speeding down the road, right, and I'm looking at the y-axis for fatalities, okay? I'm speeding down the road, and in 2020, that's 400 and some vehicles, or 400 and some situations, whatever they are. I guess it's 400 and some fatalities because of speeding. Is it in speeding, or is it, and I go off the road and I hit a tree, and I've been drinking, and I was on my cell phone? Which category is it in?
Madam Chair and Mr. Miller, in the way this is shown here, they would show up in each category.
And that's so it doesn't mean anything to me, really. What I'd rather see, and I don't want to belabor it, but what I'd rather see is a matrix. Right? It'd be hard to get three-dimensional. That's what it really need to be, but at least it could be two-dimensional. Because does that make? I mean, you understand?
So
what
I
exactly
think, Mark, we could look at different ways to display this that I think captures what Mr. Miller's really trying to get to.
Okay, but for me, I want to see how many total we have, and what's causing it, and the fix may be work on education and enforcement and rumble strips.
Yes.
Right? But if I know the root cause, then I've got some things I can understand of what to do about it. A motorcyclist, well, they're not going to wear a seatbelt. We know that. That's out. But so we're just mixing we're mixing.
Some of Madam Chair, I'd say, Mr. Miller, there's out of the motorcyclist component, having written the preceding plan before this one, or participating in writing that plan, there are components that the actions that come out of these emphasis areas then will help identify what the root cause has been.
I get that.
And then those actions to be able to address that for the motorcyclist in particular, and maybe that's enhancing the educational component to it.
So yes, there's the behavioral, it's the systemic investments that this board has really emphasized, like the rumble strips, it's putting that together with infrastructure improvement. So you have tools, and I think we can make that happen. Mr. Johnson.
Madam Secretary, appreciate the comments. My concern or thought is we have a number of different variables up here, and when you have an incident and you have three different concerns of what might have caused that incident, and the comment is each one of those goes a death on each one of these categories. Is this the same state review process and differentiation between the characteristics of each of the accidents that follows the federal program? And is the state program in line with the federal program, and are federal dollars put into our state program?
Madam Chair and Mr. Johnson, yes, that's a great question. We do follow the federal guidance, and our methods are in line with what they show. I will also offer to Mr. Miller's comment earlier that we do have other ways that we display the data, one of which is a heat map that does show that interrelationship and highlights the areas that have more overlap than others. I think that would be helpful, and I'd be glad to provide that for you.
And nothing happens in isolation, very rarely. They're all connected.
It's hard to present it in one chart is the problem. And I look at this and I don't know how many fatalities there are. What I'd really like to look is heavy vehicles, young drivers, motorcyclists, bicyclists, and then see what their cuts are as to why they're having fatalities, right? And
so many opportunities. This is great. Okay, let's take a break. We're gonna, at 3:30, come back. I know a few phone calls had to be made. And the next, I think we're gonna bring the budget up next, and then we'll get through as many presentations as we can. So we'll just take a quick break so we can all.
I bet the governor's got 1,000. I mean, some of the craziest boards you ever heard of. Oh, gosh. That's why it's so goddamn complicated.
3:30.
I thought everybody's blood flow to the brain would be a little more alert. And so, Mr. Donohue, are you kicking off this session? Okay. It is number 11. I thought it was too important to either rush through at the end or save till tomorrow.
So, Madam Secretary, members of the board, I'm going to be going over a quick kind of 5 things from the Appropriations Act, some of which impact the budget, 1 or 2 doesn't, but just to kind of kick that off because those influence some of the things you're going to see in Laura and Kim's presentation that follows. And again, their presentation, if I were going to name it, is part 5 of the revenues and opportunity thing. So it's kind of the culmination of, you know, those 3 months of presentations that we had leading up to this, dealing with the federal infrastructure bill and the state revenue forecast. So without further ado, first slide deals with the revenue sharing program. Next slide. So, you know, we've been talking a lot, particularly with members of the board, Mr. Yates and others, about what can be done with revenue sharing. We said we assure you we are working on something. We just need to get to the budget and to the state revenue forecast. We are there. We have it. And so the net effect of what is proposed in the 2 budgets, part is caboose and part is the new biennial budget, is taking revenue sharing and moving it from years 5 and 6, which is where we pushed it back to because of COVID, and pulling it forward to 3 and 4. That requires an extra $200 million. It's $200 million once. And then every other future round of revenue sharing will be in years 3 and 4. And so the budget does this through 2 steps. The first is $30 million in the caboose bill in state transportation dollars for the previously selected revenue sharing projects in the last round that were identified that could spend the money basically immediately. Mr. Yates, this is the rural rustic road paving and some of those other smaller projects with localities that have demonstrated success in spending that money quickly and the types of projects that we believe can advance. And so that was the amount we had identified. That's what's in there. And then in the new biennial budget, there's an additional $170 million beyond the existing money, which again we're using for other purposes, that is there to pull forward the remaining, or funding, for the projects that were selected a year ago, so that they will have it in FY '23 and '24 instead of having it in '25 and '26. That then frees up all of the revenue sharing money in '25 and '26, and so the next round you all consider this spring will be awarded in those 2 years, which again are years 3 and 4 of the upcoming 6-year program. And so if the General Assembly adopts these recommendations as set forth in the budget, revenue sharing will be in years 3 and 4 for forevermore. And won't be in years 5 and 6, I guess, to say it differently.
Yes. Could you say that again?
Awesome.
I just want to make sure everybody heard. No, it was such a commitment to this board. I know when I had an earlier discussion that included Shep Miller, there were certain things that I knew were just so important to the board that wanted to make sure were completed, and certainly this is one, but the governor needed to announce his budget, and we couldn't get ahead of the governor. So we wouldn't get ahead of the governor. So this certainly was an important one, and Mr. Yates, I know it was really important to you. And,
Yes, thank you.
and Mr. Dixon, I could hear him in the background, knowing how important it was to him. So, and the recommendation of JLARC too, everything kind of converged. That really helped too. All right.
All right, the next slide deals with the general fund surplus for FY '21. Again, as a reminder, per the statute, those funds are available for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, but also under the statute, they can only be used as the General Assembly tells you they can be used. They don't like trickle into the Transportation Fund and then, get distributed by formulas. They're available for transportation for purposes set out by the General Assembly in the budget bill.
Right, so the General Assembly will approve these.
That's correct.
But wanted you all to be aware how the funds were being invested, and this is across the entire Secretariat.
Yeah, so just really quickly to kind of run through these, there's $30 million in there for improvements at Wallops Island. There's a press release or an announcement that the governor put out. I received.
Oh, did he go today? Oh, okay.
I was like, I got
I'm
it.
like, oh. Okay, so what time did he go out, John?
1:30.
1:30, I was like 4:30. No, that's great.
Okay.
This is very exciting over on Wallops Island, and what is taking place with the partnership with Virginia Space and NASA Wallops Flight Facility, and a company called Rocket Lab. So anyway, this is an expansion of that relationship.
Yeah, and this $30 million is part of an overall funding package for proposal for a major economic development project involving the spaceport. There's a press release out this afternoon, and goes to some of the things the Secretary talked about.
But this is for infrastructure,
Yes.
which, regardless of whatever happens, in the future, is going to make our spaceport even more valuable.
There's 25, oh, sorry, ma'am. There's $25.8 million for trail initiatives, which I'm going to hit in the next slide. Sorry, I'm going to hit it when we get to the next slide, if we can go back. There's $20 million for the air terminal interchange in Norfolk. That is not something we have talked about with you guys, so I just want to quickly kind of hit what that is and why it's kind of
And
come
Mr.
up here.
Stanton and Mr. Miller, Mr. Johnson, this is really, really important with the Navy.
So the intermodal connector, which was the $170 million plus project that we built off of I-564 in Norfolk to create that better access to the port, there is on Navy land. When that was done in the 2010-11 timeframe, there was an agreement of some form that people have different opinions on how binding or not it was. That as a part of our ability to occupy that land, we would then make other improvements to improve the Navy's ability to access certain parts of their facility. The commissioner has done yeoman's work and his team working with the Navy to go from a very large and expensive interchange to an at-grade intersection that costs about $20 million that will meet the Commonwealth's commitments here and allow us to occupy that land moving forward with the intermodal connector, and again fulfill what the Navy believes very strongly are our commitments for using that land for the intermodal connector. There's another $20 million to help with the I-64 gap between Williamsburg and Richmond. There's $10 million for the Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund to help support VEDP's economic development efforts. As a quick reminder, that fund was previously rated by the General Assembly last year with the 2021 Transportation Initiative. So in a way, this is restoring dollars to that account that were otherwise directed last year. And then finally, there is $10 million that is recommended to address wildlife habitat loss in Hampton Roads related to some of our major transportation projects down there. Some of you may be familiar with the work that's been ongoing at Fort Wool related to some of the migratory birds and other things, which are very important to our ability to be able to proceed with that project without work stoppages and other things of that nature. And so this $10 million is to put in place a long-term solution to that issue. Longer term, excuse me, solution to that issue. And again, as the Secretary said, this is what is in the governor's caboose bill. None of this happens until the General Assembly approves it, and I suspect they will have a variety of discussions about this list as the session progresses.
All of this, to
Yes.
your point, the previous slide, everything you've gone over is all about.
Yeah, everything I'm talking about right now is in the PROPS, is in one of either the caboose bill or the new biennial budget. Yes, that's correct.
Yes, I just thought with the going into the governor's budget that we could not share with you, I just thought it was important that as this administration leaves, that the board understands what was in the budget. It may not look like this at the end. That's all.
Madam Secretary,
Mr. Smoot.
how does the $25.8 million for trail initiatives relate to the $233 million below?
That is a great transition to the next slide.
Okay, next slide.
So it's a part of it. And so there are two items in the budget that when their powers combine, provide $233 million to fully fund three regional multi-use trails. They're the three that you see listed there. The General Assembly last year directed the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment to conduct a review of kind of regional multi-use trails. And David Jackson with Cambridge Systematics is here to present kind of on the findings of that. I won't steal his thunder, but it says it's hard to fund regional multi-use trails. And so this 233 would fully fund all of those. So the Eastern Shore Rail to Trail, the Fall Line Trail here in Richmond, which really kind of finishes that funding gap. There's a fair amount of smart scale and local funding already on that project, but it completes it. And then the Shenandoah Rail to Trail, kind of just east of the 81 corridor, running from kind of Front Royal through Shenandoah County into Rockingham County. We have traditionally looked at these types of trails in the past, and studies have demonstrated like these larger trails provide economic development benefits that we just don't see with some of the smaller types of trails. And so like the Virginia Creeper Trail brings in a ton of visitors to that region from outside of the state, in addition to being outside of the region. The New River Valley Trail has $20+ million a year in economic impact kind of for that region. And so there was a real push by the Assembly that then the governor matched in his budget to try and find a way to bring some of these trails to fruition. Again, this is funded with general fund dollars and is subject to approval by the Assembly.
So this has not yet been approved?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay.
It's just, it'll be introduced. The governor's introduced, but now the General Assembly will. They'll have a House budget and Senate budget, and this was the governor's budget. This is what's in the governor's budget.
So you need the House, the Senate, and the new governor.
That is correct.
Correct.
So you know what that means.
The governor proposes and the General Assembly disposes.
There'll be a lot of hands in it, and properly so.
Next slide. Another item that is in the budget is some new requirements for you all as a body. It proposes that the board would be required to develop essentially plans and processes for allocating the new bridge funding, which I think the commissioners already kind of started to propose that to you all. And I know we'll be coming back in the next few months with some additional information. And that also requires the board to develop a plan for the electric vehicle charging infrastructure dollars. Again, you're getting a little over $100 million over a 5-year period. That is money that we expect to exist for 5 years. It's not kind of forever money like the federal aid program. And it requires that in that plan you consider the previously designated EV charging corridors, and then also explicitly look for opportunities to partner with the private sector. And again, so that is what is in the budget as proposed by the governor. Next slide. And final slide. So I stumbled over this 2 or 3 times during my JLARC presentation, but here we are. So the budget does explicitly direct VDOT to take a look at the city street maintenance payment program and do a number of things. So the first thing, what is the overall condition of city streets? We actually don't have this data on hand like we do for VDOT streets and bridges. So like the commissioner and his team can tell you, if you say, what is the condition of secondary roads in Clark County, Virginia, we can call somebody and we can get that information kind of readily. If you say, what are the conditions in X town? We may have that data, we may not have that data, or we may have partial data, or we may have some data and we don't know if it's full. And so like, just first off, let's do an assessment, like a full assessment of these city streets, of their bridges, of their assets to ascertain their actual condition so that we have full visibility into kind of what's happening there. Because today, we don't have that, is the honest truth. Then to take a look at the formula that's used to distribute these funds. And you know, some of the things I kind of hinted at previously is like, what are the traffic volumes? How old are things? Are there more bridges? Other stuff like that that might impact the kind of cost to maintain these facilities that potentially should be considered in a funding formula that distributes dollars for maintenance of these types of assets. The third thing it has to look at is, are there things that the department can do working with these jurisdictions or that they can do working with the department to create cost efficiency? So are there things that can be done with VDOT paving contracts in certain districts where there's towns that are really small and so they can't buy asphalt with any economies of scale, and potentially VDOT could have extra amounts of pavement they're buying that those towns could then buy at a lower cost because they're piggybacking on there. Commissioner, I'm just using illustrative examples. And then finally, the really fun recommendation is, if you have any ideas on how to revise the funding formula that distributes several $100 million to cities for their street maintenance payments, to put what those might be kind of out there, besides kind of today the flat rate that exists, one for higher order roads and another for lower order roads. And so, Madam Chair, those are the 5 things I wanted to hit. Again, this is in a proposed budget that was put forward by the governor. The General Assembly is going to have 60 days of fun with all pieces of legislation before any of it becomes law. And again, you know, all bills require the signature of a sitting governor.
Mr. Kaswitz.
I wouldn't ask anybody else this question, but you probably know the answer. In the trail initiative, there's 3 trails that are listed. Do you know the total mileage that they?
The Fall Line Trail is 43 miles. The Eastern Shore Trail is mid-20s, and the Shenandoah Rail Trail is in the low 40s as well.
Low 40s.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Eastern Shore Trail is 49.5 miles.
All right, they're all in the 40s.
It's roughly 130. And who did the budget at $233 million?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Kaswitz, I worked with folks that the commissioner delegated to do it. I got the information from Kim Pryor, but I'm pretty sure other people developed it.
Thank you.
And Kim would be very upset if I did not state that these are estimates that were developed for projects that would start in the future, and the actual costs may be slightly different than the estimates that were provided by Kim and developed by others and sent to me.
Well, trails have become just an increasingly important part of our transportation network, but as Nick said, challenging to fund. So, okay, now Laura Farmer. Kind of with that knowledge, now looking at the budget.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. To follow Deputy Secretary Donohue, I think it's a good reference to call this part 5 of the presentations that he has made over time. And I guess I get the thrill of the big numbers to present to you after the state the state revenue update. So today I'm going to talk about the revision to the 22 to 27 6-year financial plan, revisions to the VDOT and the CTF budgets, as well as an outlook for 23 through 28 based on what we know today. And in the middle, Kim will talk a little bit about updates to the 6-year improvement program that will stage dollars for the future. So we'll go ahead and get into some details if that's okay. Next slide, please. So in terms of an overview, I'm going to give you an update on the 6 years, talk a little bit about the uplift in program areas in 22, the revisions to both the CTF budget and VDOT, and recommended projects that we would like to stage this month for the bridge program for the IIJ funding. You heard a presentation last month from Kendall Wallace about the kind of work we'd like to get started in year one. And so those are the only projects that we would recommend your approval in terms of the update of the 6-year program. The remaining funding that we're talking about here today will sit in balance entries for future decisions. Next slide, please. So in terms of assumptions, we have implemented what we understand to be funding available through the IIJA. We've also reflected the state revenue estimate update. We have included some of the impacts, particularly those enumerated by Deputy Secretary Donohue related to Governor Northam's proposal, as those funds will be staged and can be adjusted in the future if there are changes coming out of session, and new program assumptions going forward. Next slide, please. In terms of the federal revenue update, we've provided additional funding for core programs that existed, as well as the new federal programs that Mr. Donohue has briefed on over the last several months as the bill was signed in November. There's a significant state revenue update that includes assumptions that Governor Northam built into his proposal. So we have increased assumption across all major sources. Governor Northam proposed ending the accelerated sales tax payments that retailers make in June of each year. That's a fiscal year 23 impact. It's scheduled to go into effect next June, according to his proposal. He also proposes eliminating the state share of the food tax in January of 2023. That impacts the retail sales and use tax that comes to the department. Based on the updates we got from the Department of Taxation, we believe the annual impact of that is $130 million reduction. But you'll see in the subsequent slides, the increases absorb that reduction over the 6-year period. Next slide, please. In terms of the federal revenue update and implementing IIJA, it's important to remember that VDOT has always assumed that the federal program will continue, that Congress wasn't going to leave us hanging after September 30th. And so we have base assumptions in our numbers going forward. In addition, the allocation of federal funding is governed by the Code of Virginia and the Appropriations Act in terms of what funds are used and allocated through the prioritization process. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the additional federal funding that we have built into the assumptions. Mr. Donohue has covered some of these programs over the last couple of months, so I won't go into the nuanced detail of them. I would only add, as he mentioned earlier, the bridge program and the electric vehicles program, we've assumed only a 5-year lifespan of those general fund infusions from Congress. And the others, we have had modest growth into 27 after the IIJA implementation period expires. In terms of funding available for formula distribution, that bottom row, these are increased assumptions based on what Mr. Donohue provided previously. We have assumed 100% contract authority being provided to level fund what's being provided in apportionment, and so we see these as increases to the overall funding available for construction distribution. Next slide, please. Shifting to state revenue, this slide summarizes the differences over the previous revenue estimate. As you can see, generally across all major sources, there are increases. The largest increase in the current year is to motor vehicle sales and use taxes, with $274 million more anticipated in this current fiscal year. And we're seeing this in each monthly report as the fiscal year has moved forward. In terms of retail sales and use, has increases each year, even considering the removal of the food tax in fiscal year 23. And for motor fuels taxes, there are some small reductions in the outer years based on from previous assumptions, just based on CPI assumptions and gasoline consumed each year beginning in 2024. But I would add that that's offset by the increased expectations for the highway use fee listed at the bottom of the table, as Nick discussed earlier when he touched on the JLARC report. Next slide, please. This is a common schedule we've included in the last several updates as we present the financial assumptions. This is the full picture of state revenue expectations from December forecast from the Department of Taxation, and it includes Governor Northam's proposals embedded in these assumptions. Next slide, please. This slide presents the revised revenue estimates as compared to previous assumptions. So in terms of a 6-year total, when we compare to previous, it's based on what you adopted in June and what we also recommended in December for the deployment of the Priority Transportation Fund to those specific projects that you approved just last month. And so that combination shows a comparison of $53.5 billion over the 6 years compared to $47.3, or an increase of just over $6 billion over the period. It's primarily the state revenue increase as well as the federal. The local and regional project participation increase reflects the acceleration of revenue sharing that Mr. Donohue just discussed and stole my thunder. I'll let that slide. But it reflects the acceleration of the local component of that revenue sharing acceleration. Other revenue includes the infusion of general fund dollars in these initiatives that we've included in the 22 assumptions. There's also a significant uplift across several of the regional entities in terms of regional transportation funds over the 6-year period. Next slide, please. This slide presents updated allocations assumptions based on the revenue update as well as program updates. This is a significant uplift in both types of revenue that VDOT keeps track of. And so we're in the middle of lots of updates to our program assumptions, including changing the CPI growth factors for future years in our maintenance programs. And so what I would demonstrate is that, what I would say is that the differences are explained by the revenue uplift and where it lands. I would draw your attention to public transportation and rail, as well as a 4.3 increase for construction over the period. That's where all these special programs are landing right now as they're awaiting allocation in the future. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes some of what Mr. Donohue has already covered. We've included the recommendation of the $115.8 million in case it is approved this spring. Those funds will be ready to go from a budgetary perspective. We have had to include the revenue sharing assumptions so that we count that $200 million commitment sooner rather than later, and so that is staged as well. We have not included the 23 amount for multi-use trails that's in the new biennium. And as he noted, all of these actions are contingent upon General Assembly and Governor approval. Next slide, please. I won't go through this again. He's covered that in the previous presentation. Next slide. This slide just demonstrates in a table form the revenue sharing recommendations. So the upper table, it represents what you adopted in December 2020 in the height of COVID assumptions, where we reallocated funds over a 4-year period and awarded the new revenue sharing cycle in 25 and 26. The lower table demonstrates the recommended allocations for consideration. So the middle row shows the $200 million over 3 fiscal years, accelerating those projects from 25 and 26 into the next biennium, and then by the new revenue sharing round to be awarded this summer would be in years 3 and 4 of the program update. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the planned omnibus investments. We've brought this to you several times as we adopted the budget moving forward. We had some directed allocations to demonstrate the implementation of the omnibus programs over the 3-year period. The green highlighted numbers are increases across all these categories to our pre-COVID assumptions. There's one anomaly in rail. We had increased the commitment because of the Transportation Trust Fund share going to rail in our previous assumptions, and we believe, based on the revenue outlook, that we can go back to the pre-COVID estimate of $24.4 million for rail as an off-the-top item, because it will benefit from the distribution of state revenues coming towards rail. Next slide. Thank you. This slide presents the revised 22 recommended budget for the CTF. The revised CTF revenues total $9.75 billion. In comparison, when we look at just the total operating expenses and we exclude the regional funding, we're at $8.8 billion. The amount represents 14.8% more than the revised budget that you adopted just last month. This includes the uplift from both state and federal sources. Next slide. This slide provides a visual of the allocation distribution. The highway maintenance program, including city street payments, represent about 23% of the budget. This is a downward adjustment just because due to the formula distribution, so much land's in construction. So highway construction represents 42% of the total, and rail and public transportation at 12%. Next slide, please. The table provides the recommended use of the additional funding for DRPT in fiscal year 22. This enumerated total for mass transit at $185.5 million and the rail share at $2.7 million, and the balance going for rail would go to the Passenger Rail Authority. Next slide, please. In terms of the fiscal year 22 VDOT budget, I'd just like to highlight that the total is $7.7 billion when we net out the regional programs that we pass through to our regional partners, the grand total of $8.5 billion. What makes this particular fiscal year landmark is because of the significant uplift in state revenue. Crossover actually will reverse in fiscal year 2022. With that updated revenue stream, HMOF will end up providing $57.5 million to the construction fund because it represents revenue in excess of budgetary allocations that are needed in the current budget assumptions.
When was the last time something like that happened?
2002 is when crossover started as a function of the budget, and so 20 years. It's brief, it's one fiscal year, and it will happen over the next 6 months.
Slow this down just for everybody else, so crossover is that anomaly where the maintenance fund pulls money out of the construction fund because we have the obligation to fund maintenance first. In this 1 year, it's going to go the other way, because I don't know if our new board members understand what that was. Yeah, so there's this odd thing by statute.
Well, it's because of the money coming in from the omnibus bill. Yeah.
Right, but the way the law was set up, I don't know how long ago, was that our first obligation is to fund maintenance. So we have a maintenance obligation, and where there's a shortfall in that formula, we pull over from the construction fund to address that. And that happens every year, and of course staff educates us on that and what have you. In this 1 year, because of this new funding, it's going to go the other way. But it's a very complex thing. It took me about 5 years to figure it out. So just want to make sure. Yes.
I'm sorry that Mr. Miller's not here.
I did want to just say that it happened this year, so just to say, Mr. Brown, it's slightly momentous that it's happened. I will also just put a caveat that weather may impact that decision as well. So I also put that out there that we don't know. We spend what we need to. So I know this board would concur with that decision. So anyway, thank you. I'm sorry, I just had to pause for a minute.
Asked due to snow, we've come back to you in May due to changing assumptions to finish the fiscal year.
We may come back to you next week. No.
I need a little recovery time, but I think we can make it. And so we do believe that with current assumptions, based on what we know right now, this will reverse and go back to what is normally expected in fiscal year 23, and we'll just have a crossover of just shy of $50 million. Next slide, please. In terms of the revisions for the fiscal year 22 budget for VDOT, I'll just highlight the differences. The increase in planning and research is mainly due to a federal program called State Planning and Research and its associated required state match related to the uplift in IIJA. The bulk of what's expected in the current year, as well as those one-time initiatives that Mr. Donohue enumerated earlier, is parked in construction today. For VDOT programs under financial assistance to localities, that's also a federal program called Metro Planning. And the regional programs have a significant state revenue uplift anticipated, and we've been making adjustments for debt service commitments during the year based on our sales, and so that's a small adjustment there. The support to other state agencies adjustment of $10 million reflects that wildlife habitat money that Mr. Donohue mentioned earlier. And support to DRPT and Virginia Passenger Rail is the adjustment of those CTF off the top dollars. VDOT takes care of those transfers, and so it's included in our budgetary assumptions. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Kim to talk a little bit about the 6-year improvement program and the adjustments that we have today.
Madam Secretary, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Kim. On slide 10, it looks like there's roughly a $6 billion improvement from what our base case had been, from $47 to $53 billion over the 6-year period. And that's roughly $1 billion from federal money and roughly $5 billion from state improved revenue collections. And then it shows a material 4-point-something million dollars of change in construction, 4.3 billion. So that's where we're gonna, have we allocated where those funds are gonna go yet?
Sir, so the 4.3 increase includes the uplift from the state revenue that would land in construction distribution formulas. So funds that will be available for SGR, high priority, district grant, safety, and interstates. Kim's going to talk a little bit about what those uplifts look like in each individual program area. Those will sit in balance entries until such future action deploys them to projects.
That's great news.
Yes, you're welcome.
It's nice
It would be real. It would be very interesting to. I'll have to follow how you all invest these funds.
I was just going to add, it's always nice when you can recast a budget upwards.
Yes, I enjoy this part of the job. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Kim. Thank you.
Can concur that it's a lot more fun to add things to the program than to take them away. People like me a lot more. Next slide, please. With the uplifts that Ms. Farmer just talked about, the highway construction program has increased from $17.2 billion to $22.1 billion, which is an increase of $4.9 billion. So the revised FY22 to 27 6-year program includes an additional $1 billion for debt service, supports more than 3,700 projects. The current program also includes about $4.4 billion in funding provided by others. Next slide. This slide runs through the increase over the 6-year period of the core funding programs in the 6-year program. The State of Good Repair program is estimated to have an increase of $661.2 million. Regional Surface Transportation Program and CMAQ that are programmed by our Metropolitan Planning Organization partners will see an increase of $137.5 million and $37.5 million for CMAQ. The Unpaved Roads Program by code is allowed to be up to $25 million per year. We hadn't gotten there in the past, and now we've increased unpaved roads to $25 million per year, which is a 6-year total increase of $15 million. We did the same thing with the ITTF funding by increasing it to $25 million per year, which is a 6-year increase of $15 million. The Construction District Grant Program, including the new supplemental fuels tax revenue, has a 6-year uplift of $376 million, while the High Priority Projects Program sees an increase over the 6-year window of $377 million. Next slide. Finishing out the core programs, the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, including the I-81 Regional Fuels Tax, sees an increase of $543 million over the 6-year window. The new Virginia Highway Safety Program has an increase of $309 million. Special structures has a slight decrease due to a slight change in CPI in the outer years of the program. Revenue sharing, as Mr. Donohue and Ms. Farmer both talked about, will see an increase of $200 million over the 6-year window that allows us to adjust that funding for the next round of projects to years 3 and 4. And then the Transportation Alternatives Program sees an increase of $80.4 million over the 6 years. I'll point out that the additional allocations for all of the programs, with the exception of I-81, are programmed to balance entry line items in the program now for allocation in the next upcoming solicitation cycle for each program. Regarding I-81, there were 2 projects that were not fully funded in the 6-year window, and so this uplift available for I-81 has allowed us to complete the funding for those 2 projects. Next slide. Regarding the new programs, you've heard both Mr. Donohue and Ms. Farmer talk about these. The carbon reduction program is about $242 million over the 6-year window. The new Protect program, $285 million. Vulnerable road users, about $93 million. The new bridge program, which we've talked about, $536.8 million. I'll point out that the first year of allocations, FY22 allocations, are programmed to the projects that you were presented by Mr. Wallace last month. And finally, the electrical vehicle charging program is $106 million over the 6-year window. With the exception of the bridge allocations in 22, all of this funding is programmed to a balance entry, pending completion of the various required programs, policies, and strategies needed to be in place before we can deploy those to projects. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, tomorrow you'll be presented with a resolution to adopt the revised FY22 to 27 6-year program. We'll be immediately advancing those new bridge projects to get those open and work started on those. Then we'll also review existing projects in the program to look for opportunities to accelerate funding and start existing projects sooner than originally planned. And then we will deploy the increased allocations in major programs in the next upcoming solicitation cycle for each program. We'll also be working to get our arms around and initiate development of the required plans and policies for all these new programs. If approved by the General Assembly, we will make those adjustments to the revenue sharing projects that were previously funded in FY25 and 26. And then we'll also make any adjustments as a result of the general fund surplus action that the General Assembly will take. Next slide. Now, unless there's any questions, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Farmer.
So I do have one question. So what is the gross total that we would have to spend in the construction program in the next smart scale cycle? Because you talked about an increase of $387 million. So what's the baseline?
I think it's a little early to predict that because, as Ms. Farmer's about to talk about, there's a lot of things that we still have to settle out and figure out how they will impact the budget in the coming years. And so what I can tell you for sure, or what we know right now, is that uplift is at least available. It will be added to whatever is available based on the formula in the last 2 years of the program.
And that's what I gathered, and that's a little unsatisfactory because it doesn't, without knowing what the baseline is, it's hard to appreciate what the uplift is relative. So I know that numbers are moving, but can we get some estimate as
Can I answer your question a different way, which I think will give you what you want, but let us do it without making assumptions we don't know if we can live by later?
Yeah.
So if these are all funds that are in the fiscal years for the existing 6-year program, for the round of smart scale you just adopted. So if you think about it that way, we had $1.4 billion that we were able to award. If we had had these funds, we would have had another $750 million. So we would have had $2.15 billion instead of 1.4 for this last round of smart scale.
2.15 billion versus
1.4.
1.4.
In the last round.
In the
And
last
then
round.
50%.
So, and the year prior, was that the 850 going through COVID? We had the omnibus, but we had the COVID reduction, so we were at 850. So
Okay.
it was like 850, 1.4 because the omnibus was implemented, and now you can,
all things were equal, 2.1.
It's a 50%. If these revenues had been available when we awarded the last round of smart scale, we would have had 50% more money.
Okay. Thank
Madam
you.
Secretary,
Mr. Dodson.
so if the tax on gas reduces under legislation coming up in the new General Assembly, then all these figures would be deflate as a result.
If there are any changes to transportation revenues, those, because of how we've restructured the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, those would impact the various components of the transportation fund based on their formulas. So it's not that one program, if there's $10 that goes away, that one program loses all $10. It's that $10 goes to the formula, HMOF takes 51% of that, the TTF takes 49% of that, and then when you go in the TTF, you start a chopping exercise.
So there's an array of programs that would deflate.
Exactly. And modes and agencies not under the supervision, or not supervision, not under the policy direction of this board as well. So DMV, spaceport, port, aviation, et cetera.
Okay, is Ms. Farmer coming back? Maybe. I don't blame you.
Next slide, please. So I just want to give you an outlook on 23 through 28. Normally, this time of year, I would come to you and talk to you about the kickoff of starting what we do in the spring to adopt the 6-year financial plan and the 6-year program. So I'm just going to give you highlights of what that is moving forward. So as we move forward, dropping 22 and adding 28, the recommended 6-year financial plan would allocate $51.9 billion. The current debt assumptions remain as assumed previously of $1.7 billion across several program areas. $5.3 billion is expected for the regions, as well as $818 million dedicated to WMATA Capital Fund over the period. Just shy of $490 million dedicated from the fuel tax revenue for I-81, $14.9 billion for maintenance and operations, and $17.1 billion for construction, where those new funds we talked about and new programs are currently assumed in construction for planning purposes. Of that share, about $3.2 billion of the construction money is from other sources outside of state revenue and the department. Next slide, please. This slide just provides a view of that revenue picture, and it comes with a lot of notes because I just talked about a sugar rush on the additional funding available and a reduction of $1.6 billion over the period. To explain that, I'd like to talk a little bit about some one-time money that's in fiscal year 22 that is removed. The PTF that you just allocated in December drops off of the schedule in the first year. The local and regional project revenue reduction of $762 million reflects a major adjustment because you have one less year of construction of the bridge tunnel, and so that has an impact on the 6-year assumptions. The reduction of other fund revenue is simply one-time revenues, the general fund and other initiatives in fiscal year 22 that are no longer in the schedule. Federal revenue is just the advancement of IIJA and one last year of that bridge and electric vehicle funding. The assumptions around debt financing, we had some significant expectations in 22, and they just drop off the schedule for I-81 and Route 58, leading to the reduction. And there's small adjustments for the regions and WMATA Capital at the bottom. Slide, please. This allocation picture just demonstrates the adjustments as we move forward into the new 6-year window. It's important to note that there's additional one-time monies I just mentioned on the revenue side. In addition, the VDOT Construction Fund program in fiscal year 22, because we've been adding additional initiative money to 22 since really a year ago at this time. There's over $950 million of one-time monies in construction between debt in 81 and Route 58, the COVID funding, the PTF, everything that we've added to the program in the last year drops off and is not available in 23, but those projects continue. Slide, please. As covered previously, the revenue sharing recommendations assumed that the next round would be awarded from years 3 and 4 of the 6-year program. We also assume that federal funding continues after the IIJA period with some modest growth of 1.7%. The construction distribution formula is fully implemented to the codified distribution, 30% to state of good repair, 20% to both high priority and district grant, 20% to interstates, and 10% to the safety program. Next slide, please. One of the biggest changes related to growth is the update on CPI from 22 to 23 is 4.2%. This affects both the VDOT program as well as our payments to localities for city streets. The remaining year's average growth is 2.1% over the period. As Kim mentioned before, each year for the Innovative Technology Transportation Fund as well as unpaved roads is set at the maximum allowed by the Code of Virginia at $25 million each, coming out of their respective programs. Next slide, please. Last month, Mr. Donohue and I promised an update on Garvey's, and so I wanted to give you an update on where we are. We have not made any assumption changes related to the allocation or issuance of Garvey's in this current set of numbers. We'd like to do a little more due diligence as well as talk a little bit about how Garvey's are performing in a very specific presentation in the future. And so it's important to note that we sell bonds for specific projects and that debt service is attributed to those projects. And so we coordinate all of that with Federal Highway Administration. The funds are obligated for the debt service at the same time as we execute the bond transaction. In most cases, the Garvey allocations are in addition to other types of money on projects. And due to federal requirements to obligate funds over time, we have significant demands to make sure we obligate other types of monies, and that has factored into our decisions on just advancing bond sales. Next slide, please. So to date, annual sales have not been required due to project activity in the last 18 months to 24 months. Project schedules as well as the need to obligate other federal funds have not required us to meet the absolute annual schedule. So you may remember at a virtual meeting probably in September of 2020 is when we sold our last Garvey sale. And just based on project needs, we may push into the next calendar year until we need to issue bonds again. And so as the bonds are allocated over the period, we want to come back to you with additional analysis about the use of those funds and our recommendations just based on what we see. But there's a significant infusion of both state and federal funding available, and we're leaning toward it may be more prudent to wait on the debt, but we definitely want your input going forward, and we'll come back with that detailed analysis. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, in addition to the action on the 6-year program, tomorrow you'll have an action on just adopting a revision to the current year budget as it allows us to move forward with executing that adjustment to crossover as well as revising the distribution of funds to all of the modes. We're obviously continuing monitoring federal guidance on the IIJA and its implementation. It's really important to note that all states are functioning under a continuing resolution, so our obligation authority that we have available to us is still based on FAST Act levels. So as Congress continues to push forward and punt on the appropriation, we are continuing to sit at FAST Act levels and hope that their action come February 18th will match the IIJA assumptions and we can move forward with obligating these new programs. We've also included some items to be considered for the future update of assumptions for the next 6-year window. We have some significant concerns about the inflationary impact on project estimates, both in terms of immediate and future awards. And we're doing a lot of work internally about what we're seeing and expectations, and we'll likely come back to you on the implications to that in the program and delivering the projects that we currently have underway. As I mentioned, the continued use of Garvey bonds in the 6-year program time period, we'll be coming back on that. I believe it was last month you adopted some VTrans strategic actions. Some of those items may cost the department some additional funding that is not in our current assumptions, and so we're going to work on cost estimates there and figure out what's the proper source of funding for those initiatives. There's also some items in the General Assembly session that may have budgetary impacts on the department. Governor Northam proposed pay raises for the employees. To give you some perspective, a full 10% increase to classified salaries for the department is a $60 million impact to VDOT. Most of that is absorbed through project activity, but it is absorbed in our maintenance program as well as all of our other administrative programs. We have not moved forward with that and generally don't adopt an assumption around that until the spring after the General Assembly session. We also want to take a look at that evaluation of city streets. That will be a significant investment to do that evaluation of all the roads that we don't take care of, and so we're going to take a look at that. And as I mentioned, the proposed investments in trails, if the General Assembly moves forward with that larger investment in '23, we will be reflecting that in the assumptions. That concludes my prepared remarks, and I'll be happy to take any additional questions.
Any comments? Mr. Merrill.
Sorry, this is a lot to digest in a short period of time, but I was trying to reconcile your earlier presentation, which we just discussed with the roughly $4.7 billion of additional construction, with the revised forecast of the 6-year improvement plan, which shows a $2 billion negative adjustment. Can you help me get my head around?
So there is a significant amount of funding in the current fiscal year that we're in today.
Right.
That significant state uplift and federal uplift, most of the state, when you move forward in '23 as your starting point, you lose the impact of that significant uplift. In addition, the construction program as a whole has over $950 million in the current fiscal year in terms of planned dollars that is not in '23. It's considered one time. The coronavirus relief money we got when President Trump was in office, the initiative funds from last session, the addition of the initiative funds from this session, and the PTF that you just adopted of $344 million just last month.
When I was looking at the distribution, you're right, in the first year, the 22 coming off, but it looked like the delta was only about $700 million from what the out years had been. And that's what I was trying to understand, the big buckets of fund.
Sure. I mean, we assume a significant amount related to the construction of the tunnel. And so those funds that are coming from HR TAG to support the construction, you lose a full year of construction, which is a substantial amount of money. I think it's $700 million in '22.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Smoot.
Laura, you made reference, I believe, to about $5 billion moving to the, quote, 3 regions. What is that?
The regional authorities, the Northern Virginia Transportation.
It's the authorities then.
HR TAG, yes, sir. Those funds flow through VDOT to get to the authorities. As a state revenue source, we pay those funds out.
Okay, then the authorities decide how to use those funds?
Yes, sir. And if they return as highway projects that the department administers, they'll come back into as a accounts receivable item for us, included in these assumptions as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, thank you.
David Jackson, and I think you've been waiting all day too. You should talk to Mike Fitch though.
Thank you for
Welcome.
your time this afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary and members of the board. So I'm here today to present on the Multi-Use Trails Policy Workgroup Initiative. This initiative was developed by the 2021 General Assembly, and on the next slide focuses on developing and convening a work group led by the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment to coordinate recommendations on multi-use trails across the Commonwealth. These were the members of the work group. We started this process back August of 2021 and met with this work group 4 times. On the next slide, the Task of the work group, as indicated through the legislation, was to tackle 3 primary topics on multi-use trails: prioritization, master planning, and funding needs assessment. Later this week, we will be submitting the findings of that report to the General Assembly. So what I'm providing you today are some of the highlights of that report, and you'll be able to see all those details as that report is finalized. Our team worked with OIPI, a number of stakeholders, including national experts, statewide, regional, and local officials, as well as a number of peer states, to understand the best path forward to comprehensively planning for multi-use trails in Virginia. Next slide, please. So the starting point of this analysis was to first understand what is a multi-use trail. We use this term a lot. It's been talked about quite a bit today. The legislation did not identify a multi-use trail or define it, so we focused on 3 primary aspects. All 3 of these have to exist for a trail to be considered multi-use. It needs to serve non-motorized users. Those are people on foot, bicycle, wheelchair, or horseback. It needs to fall predominantly in its own right-of-way, which that can be a utility corridor, a former rail line. It can also be within a roadway right-of-way, either alongside the roadway or on the road, but separated from vehicle traffic. And it should also meet VDOT design standards, both for accessibility, consistent with the American with Disabilities Act, as well as the definition of shared use path. So it must be hard surface and ensure a minimum width for safe 2-way operation. Next slide, please. There are, of course, a number of great examples of multi-use trails across the Commonwealth. Each of these pictures indicate all 3 aspects of that definition I just covered. It is, of course, important to know, for example, the Virginia Creeper Trail is a softer surface, but it's a hard-packed surface with some paved sections in low grades, enabling that ADA access. Next slide, please. So what we did next was conduct an assessment of what are multi-use trails, where are they, how do the multiple agencies involved in planning and delivery fund and implement. So the key finding: no single agency oversees or manages trails in the Commonwealth. This was an obvious conclusion and one we reached early in the process. VDOT and DCR responsibilities overlap on many trails. VDOT focusing on transportation uses, DCR obviously on recreation. And then DRPT plays a role in multi-use trail development through coordination with railroads on rails to trails projects. It's also important to note Virginia has a number of very successful and long-standing regional organizations that support multi-use trail implementation, as well as marketing and maintenance. That includes the Capital Trails Coalition and Metro DC, as well as the Roanoke Valley Greenway Commission. Next slide, please. This map gives you a quick indication of the scope of trails across the Commonwealth currently. This is from VDOT statewide bicycle facility inventory, which tracks over 1,300 miles of shared use paths across the Commonwealth, as well as the 3 designated U.S. bike routes and the East Coast Greenway that runs somewhat parallel to the I-95 corridor. The map also indicates the 140 or so odd miles of planned priority regional trails we've already talked a little bit about today: Shenandoah Valley, Eastern Shore, and Fall Line, that are continuing to build out that statewide system. Next slide, please. So another thing we investigated is trail funding. As you note, a big part of the General Assembly's request was to look at a funding assessment. VDOT and DCR fund trails through a number of different dedicated federal and state programs that leverage regional and state sources as well as local contributions. It's important to know that none of those programs standalone are uniquely focused only on multi-use trails. So for example, within transportation alternatives, VDOT is funding a number of different types of investments, including multi-use trails. Multi-use trails are competing for high priority projects and district grants program projects through Smart Scale, along with all other multimodal investments. And then for DCR, the Recreational Trails Program and the Land and Water Conservation Fund are both very comparatively small pots of money compared to transportation sources that are spread across a number of investments in state and national parks here in Virginia. Next slide, please. So the overall finding from the assessment hit 4 primary conclusions that will shape the recommendations I'll share with you in a moment. That lack of a single agency oversight, part of that issue has also created a lack of a single vision or structure of a comprehensive plan for multi-use trails across the Commonwealth. There is no sustained trail funding source uniquely for trails. As indicated, a number of programs successfully fund trails. Multi-use trails have done very well in prior cycles of smart scale. This lack of a sustained trail funding source can lead to missed opportunities for partnerships with localities and certainly leveraging federal grant opportunities. Longer regional trails are difficult and challenging to fund. As indicated through some of the prior conversations, those large commitments of money has long-term economic development benefits for the Commonwealth, particularly in the regions that those trails will traverse. You've also seen trails like the Virginia Creeper Trail in Southwest Virginia and other trails have real economic impacts in rural areas of the state. There's also an incomplete data set on trails. While there's a lot of information being collected by VDOT on the condition of these assets, on use, it's not all aggregated in a single location, allowing for better planning and coordination with locals on trail needs. Next slide, please. So now I move to the recommendations from this report that will be hopefully made public later this week. As indicated, 3 primary recommendations that support and balance what we heard from our meetings with stakeholders, with the working group, and with those that we worked on this process. First is establishing a state trails office or staffing the existing Office of Outdoor Recreation. That recommendation suggests ramping up to as many as 5 full-time equivalents through FY 2023 and beyond to conduct the next recommendation, the State Trails Plan, initiating this plan over the next year or so, led by this office in coordination with the roles, continuing responsibilities of VDOT, DCR, and the existing State Trails Advisory Committee, which is codified by the Code of Virginia. And then lastly, implement the State Trails Program. This addresses the funding need. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment, but that commits a recurring annual amount, increasing over time, consistent with increases in costs of trails, to implement grant programs to help fund more trails across the Commonwealth on a routine, regular, annual basis. Next slide, please. So for the State Trails Office, the role of this office is to coordinate the State Trails Program, as I just talked about. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment, and to really be the single location to facilitate coordination with trail partners and stakeholders. What this office does is not take away necessarily responsibilities from VDOT or DCR. They will still have roles in implementing, maintaining, designing, delivering trails. What it will do instead is develop strategic direction for trails across the Commonwealth, institute an implementation policy, leverage those existing state resources at VDOT and DCR, coordinate investments, and report on progress. It also will look to market multi-use trails and find ways to represent the true economic benefits and public health benefits of these trails to the Commonwealth. Next slide, please. The next recommendation, developing a state trails plan. The conclusion from the working group was that this is really a critical first step in identifying and prioritizing multi-use trails across the Commonwealth. A state trails plan creates a unified vision, defines the multi-use trail potential system, initiates a trails master planning process that localities can participate in, establishes standards and data, helps create a process to prioritize multi-use trail investments. And when we say prioritize, that doesn't mean prioritize differently than smart scale or other prioritization processes. It means identify the best trails that can compete in those existing funding programs. Next slide, please. And then the final recommendation regarding the State Trails Program. The purpose of this program is to enhance planning practice and develop consistent standards and leverage resources to advance these types of projects. One of the key findings of the effort was that a number of rural governments do not have the resources to plan, deliver, implement these types of trails in their jurisdictions. So developing a grant program to help those jurisdictions participate in trail planning and build multi-use trails in their jurisdictions, supporting a statewide system, is critical. It helps leverage existing sources, and a critical part of these 3 grant programs, planning, construction, and maintenance, is that it helps potentially leverage all the new federal funding through the IIJA that will also be supportive of multi-use trails in the Commonwealth. Next slide, please. And this is the last slide of my presentation. So there were a number of things that have changed as we've reached the end of this process and developed this final report. We've talked a lot about the 2021 revenue increases and how that money is proposed to potentially go support the 3 primary trails, Fall Line, Shenandoah, and Eastern Shore, as well as the proposed budget discussion earlier this afternoon. We've heard from the IIJA funding and grant opportunities, including transportation alternatives, the carbon reduction program, some other grants in IIJA that can go support multi-use trails. And of course, there is a new public lands initiative co-sponsored by the U.S. Department of Transportation and Department of Interior focused on better access to national parks through trails, with those 2 agencies coordinating. The report will help reinforce the importance of those recommendations happening in the background and create urgency to implement. And then, of course, this goes to the General Assembly for their consideration over this session and future sessions to decide on how to execute these recommendations and push forward. So that concludes my presentation, Madam Secretary. I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hines.
Thanks for this. We've been anxiously awaiting it, so it's really nice to have it. I have a reaction to the very first recommendation, which is the State Trails Office or the Office of Outdoor Recreation. And I'm from Nova, and if you place trails under outdoor recreation, it's treated differently than if you acknowledge that trails are actually a commuting route, our way to the grocery store, that daily life happens, not just recreation. And so that's my caution. We've been dealing with people's perception, some General Assembly members' perception that they're just for recreation. And they really, in my region, perform a much more complex function. So I just offer that as a caution. If we really want them to be part of our transportation network, then we can't say they're just for recreation. And we have to also build into the program, in a time of snow, the fact that you can't decide that you're never going to plow the trails and that sun is going to always be the solution. In my community, you know, I'm trying to remember the number now, something like 6,000 people cross the Key Bridge into Georgetown on foot or on bicycle every single day. Many, many, many of them are doing that with trails as their way in. If they didn't have that trail, they'd be in their car. So I think we have to position this as a transportation asset that has multiple uses. Some of them are for recreation, some of them are for commuting, some of them are for daily life. So that's just my overwhelming first reaction. And then the second thing I would offer is people don't understand how important they are to the network because we're really bad at counting how many people are actually using them. And so I would love to see either us have a policy or there be an overall acknowledgement that every time we enhance a trail, every time we build a trail, we're going to put counters in so that we can, when challenged, say, yes, and here's how many people use them. In Arlington, you can see the commuting peaks in the counters, and you can see the midday people going to lunch. And that is just it's a demonstration of the importance of the network. And I worry if we don't do that, you know, we're just going to always be fighting this battle of these aren't important. And they are, for what it's worth.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Hines. I will say that the report is not specific on the location of that office. It does highlight the fact that having a standalone office has value because it creates an impetus for the staff in that office to focus exclusively on that job of promoting multi-use trails, whereas the work that VDOT and other agencies are doing on trails are also balanced with a lot of other needs that they're addressing. So
I do understand that point. I'm just worried we're going to end up with it if it ends up in the Office of Outdoor Rec. we're gonna end up with
So
a
is it
product.
possible before it's submitted to the General Assembly to change its name?
Absolutely. Yes, we're actively working to refine it in the coming days.
I just
Yep.
think Ms. Hines' point is very valuable. I naturally, because, you know, you have natural resources and transportation contributing to this, you know, my hope was that it would be in VDOT, and, but I think the name, even though you haven't determined the location of it, should reflect more of its utility than outdoor recreation. I think that's just a really great point. And it's not been submitted yet, right? So,
I have a question too.
Mr. Yates.
Aren't we creating a pedestrian trail across the new Long Bridge?
Head Bridge.
What will that go under? Because that would be a huge commuting trail also.
Oh, yes.
So what would that go under?
Well, we haven't, and you're right, it would have, it would support a lot of commuter traffic between DC and Arlington. We actually, while this has not been finalized, expect that DC would own it and maintain it, but that's still subject to
Well,
a
that's still
future
being
agreement.
Only touches down.
We're trying to figure that out. It's still TBD.
But
Yeah.
again, that's another commuter thing more so than recreational. We've got to
And in fact,
think about it.
it's a critical piece of the whole project. So
Yeah.
it wasn't an addendum, it was a part of the negotiations, so.
Right, it's been I mean, we're hearing it on American Legion Bridge too. There has to be a way for bike
Exactly.
and ped to get
Exactly.
across for both commuting and recreational reasons, so.
Secretary?
Are we're not voting on, well, we're informing the board before it gets submitted, right, Nick? That's the process. We don't have anything to vote on, but it would be great if you all could think, when you do think of a name, to maybe just let the board know. Or I'm sure they'd be willing to take some suggestions.
I got a suggestion. He says establish state trails office
Okay,
or
shocking.
staff the office of outdoor. He said establish a state trails office. Why do you need an office of outdoor recreation when you already have established a state trails office?
That office already exists, right?
Yes, so that office already exists, and I think it has similarities to what this.
So there is a state trails office?
There's an Office of Outdoor Recreation.
Oh, okay.
And within what department?
Yeah.
I believe it's Commerce.
That's my second question. What department do they report to?
So let me be very clear in case we've given the wrong impression. If the report happens to say it should be the Office of Outdoor Recreation, I assure you I will delete those words prior to its submittal. I believe what we were trying to say out of an abundance of respect to other secretariats is that we're not saying what office it should or shouldn't be. There is an existing office that's out there. Ms. Hines, your point is extremely well taken. The Office of Outdoor Recreation, Mr. Dotson, to your specific question, as I understand it, which is maybe an inch deep, so that's my way of saying I could be telling you something incorrect. I believe it's under the Office of the Secretary of Commerce and Trade, which is neither of the two secretariats that were on the work group of this thing here. So if you want to make a variety of points on that, noted, taken, accepted, excuse me. And so I think the broader point is in the states that had successful broader regional trail networks, there was an entity that was the person in charge of kind of spearheading that planning process, and so that was a best practice that we think is appropriate. Madam Secretary, we hear the point that the person who also then has the money to build the things perhaps might be a great place to vest said planning responsibility, because it would be a real mismatch to have the person who has no money doing a bunch of planning and the person who has the money saying, I don't like these plans. And so, you know, they should probably be in the same type of place. And so we will make sure the report notes some of those key important factors, and that these trails are both transportation and recreation, or at the very minimum, just transportation. So all very good points.
So with the TAP program coming up.
Yep.
Who would that go under? Still under this board, or go to this?
Oh, no, so nothing in this report. One, this report is a report. It is recommendations to the Assembly. What this report is really saying, because this report was specific, and again, we didn't create the charge for the report.
Gotcha.
The General Assembly created the charge. And what they were looking at was regional multi-use trails. That is the specific term in the Appropriations Act that we were tasked to explore. I think what I would say, back to the point you're raising, Mr. Dotson, is the TAP program is extremely successful at funding small segments of trails and small bike and ped improvements. But if you want to build a 15-mile trail, the TAP program isn't going to do it for you unless you wait for 15 rounds of TAP, which is to say approximately more governors than there have been since the program was created in '91. So this is kind of saying, on this one type of animal that the Assembly has asked us to figure out how we can get more of, we need somebody kind of thinking about these things more broadly, and today nobody is specifically in charge of that, so there's disparate efforts. You need some sort of kind of dedicated funding for it, and we're saying that that funding should be separate and different than the base TAP program. You may recall, though, that in, I believe it was December, we recommended taking the incremental increase in the TAP program above what has been assumed, which would be about $55 million, and using that to jumpstart some sort of multi-use regional trails program. The discussion at that time, and I believe Mr. Brown raised some other potential uses for those funds, is that was an idea for you guys to chew on, and I suspect that you, with the benefit of the next administration, will discuss and adjudicate with whoever is here to adjudicate those things with you.
So Nick, you're talking about a multi-jurisdiction trail. For example, we did one on the Eastern Shore, 49 miles compared to a mile and a half one in Danville. So you're talking about a longer project.
And it doesn't have to be multi-jurisdictional. I think often they are. I think it's just the point is that the economic development benefits, the tourism benefits, and other things come when it is a trail of some scale that then in and of itself, one, can serve transportation purposes, but also can be an attraction and other things of that nature. So like the WO&D Trail in Northern Virginia is both a commuter route and attracts people to that trail and to the region. And so the Fall Line Trail in Richmond, I think they're hoping that will be a similar
Like Appalachian Trail similarity. For example, Appalachian Trail extends obviously multiple states. This would be multiple localities. Could be. Could be,
but in a really big locality, like Fairfax County or Loudoun County, are very, very large in size, and so it may not always be that, is what I would say back. But yes, generally, it would probably extend beyond one or two boundaries.
You'd also hope that it could be a source of funding for missing links.
Yes.
Connecting two trails together in a way that didn't exist before, or filling
And I think if in the report, which has a lot more details about the planning, like that is one of the things it talks about on the planning side, is today we hear people say they're missing links, but no one's studied the various trails to look at okay, if there's one missing link, are there 10? And if you have more than one, which one is actually of greater utility to advance? And so that's a big part of what that kind of plan is intended to do, because we've never done it. So it's kind of hard to prioritize where best to put those types of things if you haven't looked at them all.
I would say so many opportunities, but certainly making trails a priority. And that's what, I think the investments and this study is doing. Right, Mr. Jackson? We're making it a priority, and there's many questions, but I would really recommend we change the name before we submit it. That's all.
And Madam Secretary, I would just add, it's also designed so that, this is a boost to trails overall.
Yes.
So that they can compete better in smart, they can be entered into smart scale, they can compete for regional funding. This 20 million isn't meant to be a cap. It's a launching pad for
Correct.
other kinds of investment.
There's investments in the budget, and then the investments for the regional trails. So we were trying to find a way to make smart investments now as we build out a program. Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Secretary.
And I think Mr. Smoot, did you want to speak to?
Go ahead, and I'll follow.
I would just like to echo Mrs. Hines' comments and your comments. I think it'd be a fatal mistake to not have this part of the Department of Transportation, because I think of trails as being a mode of transit. They interlock with bicycle, they interlock with cross-commuter pathways, and also when you think about planning highway projects, road projects, bridge projects, how can trails be incorporated into the gestalt of the mindset of people who are planning these? I also think from a funding standpoint, we've already got Transportation Alternative Smart Scale, which is already coming through the Transportation Department, And I worry if it would be carved out, it could be like the stepchild that never gets any attention.
So, Mr. Earl, just so you know, I feel like you.
They're afraid that all the hell they're gonna sue me for poison. Roundup, all the other BS.
The only secretariat that had trails, and that we might want to have that discussion. And so I kind of took, could Mr. Smoot ask his question really quick?
Compromise for that. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we don't say anything about a particular office that may or may not currently exist in the code, that may not capture all the things that we're hoping to do with these trails. But I think we can clearly state in the report in bold words that the Commonwealth Transportation Board believes strongly that it would make sense for the planning and funding to be aligned within a single secretariat and agency, which I think clearly answers and states the preference of this body and would be a factual statement. Yes. I know he's going to be excited.
Let him take credit for it.
Is it correct that this report does not provide a process, procedure, or whatever through which those who wish to seek funding for a trail can bring that forth?
Madam Secretary, to Mr. Smoot's question, what I would say is this report talks about how, and provides recommendations to the General Assembly about how they could set up such a thing. There is no money today for such a thing. So it doesn't tell them how to do it, but it tells the Assembly, if you're going to do this, here are the suggestions on how you set it up. Today, that beyond those three general fund trails that exist, there is no dedicated funding in an ongoing basis or on a one-time basis for that matter, with the, again, the exception of those 3 trails I mentioned earlier, for multi-use regional trails. Yeah. So we don't tell people how to go get after that money. We tell the Assembly, if you want to do this, here's how you could.
But I have a feeling of having come in the middle of a movie. There's $200 million being proposed in this budget for 3 trails. There's another, 10 or 20 some million related, something like that, to trails.
Well, that's the same 3 trails, but yes.
It's the same, that's the same money, okay. But what about all the other groups across the Commonwealth who have trails that they're interested in? Who's told them? I mean, is the message here just to go find a sympathetic legislator and try to get a line item appropriation?
I think the message is to set up a program where all across Virginia, people could apply for it. But so that's the purpose, is to kind of begin to set that up. You create this office, so there is a commitment to this, right? You have a dedicated office to it, the grant program that would be set up, and then how you fund it. I think Mr. Jackson was pointing out the way things are currently arranged, it's been very difficult to fund. I also asked about how that was going to happen, and that is yet to be determined. I think we're making a priority, or at least, Mr. Jackson, I think your recommendation to us as the consultant on this, make it a priority, create an office, set up a grant program. We have some base funding, and we have the TAP program, but we need to find out how we can create a dedicated source and make long-term strategies to develop the trail program. The other funding were one-time funds, and so there was I'm not sure how it was presented in the General Assembly, but these multi-jurisdictional regional trails were a priority. So getting some one-time funding to that, and then how do we develop the program? And that's something that this board, working with Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment, or you're going to develop, just like we did with Smart Scale, develop the program for how this is going to work.
Madam Secretary, if I may, in the budget, not this most recent governor's budget, there was $5 million for Rails to Trails programs, focused on the 3 long trails that we're developing, and all 3, I think, are still developing. And then it went to the Senate, and the Senate said, let's use $40 million, and let's allocate 17.5 to 2 specific rail trail programs, and we'll use $2.5 million to get to the 40 for 2 other rail trail developing programs. And then it went to the House, and the House said, well, let's use $10 million, and then let's have OEP do a study. And that's this particular study. And for one, I recognize that most of the work that's been done in the development of rails to trails has been done through VDOT, through the office that John Bolacek oversees. I know with respect to the Eastern Shore Rail Trail, there was an ask of $1 million for the feasibility study that was, again, administered by VDOT with consultants on the outside to look at that particular rail trail. And there are other trails that are doing the same thing, using the facilities within VDOT to do the studies to see what is possible for those particular rail trails. At the same time, we've got an issue that where we've got right-of-ways, the old railroad right-of-ways seem to be the major vehicle through which the longer trails are viable. There are a number of different ways that the existing trails are currently owned and currently operated and currently funded. One, for getting the trail originally built, and two, to be able to do the maintenance. As an example, the Eastern Shore Rail Trail is immediately adjacent to Route 13. It's flat, and probably 70% of the rail trail would be immediately adjacent to Route 13. And there's a possibility that VDOT may be in a very good situation to be able to maintain the trail. They've got all the equipment and what have you. I'd like to see the focus be within the VDOT organization for planning and for working through the process. There's no question that if you have a long trail and you're going to try and do something with smart scale, you're going to have to break it up into segments, into individual communities. And I think most people recognize that TAP, without the additional funding for rail trails, has a limited capacity in terms of the individual projects, because most of them are made within about $1.5 million or maybe $2 million in the individual programs that are awarded within the TAP program. And that doesn't take you very far down the road if it's going to cost $500,000 to $700,000 a mile to put in a trail, which is effectively what the costs are today to be able to do that. So I'm very positive about having the study. I'm positive about the general recommendations. I think it ought to be focused in one place. I don't necessarily have a particular name at this point, but I'll think about it. And I just welcome the discussion about something that is recreational, but at the same time economic development. And I can tell you that for all the trails that I know of, if they go through, if they're a railroad trail, they either terminate or they begin in a town, and they pass usually through other towns, and there are places there for massive economic development. So
I think part of it, because very funny, Mr. Jackson, I said, okay, where is it going to be housed? How are we going to fund it? We're all very consistent, I think, in our approach to this, but in fairness to how this is being presented, I believe you all really wanted a collaborative approach because we have commerce and trade and we have natural resources. So this is not just us, and we have to and want to get buy-in from other secretariats. So I just say that to you, that there are opportunities, and how can we do this in a collaborative way? And that's to be continued. So we didn't love to have finished this, but
we will
again,
add
opportunities.
And we will definitely add the statement about the board's policy position regarding the location of the office.
Yeah, well, and I think you could say that from, and I will also say DRPT is also involved in trails. So there's a lot. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here and waiting all day. We will break, and so will you just kind of give the...
Yes, I sent everybody an email. Dinner tonight is at Bookbinders. The shuttle's going to leave.
Good morning, everybody. We are going to resume the workshop from yesterday. It's action-packed, a long meeting yesterday. I can't tell you how happy you all looked every time I said, let's take a break, to walk around. Russ Dudley, you're here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. Hope everybody's doing well this morning. First presentation is a follow-up. It is not this presentation, it is the EDA presentation, but I can do this if we'd like.
We could take them out of order.
We can take that out of order. That is fine. So let me get settled here since this is a different order. So this presentation will kick off this year's Transportation Alternatives Program selection process for the board. For those that are new to the process, we begin this selection process with our district members and then move on to the at-large and secretary selections in March. I'll go over more detail of the schedule here at the end. You also have a packet of information in front of you should have gotten yesterday. You will also get that electronically, and I'll go through that here in a little bit. It contains all your scorecards for all the projects, and again, I'll go through the details of that. It's a little new this year. Next slide, please. So I want to give a little program overview just for folks that are new to the program or it has been a while. Just to note that everything I'm going to go over here is pre-IIJA, so the money and some of the requirements. This is a current, it's not IIJA. There aren't many changes, but just to inform you that that's what I'm talking about. FHWA does make funding available for 3 broad categories: transportation alternatives activities, safe routes to schools activities, and we have a little new thing this year on that, and I'll go over in a minute, and recreational trail programs, mandatory set-aside, and that goes to the Department of Conservation and Recreation. It's about $1.5 million a year. There are 10 eligible transportation alternative activities. The legislation provides that 50% of the funds that we receive as a state be distributed based on population. Most of that goes to the MPOs, but we do have 2 other population areas that we need to fund. District CTB members by policy get $2 million per biennial cycle, so that's $1 million per year to cycle, and then the funding that is left over is used by the at-large members and the secretary for additional selections. We'll remind you that the Transportation Alternatives Program is an 80-20 program, and localities are required to provide the 20% match. Of course, they can always provide more money to the project. So next slide, please. These are the eligible categories under the TA activities. Most of our projects fall under 1, 2, 3, or 6. We generally don't get applications for the other categories. Number 2 overlaps a bit with the Safe Routes to School infrastructure program, except that those projects are specifically limited to projects that are within 2 miles and serve a K through 8 school. Next slide, please. And Mr. Brown asked a question last month about bus shelters, and they are eligible under this program. We just have never funded any bus shelters under this program. The Safe Routes to School program also has a non-infrastructure element to it. The non-infrastructure element is also eligible for our TAP funding and includes funding activities such as educational activities to support walking and biking to school, safety assessments associated with walking and biking to school, and it will also fund Safe Routes to School coordinators at school boards in schools. Up until 2012, Safe Routes to School the program was funded separately, and the non-infrastructure program has been managed by our Transportation, Mobility, and Planning Division with funding that has been provided up through 2012. So basically, surplus funding has been funding this program. This year, that funding has run out. So since they are eligible activities under the TA program, we allowed localities to submit applications for these projects in our application process. We received 5. We received 2 in Hampton Roads, 1 in Nova, 1 in Culpeper, and 1 in Richmond. So I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a few minutes, just to give you a little more information on that. And we are currently evaluating how we're going to continue funding that program in the future, because it is an important program. Next slide, please. Our application wrapped up October 1, and last year we worked very, very closely with our districts to evaluate these applications. We really focused this year on ensuring projects had very specific scopes of work, and that their estimates and budgets were reasonable. We've had some issues with that in the past. We've also been particularly focusing on the ability of our localities that are requesting to do these projects to actually deliver these projects on time and on budget. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. So this year we received 126 final applications requesting close to $120 million, and we have approximately $44 million to distribute. That's across the whole state. So we've got about a little less than a 3-to-1 ratio of requests for funding available. So this does continue to be a pretty popular program. And as I mentioned, all these allocations are pre-IIJA. So next slide, please. A little more detail on our applications. I will point out that we did screen out a total of 20 applications, and that's part of our more diligent efforts this year to make sure projects were not only eligible but were ready to go. And then we had several applicants just decide before they got to the full application to not submit their applications. So just FYI, that's relatively high. We generally don't screen out that many projects. So next slide, please. Just gives you another perspective of where the projects are coming from. Richmond generally gets the most projects, followed by Nova and Hampton Roads. However, this program is very popular across the entire state. If you look at the total project cost for all the applications is $214 million. So pretty good. Next slide, please. So to help you in your selection process, you have an application package at your seats. It was this blue folder. We will also send this out electronically, and it will be on the CTB website for the public to see. District staff also has all this information, and they will reach out to you over the next week or two to help you go through your selections. And this is for the district members right now. We'll get to this at large here in a few minutes. You actually have 6 pieces of information in your packet. The one that's not listed here is just a summary of the applications. But the most important piece in your package is the scorecard. It contains all the eligible applications. It contains the scores of those projects and various pieces of information to help you make an informed decision on your selections. You have the current CTB Transportation Alternative Selection Policy and a list of the current TAP projects across the whole state. It's listed by district. So you can see all the projects, what status they're in. We thought that'd be good to have. And then you have a contact list of folks on my staff. Of course, you'll have district folks that will be supporting you, but if you have any questions at all, you're always welcome to call me or anybody on that staff. So next slide, please. If you'd like to, you can open up the bound packet, the bound piece of the document that's in that and follow along. You don't need to, but I will go over the scorecard. This is the first year we've had this sort of scorecard for the board. It is a notch above anything we've done in the past, and I want to first acknowledge Terry Short, who is my new federal programs coordinator, for doing this. He spent a lot of time putting this scorecard together, and it looks fantastic. So I'll go over a little bit of what's in the scorecard, but in that packet of scorecards, you'll see a table of contents, tell you what's in there. You'll see a little synopsis of how to read a scorecard, and I'll go over that here in a few minutes. And at the beginning of each district's projects, you'll see a list of applications in order of the score per district, and then you will also see how their score matched up statewide. So while we work with the district staff to score these applications, all these projects are eligible for funding, so you are not bound by the priority scores that we provide. You can select whichever projects you'd like. Our scores are really intended for you to make informed decisions. Every district that has a non-infrastructure project, say Russell School project, will see those projects first in their, by district, and they are highlighted in blue across the top. So you will see those first. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the scorecard. It's basically divided into 4 parts. The first is the application ID, which we get from the SMART portal. All these projects have to go through the SMART portal. The top section includes the title, of course, the project description verbatim from the applicant, the locality or organization that's requesting the funding, and the district that the project is in. The green area includes the project description provided by, the green area contains the project description provided by the applicant, the location map, and whether or not the project is eligible for funding within one of our NPO areas. The blue highlighted area provides additional information on how the project scored. There you will find a total merit score for the project, the rank of the project within the district and statewide, so you're getting a good perspective of how this project fell as far as scores across the whole state. And that'll be particularly important when we get to the at-large members. And you will see the requested funding and the total cost of the project in that section. We score the project based on 3 broad categories. I'll give you a little more details here in a few slides. Project funding, project benefit, and readiness. And these bar charts in that section show how the project did in each one of those categories. So we're giving you a lot of detail this time. You've never had this sort of detail in the past. If the project has previously received TAP fundings, it will also get a priority score. You see that in the middle, in the yellow. It'll be scored 1 to 6. And what that means is how closely to construction is the project. So if it gets a 1, it is ready to go, and all it needs is this money to go to construction. If it's a 6, it is still very, very early in project development and is likely a few years out before they reach construction. And finally, the bottom area provides additional project details and notes that you may find helpful when you evaluate these projects. I will point out that you will see some adjustments or deductions in points on some of these projects. And this is based purely on the locality's past performance on their projects that they've been delivering. So they can get a deduction of up to 80 points. And this is based on things like, for the past 5 years, have you had to pay back any money to the federal government because of some regulatory violation? We look at, are you missing your times, as far as you're scheduling your ad dates? We look at, are you extending beyond 4 years? Our policies require ask you to get to construction within 4 years. So if you're missing that 4-year time frame, we've noted that here. So what I ask you to do, if you see a project and you would like to fund it and it has this deduction on here, just talk with the district and make sure we have a plan to make sure these localities have, what are we going to do to make sure that they get these projects done in a timely and efficient manner.
How many points can be deducted?
You can deduct up to 80. So the height.
That's 50 points deducted.
So 50, that's pretty significant. I'd have a conversation with the district about that. You can go up to 80. So if you've got 80, they've had significant issues. 50 is pretty, if they're down, I think the lowest is 20. That's probably just missed a few ad dates. So we're really focused on performance. We've talked about that here with the board in the past. We are laser focused on getting these projects done on time and on budget so that we can, keep this money rolling. Again, if anyone would like to see the specific score, we have those available, and we can go over any of the scores with any applicants, you folks, just anybody. So we're happy to do that. Next slide, please. You have the TAP selection policy in your packet, but here are the main points to that policy. Every project that you select must receive at least 50% of the funds requested in the application. This helps tremendously to keep the projects moving along. We used to be at 25%, and those projects barely moved. If the request is $200,000 or less, and that request fully funds the project, let's say they're ready to go to construction, they only need $200,000. We ask that you fully fund the project so they can just get moving. We do ask, if at all possible, fully fund the projects. Projects that are fully funded move much more quickly than projects that only get half the money they need. And as I mentioned a moment ago, our policy does require that these projects get to the construction phase within 4 years of their project's first allocation. They become subject to deallocation if they don't reach that. We'll reach out to you if they don't. We'll give them an exception. They'll give us a plan of action, and then they generally we give them a little extra time. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have 3 broad scoring categories. I'll go through these quickly. We look at funding, concept and benefit, and readiness. When we look at funding, we look to see if there's a good plan to fund the locality's match. Is it in kind or donations? Is it cash? Are they going to fund more money on top of the match to complete the project? When we look at concept and benefit, we look at things like, does it provide good connectivity to other modes of transportation? We do give extra points, and we've had a lot of conversation about this yesterday. Is it part of a broader multi-trail network? You give extra points for that. If it serves an underserved community or a distressed community, we give a few more points for that. And if the project is providing additional accessibility and safety amenities to the network. When we look at readiness, just like it sounds, is it ready to go? Do they have designers, consultants on board? Have they got a conceptual plan? Or is it just sort of a back-of-the-envelope type idea? Typically, those have been screened out, but if it's not ready to go, we score them lower on readiness.
Mr. Stan.
Yes, sir, Mr. Stan.
One of the criteria is a project-ready construction. What's the reason for a 4-year period to start construction? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Generally, because these projects are typically smaller projects, and each district board member gets $1 million per year, so we encourage folks to segment their projects if it's a large project. We don't want these projects to linger forever, so we think 4 years is a reasonable amount of time to get through design and then get to advertisement. Remember, construction begins at advertisement, so 4 years is a reasonable amount of time to get through that development and get to construction.
Mr. Dudley,
Yes,
would you give some examples of what's funded from this program?
So I have a whole list of things that are eligible.
Yes, but I think for people who've never done it,
Sure.
so you would understand why we can do this in 4 years.
Absolutely.
So-
Most of our projects are trails, are bike paths, are sidewalks. On occasion, these are the ones that take a little longer, like rehabilitation of historic transportation facilities. Those are the ones that take a little longer because they're not road types of projects. That's generally, sometimes it's just striping.
These are the smaller trails.
Yeah, sometimes it's just striking. We fund, like for Roanoke River Greenway, we have funded a great deal of that project. So, but they will take, ready for this piece, let me fund it. I'm ready for this piece, let me fund it. We don't want to put a whole lot of money out there and have it just linger. We have federal obligations for when the funding has to be spent, and it's just not good practice to let money
And
just
so
sit.
it's moved to every other year,
Yes, ma'am.
the program, and the CTB members get $2 million? So you have $1 million, so you have $2 million, and those are so you're thinking about the kinds of projects or segments you can fund with that. Because I could tell by how you asked your question, you're thinking, how in the world are we gonna get this done? But it's really one of the most fun, I think, programs that we have, because you really work with your district. You're gonna go on a lot of hikes, and you're gonna see,
Tunnels?
Pardon me?
Tunnels?
Tunnels, the Crozet Tunnel, we did that in segments. But it's just a terrific program. So this is something you can really enjoy with your district.
I've already met with the district about it.
Great.
We had $2 million just to deal out before, so.
I'll be happy to relieve you
Oh,
of
yeah,
that.
I understand that can be done.
So it is. It's a fun program. We do fund a lot of just interesting projects. I mean, previously, it's not eligible anymore. We funded a schooner, constructing a schooner. But that was earlier. That wouldn't be eligible anymore. But that was in a previous iteration of the program.
Madam Secretary, I had a question. Is there a detail on?
Go ahead. Are you able to award less than the request for each of the projects?
You have to give 50, the project has to receive 50% of the funding, so and there's the match. So can you do less than that?
Mr. Foltz, the policy is a minimum of 50%. We strongly encourage you fully funding the project. If we don't fully fund the project, oftentimes the locality, they don't know whether you're going to come back in 2 years and give them the rest of the money they asked for. Maybe there's a new board member that doesn't think their project is as important. Then, so they will, and if they don't complete the project, typically they have to pay the funds back. So they will slow roll it on purpose. They need to, because they don't want to get too far and then not have enough money to wrap it up.
If you award less than they request, for example, in Bristol District, there are 4 projects similar to this town of Bluefield, which, like, it's $4 million in request. Well, let's say I awarded the $2 million for those 4 projects, which still leaves, quite a deficit in what they need to do the project. What's the likelihood they're going to complete the project if you don't award?
So, Madam Secretary, Mr. Foltz, what we will find if you do not fully fund the project, oftentimes we'll see the applicant withdraw their application. So they will. So now Bristol has 4 projects, and you can fund 2. We just recommend you fund 2 fully fund. Prioritize, fully fund 2, and then we'll get to the other 2 next cycle. Is what we'll do. But yeah, that is one difficulty when we don't fully fund. Oftentimes we will see the applicants say, well, never mind, we can't.
Well, and I will also say that the districts receive funding, but the at-large members also have funding. And Mr. Folks, you might want to talk to a rural at-large member and try to demonstrate the value of the projects you're not funding to see if maybe you can collaborate and see if you can deliver the project. The secretary is going to have funding as well. And so we're always trying, when you look at the broad picture, we're really trying to fund these projects. It really affects the quality of life within communities, and we do a great deal. And this is one round. In 2 years, you'll get another. And so you're always kind of, you'll have
Carlos
2.
and I have done that.
Sorry?
We've done that in the Richmond district.
Yes, I think we all have collaborated, and Mr. Dudley's going to help us all see what we might need for a project to get done. So it's a very collaborative effort.
Yeah. Madam Secretary,
Mr. Brown.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
So one of the things that I would, and maybe this is different in other districts, but I typically will only fund 50% because I want to leverage the $2 million to $4 million. And I think the Richmond district jurisdictions understand that. And so in many cases, the expectation is I will help match so they can complete a project and they can extend the dollars, because I want to make sure that I'm able to spread the resources to all of the jurisdictions. And so in my case, if you can't bring 50%, then it's really kind of a non-starter, because I want to be able to leverage the dollars, right? So that $2 million becomes $4 million in projects because I'm able to leverage it. So that was the question, and this goes back to the presentation that Mr. Donohue made the other day, and in prior conversations we've talked about with regard to equity around transit. I don't see any transit, bus stop improvements, those kinds of projects in my list. Were the jurisdictions, were they aware that they could have applied for TAP funding for those types of initiatives this year? I'm curious.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Brown, we haven't emphasized shelters. You asked about bus shelters, and they are eligible. They are eligible in the past. We have not emphasized those items. Generally, it's we're focused on things that provide the actual connectivity to something else, but they are all eligible for this funding, and that is a focus for the board. We can certainly emphasize that in our training to localities that, hey, we have these are eligible items, so we can certainly do that. In the past, we have been more focused on trails, bike paths, pedestrians, safe routes to schools.
Right, and so in this instance, so I'm limited to what we have in front of us, but I know that there's been there's an equity study that's been done in the Richmond district. There is a lot of focus on the fact that, we have some, bus stops that are literally, on a very, very thin, narrow median on the side of the road where people could be at risk or what have you. And it's a shame to not have some opportunity to help address some of those, because some of them are fairly inexpensive, but there isn't a dedicated source of funding. So I don't know if there's any flexibility I have in this cycle to address any of that.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Brown, the federal law does require this to be a competitive process, so we couldn't just take a random project off the street and say, okay, let's fund that. It has to be part of a competitive process. So I think for this application cycle, and we have what we have. But if that's if that's an emphasis of the board, we will be happy to emphasize that in future application cycles.
Madam Secretary?
I know you had tried to get in Mr. Miller and Ms. Hines.
Hines.
Oh, just a really quick question, Mr. Dudley, actually. So we do have on each project the question, will it serve and benefit an underserved community? What is the definition of underserved community?
So I may have to refer to my program manager to give you some specifics, but we look at things like the distressed communities, and we looked at other agencies' definitions of underserved communities, whether it's low poverty rates or those sort of things. I'm gonna ask Terry Shore. Are you here? Can you, if it's okay, Madam Secretary, to bring Terry up and answer that question?
Sure.
Terry, could you give some details on the evaluation of the
Absolutely, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Yes, so there are essentially 5 ways in order to achieve an underserved population score. Particularly since we gave some focus and attention to that variable in the scorecards this round. There are 3 data-driven perspectives. One is census HUD data and their definition of physically stressed community. The second are the other 2 are through sister agency data from the Virginia Economic Development Partnership and their physical stress index, of which there are 2 tiers to that. And then the third is the Virginia Department of Education and their physical stress index of 4 or below. The other 2 go back to the application itself, and so if the applicant provided supporting data, evidence to that condition, we acknowledge that and gave them the score. And then the other is we geolocated every project onto a mapping tool that we created, and that if that project fell within a quarter mile of any of those data features, then we applied the score as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Folks, to the Secretary's Madam Secretary's earlier comments about collaborating, I don't think there's any restriction on collaborating outside urban and rural either. So an urban person could help you as well if they were inclined to. That's sort of up to them. There's no restriction there. I will tell you that in a previous term on the board, I was the guy who put the last money on the High Bridge Trail because I'd had a nice experience there in college, and I thought it was appropriate for me to do that. So I was an urban at large at that point, as I am now, but I did a rural project. So you can do that as well, and that's up to you to decide that. Thank you.
Secretary,
Secretary.
Secretary of Transportation designee, that's near Farmville. We might want to inform everybody it's near Farmville when you went to school at Hampton-Sydney. So that was where you were walking. That's a beautiful trail.
That's a beautiful trail.
Gorgeous.
Mr. Merrill.
Secretary, I just had 3 questions. One was the one that Mr. Miller just mentioned. So at-large rural can give money to at-large urban and vice versa. So no prohibits on that. My second question was, can you send us the detail on the criteria? I read that there are 3 categories, delivery, concept, and readiness, but there's detail behind that. And the third question I had was, in your earlier slides, you had that there was $13 million given to the MPOs and TMAs. Are those just the 3 MPOs? They're not all the MPOs in the state, are they?
me make sure I don't forget your request here. Madam Secretary, Mr. Merrill, so make sure I haven't forgotten your questions already. Regarding the funding, I apologize for not making it clear that funding can come from anywhere. Oftentimes the district members will work with the MPOs to fully fund a project. At-large members can work together. They can work with district members to fully fund projects. Or partially fund or provide the 50%. So the funding can come from anywhere. It does not have to be specifically you. And the at-large members make selections collectively. This was a little further down the presentation, but last cycle, it was in the middle of COVID. COVID had just hit when we had gotten to the at-large selections. Generally, we have a public meeting with all the at-large members and the secretary or secretary's representative, and we select the projects. Our first responsibility is to make sure we meet those population areas that are outside the MPO. So it's less than 5,000 and 5,000, 200,000. If the district member selections did not meet that population area, then we recommend to the at-large, we give the highest scoring projects that are in those population areas and say, hey, let's get these first. We have a regulatory requirement to meet those population areas. After we meet that, it's just a collective discussion of the advantages, disadvantages of every project, and we select the project. So oftentimes it is very, very collaborative with the MPOs and amongst the CTV board members. On the selection criteria, we can give you we'll send that selection criteria out to everyone. And I'm sorry, I lost the last question.
That you showed is allocated to the MPO TMA areas, 13.3 million of the 44.
So that is, Madam Secretary, Mr. Merrill, that is only to the MPOs that have transportation management areas. Those are the ones that have over 200,000 of populations. So
that's Richmond,
Cog, Fredericksburg, Richmond, Roanoke, Hampton Roads. I think I got them all.
Nova.
Cog. Nova. Okay. Where am I? Okay, the priority. I mentioned the priority status. So this is just to let you know if we've got an existing project coming back and asking for more money. Are they ready to go, or have they been? Really, it's telling you whether they've been sitting on the money and not spending the money. If it's a 6, it's because they have not been spending their money. They have not been moving. So probably not as important as someone that is ready to go to construction and needs a little bit of extra money to go. So that's what that priority scoring is. Next slide, please. So I talked about the non-infrastructure scoring criteria. We don't score it quite the same way. It's not the same thing. The scores are basically reflect how well prepared the school is to receive the funding and the more knowledge they have of their own needs. So, in other words, do they have an understanding of how many students walk and bike to school? Have they done that research? While salaries are eligible, the salaries for Safe Routes to School coordinators do not score as well as amenities for the students. So basic bike racks and those sort of things. Salaries are sort of down the line. So it's a different scoring criteria. We only have 5, and for those 5, if you're interested, we can give you more detail, and we have folks in our Transportation, Mobility, and Planning Division that can provide you more details on that. Next slide, please. You also have all the district summaries color-coded for where the project is in their stage. We just thought that would be interesting for you to know how many TAP projects do you actually have in each district. Everyone has all the summaries, so not just the at-large members. Next slide, please. So this is these are our next steps. So today you're receiving the packet, and again, you'll get that electronically also. We're asking for selections by the end of this month. It's always a quick turnaround. Our district staff already knows that we've already been instructed to reach out to all the district members and schedule some time for discussion. Once we get your selections, and oftentimes you will work with the MPOs if you're in an MPO area. They will reach out to you and say, hey, let's work on funding these projects. Sometime toward the end of February, we will get the district member selections to the at-large members, and I will provide a detailed instructional email to everyone on how we're going to work this. Like I said, last year we did not meet collectively. We basically just split the money up amongst all the at-large members. I'd like to get back to getting together in a meeting with the group. Typically, it's after the action meeting in March. And when we get those selections, and then we'll move on. We'll include those projects in the 6-year improvement program. They will be approved in June. Basically, that's the process. I know it seems like a lot for the new folks, but it's interesting projects, interesting program, fun projects, and we're always here to help guide you along. Questions?
What is LAD?
I'm sorry. That's the Local Assistance Division.
And now maybe I missed this. Are you going to send out the electronic spreadsheet that we normally use to make our selections?
Yeah, it was an Excel sheet before, I think.
Yeah, is that going to be a...
Ms. Valentine, Mr. Brett, this year we substituted that with the actual score sheets you see in the bound. So you will not receive an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, you will not receive an Excel spreadsheet. If you would like an Excel spreadsheet for your selections, I think we can do that. We can do that, Terry? Yes. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. So if that's a request, I tell you what, we'll put that together for everyone, a spreadsheet. And it may not get out today, but we'll get it out very soon.
That'd be great. Mr. Yates.
Just a quick question. You said the at-large members then will meet after the action meeting on the 16th of March. So we will know everybody else's choices by then, right? We'll have all the other choices and we'll be able to add or help them.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Yates, yes. That's the whole intent.
Get that a little in advance of that meeting, though? A little bit?
Yeah, Madam Secretary, we will get that information out to you hopefully 3 weeks or so in advance, into February, we hope. Sometimes we have some stragglers, not necessarily with the board members, but the MPOs are sometimes, that they're probably a little slower.
Thank you.
Mr. Dodson.
Just going to ask you, Russ, maybe missed it. When is the deadline to get information back to you?
Madam Secretary and Mr. Dodson, January 31st. That's
January what?
31st. That's the Monday.
End of the month.
End of this month.
So we won't go visiting the sites. We'll have to do it between now and January 31st.
If you'd like to visit the sites, I would definitely talk to the board, to your district folks, and they can get you. They can get you out there. If we need a little extra time, we're flexible. We're trying.
How flexible are you?
Do I have to answer that question? Yes.
These dates and writings, make sure everybody's got them if they don't already have them.
Secretary,
Yeah, but and we'll work with people to try to make it as good as we can.
Again, we try to be as flexible as possible.
Let's get all those pieces laid out in terms of schedule.
Sure, we can back up to the slide. Can you go back to the slide? The only date I don't have on here is the date that I would like to get the selections to the at-large members, and that would be
Early February?
Late February, probably mid-February.
Mid-February.
Because if I give a little more flexibility for the CTB members to give me theirs, that pushes that out just.
So y'all are going to be busy doing this for the next few weeks.
We are extremely busy going through these projects, and so yes.
Let's put a number on mid or late.
I will put a date. Yes, I will put a date.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Smoot.
Thank you. Russ, what's the total amount available for this program, this tranche of the program?
Madam Secretary, Dr. Smoot, this year this is pre-IIJA. There's been some discussion what we do with the uptick of the funding, but we have about $44 million.
How much?
$44 million. That includes the distribution by the MPOs. I have that on an earlier slide. Could we go back a couple of slides, please? Which one that is? A couple more. I realized it was this long. A couple more. Going.
Slide 6.
There you go. Thank you very much.
It was in your 2021 presentation.
There you go. So short of the 18 for the district members and approximately 13 for the at-large and the secretary for their
Okay,
selection.
so none of this will be allocated at the state level. It will be allocated those three places indicated there.
So, Madam Secretary, Dr. Sweet, this is just a illustration of how the money is distributed to the entities that will select the projects. So the MPOs that have TMA areas will get about $13 million. The district members by policy get $1 million per year, which is $2 million per cycle, because it's a biennial cycle, so that's $18 million. And the at-large and secretary by policy get whatever's left that doesn't belong in the other two categories. That'll be about $12.7 million.
Thank you.
Time, Mr. Dixon and I, we share the Crozet Tunnel. One opening was in Nelson, the other opening was in Stanton. And so we combined forces on the tunnel and then went and worked with our at-large members. So anyway, you can be very creative in getting this done.
I call it arm twisting, is what you did to me.
No. I don't think I got anywhere anyway. So anyway, it's going to be fun. Mr. Dodson.
One of our members become the Secretary of Transportation. Where is the money allocated to at-large for his position?
Well, we're going to let you know that on Monday.
Okay. I mean, serious procedure.
You'll have a new member.
Oh, we already got a new member.
Well, I don't know that, but I'm just saying
But
you'll eventually get it.
I know it will, but it won't be before, I don't know. It might be before middle of February or first, middle of March.
You're at large. We're all at large.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Secretary, that won't change because the at-large and the secretary have a combined amount.
Okay, thank you.
So we're
Okay.
We're going to let the current secretary as a going-away gift.
Oh my God, that would be so lovely. Okay, thank you.
Are you free this afternoon?
I am out of here. No.
Madam Chair,
Ms. DeTong.
Thank you, and I apologize for being late, and if you covered this earlier. Just a quick question regarding the non-infrastructure program. Is the funding for that in this pool, or is it a separate funding?
Madam Secretary, Ms. DeTong, prior to this legislation, so a few federal legislations ago called Safety Lou, it was a separately funded program, and our Transportation Mobility and Planning Division has been using basically leftover allocations from that funding program to sustain the non-infrastructure program over the years. That money is out. They've ran out of money. It is an eligible activity under our program, so we allow localities to submit as far as this application cycle. We are evaluating opportunities to continue some sort of funding for that program since it does not have a separate funding program, and it does provide some valuable projects. Ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to send out an Excel spreadsheet, you're going to send the dates, you're going to get a date in February, and Russ and his team are so helpful, so I would just say you will have a lot of support in getting this done. Okay, Mr. Dudley, you're up next again.
Am I still here? So could I get the economic development?
Mr. Williams, do you have a call you need to take?
Well, I've already told Mr. Dudley this morning that I was probably going to be quiet about this.
He promised not to ask me any questions.
Just checking if anybody wants to call him.
What should we call him? I misunderstood. I'm
Sure,
sorry.
I've been called worse, whatever you think, whatever you're thinking.
So, okay, there it is. That's the first slide. So last month I gave an overview with VEDP on our proposals for economic development access policy, for some revisions to that policy. We had some good conversation. We had a few questions, so I'm here today just to follow up on those questions and give you a little more information on what we have found out. So these are the questions, but I'll go through each one individually in the next few slides. So next slide, please. The first question we had was regarding our non-distressed localities. Recall, we're going to modify the capital investment requirements for distressed localities. Double distressed 3 times requirement, and single distressed 4 times the requirement. Today, it's 5 times the capital investment for everyone. And the question was, was about their ability to utilize the new maximum amount and whether localities were already obtaining enough capital investment to cover the additional $200,000 that they could get. And that means they need to get another $1 million because it's a 5-to-1 ratio. So we just went back for the last 5 years and looked at our those non-distressed localities that received the maximum allocation. So those are the ones maybe they could have gotten even more to see if they would have met the new capital investment requirements if they got the extra $200,000. So we found 5 localities that met that criteria, and we have documentation for their capital investment. We found that 4 of the 5 could have received the new maximum amount and easily met the capital investment requirements. The 5th locality, they just provided us enough capital investment documentation to cover their obligation. Likely there was more, but they were only required to give us 5 times. They're not required to give us more. To give you an idea of the amounts, because you were wondering how much more are people actually getting, one in Portsmouth gave us $6.5 million. Chesterfield was the one that gave us just the right amount at 3.29. Rockingham County, we had a project, they gave us $17 million in capital investment. One in Chesapeake gave us 7.85, and one in Augusta County gave us 4.37 million. So we're getting plenty of capital investment for these non-distressed localities. So next slide, please. So this wasn't a question that was specifically asked, but it's sort of a natural follow-up on that first question about non-distressed localities. So what about the distressed localities that are bonded and that had to pay us back? Would this new reduction in the capital investment would it help? So recall, we are under a moratorium right now for payback. So we had to go back quite a number of years to find localities that have paid us back. And we found 6 that kind of met this criteria. 4 provided us no capital investment. So they didn't get any eligible localities in their facility. So no policy is going to help that. 2 provided us prorated amounts because they did find an eligible entity or industry, but they didn't quite meet the capital investment requirements. But what we found of those 2 that gave us prorated amount, the new capital investment requirements would have relieved them of their obligation to repay. So it would have helped them. Regarding the other 4, we're hoping that our new emphasis on site readiness to make sure the project is ready to go will prevent or at least minimize those circumstances in the future. So.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Dudley, you said we're under moratorium on that. Does that mean that in the application we were under moratorium, or it just meant that if they fell into the category of needing to pay back, we said don't pay us back?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller. So this is today it is a legislative moratorium. I believe it's in the budget, in our budget, that no locality that would otherwise be required to pay us back due to lack of capital investment will not have to pay us back.
So my point would be, regardless of the moratorium, wouldn't we want to know that our policy, which is under a moratorium, would have required those to pay it back otherwise? Why would we not include that in the understanding? It seems to me if we have a policy, but we put piece of it on a hold under the moratorium, right, and they otherwise would be paying it back, then we'd want to know that in terms of making a policy change. Because the moratorium might go away, right? Nobody ever, am I off base here?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller, I understand the question. We didn't look at those localities that are, we have like 4, there's only 4, I think, or 5 that are still, falling under that category that are still kind of pending. And if those 4 or 5 have not provided us any money, in fact, I'll take that back. There is one that did provide us money, but they did not asked for the maximum, so we weren't really.
I guess
Let me go.
What I'm trying to say is that people apply for this. There were certain criteria they needed to meet. Some of them didn't meet it. The legislature said, regardless of your policy, you can't make them pay you back for now, or for now with these. But in terms of writing a new policy, I'd want to know which ones fell into that category, even though I didn't make them pay it back, so that I could understand sort of what the group of projects had been and where they might fit in a policy going forward. So I'd want to include all of them in my analysis if I was doing it.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Mayor, we did not include there's a limited number of localities that are being affected by the moratorium. I think it's 4 or 5, and now they would have given us, if they had a qualified industry, they certainly would have given us some information. So they likely have not obtained a qualified industry, so we likely have 4 or 5 more that just have not been able to attract a qualified industry. And that gets back to the site readiness issue, where we do believe we've had a lot of folks hurry to get these allocations with the hope that they would attract folks, but they weren't really ready to get funding.
Mr. Dudley, is there a sunset on the moratorium?
I believe it goes every 4 years, and it's in the budget language again this year.
Oh, so they're gonna.
So it seems to be just continuing. So.
What I would want to see for analysis is I'd want to see the projects that were submitted, what they asked for, which ones met the criteria and were approved, and which ones were not, would have otherwise had to refund some money but were under the moratorium. That would inform me as to what the policy should be, perhaps, given the history of what we had and saw. So, you know, like just a spreadsheet with 2 axes, that would help me a lot to understand and inform a new policy if we're going to go to a new policy.
Valentine,
So I don't know how many we've had, but it hasn't been a ton.
We have that information. Ms. Valentine, Mr. Miller, I can provide you that information. I think what our hopes are is that our emphasis on site readiness will eliminate those situations.
And that reason is really key. So if you had a reason, you know, which we sort of know, and it was a site readiness problem, and then that would inform the policy as well, right? So if there was a reason they failed, or the reason they would have to give the money back, and we could put our finger on it, I think we'd want to know what those reasons were. If it was something other than site readiness. For me, I don't care what seat I'm in, I just don't have as clear a picture as I'd like to have to
Ms. Valentine, Mr. Mills. Some of that was I think it was addressed with VEDP's research into it when they reached out to the localities. They didn't go specifically into the specific projects and look at any individual project and say, oh, here's a problem there. You are not located next, close enough to, a transportation hub. Nobody wants to be there, or you weren't ready. You didn't have utilities in place. So they didn't do that sort of analysis. I certainly could not give you that analysis, but I can certainly tell you who they are and where they are.
Is it possible just to go back to them to see if you could get a clearer picture?
We can certainly.
I think that could even be outside of this particular
yes, ma'am.
Presentation today, but just so that you know going forward, and that might impact, whether or not you and the board would recommend any additional changes.
Ms. Val, absolutely. This
So
is
I think
always a
some
living
homework outside of this.
Yes, ma'am.
Might be really helpful.
Yes, ma'am, and that will get to the next slide too. This is a living thing. Improvements are always welcome, and we're always looking to improve. Okay.
Madam Secretary, I got one for the newer district representatives. Sometimes towns run short, and they'll go to the counties and ask them to help them to fill the gap. I had that one occurrence maybe a couple years ago in our district. They went to the county, kind of begging, yeah, to help them, and they help them out. So.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson. Okay.
Next slide, please. We also proposed providing, I thought this was very unique and a great recommendation by VEDP, capital investment credit for jobs creating, because we do know that some industries may be job focused and not so much capital investment. This is for new jobs created. We also mentioned providing credit for jobs retained. This was modeled on a couple of other states, Illinois and Ohio, and we reached out to Illinois to talk to them, and we've had some conversations internally, and we did find that over the last 5 years, we've only had 2 projects that have actually, EDA projects, that have actually expanded within the state, and only one of those have expanded within the facility that they were located. So it does appear that there's really, we were all comfortable with the jobs created criteria. I think there was some apprehension on the jobs retained. So due to the lack of need, we're going to drop that recommendation in the policy and continue to evaluate future applications to see where this goes, and maybe this will be more useful in the future. Next slide, please. So our next steps, we have a policy resolution later on this morning for you to approve the policy recommendations. We will continue to coordinate with VDP to define our roles, responsibilities. We'll develop new guidelines, which must go through our town hall for public comment, and we should have all this wrapped up by March, late March.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So your recommendation is to not factor in job retention or job creation?
Our recommendation is to keep the job creation, but remove jobs retained as far as a capital investment credit.
Unless there could be demonstrated need, but I don't think there was enough analysis to be able to justify it at this point. During COVID, there's an aviation incentive program that was created to try to recruit more airlines coming to the Commonwealth. During COVID, the real focus was on keeping what we had, so we actually changed that to be, for recruitment and retention, which made a lot of sense for that, and we could demonstrate why that was important. I think for this, we don't have that same analysis yet, but you all can ask Mr. Dudley to, continue looking at it.
No, I think it makes sense, because you can play games with job retention, you get
Well,
threats.
and I think that was Mr. Miller's concern, because you raised it about, how do you document this? So I thought it was a really good question.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
We had one a few months ago that was the case.
Yeah, so we're going to follow your recommendation. Okay, thank you. Oh, Mr. Tucker. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I'm going to be giving you a brief presentation today on the project pipeline and where we're at in that process. So first couple of slides here are going to be a little bit of a recap, just what the goals and objectives of the program are moving forward. Next slide. So just to remind you what the purpose and goals are, it's really meant to focus planning and project development resources on the board established priority locations and priorities through the VTrans process. So with SmartScale, we're receiving applications and we run them through a scoring process that estimates their benefits. This is really intended to improve the quality and the success rate of projects that come in to compete for SmartScale, so that we're using an objective data-based approach to understand what's causing the problems and to test the various solutions to try to identify the most cost-effective solution moving forward. So what we've done is developed a series of tools that allow us to better understand the data. I've got some screenshots here in a little bit to go over that. And really involving a multidisciplinary approach of planners, traffic engineers, the localities and regions, and we're getting ready to go into soliciting public feedback on our findings and potential solutions to get their sort of stated preference as we move forward. Next slide. So I know y'all have seen this before, but it is a graphic I like to show, which is, we're really trying to go from this, which is, the check engine light comes on, there's a need, and do we immediately jump to the conclusion that we need a new engine or a new car? So the transportation equivalent to that would be, we need to widen the roadway or we need to build a new roadway. To really go from this to what is on the next slide, which is inserting that critical step of understanding what is causing the problem. Next slide. So when we have a safety need or a congestion need or a reliability need, we need to do some analysis to understand what's causing that problem. Because what you think may be causing the problem may not actually be the case. So, and this will allow us to develop a wider range of solutions to better understand how we might be able to move the needle on a performance standpoint. Next slide. So during the discussion yesterday, y'all saw that chart that Mark Cole presented that showed the safety over the last 3 years. And there was a really good discussion there amongst the board about some things had multiple variables. So you had run off the road crashes, you had speeding contributed, and Mr. Miller, I know you had asked some questions about that. Charts like that give you the broader trend, but tools like this allow you to better understand what's causing those issues. So for example, run off the road crashes. Through the dashboards and tools that we leverage through the pipeline program, we're able to see there is a cluster of run off the road crashes occurring at this particular location. This is the percentage breakdown of fatalities and severe injuries. Now, what were the attributes of those crashes that allow me to see a pattern? So if 60% of those crashes were occurring during wet weather incidents, then that gives us what we need of how we may be able to move the needle. Perhaps it's improving the super elevation, putting in flashing chevrons, putting in a higher friction pavement surface. And so there are much more robust tools that traffic engineering and others use to better understand and see those patterns in the data. And that's really what is central to the project pipeline effort, which is leveraging all this great data that we have internal within the state, as well as through third parties to understand what is going on and what is contributing to the problems so that we have the information we need to solve them in a cost-effective manner. Next slide. This is getting into some of the deliverables from phase one, which ended about a month ago in each district. And this is an executive summary placemat that we created a template for that's being used across all 9 districts for all 45 studies that allows us to frame the issues that are occurring in the corridor in a visual and a very targeted manner. And so this is the Team 1 template placemat, which really lays out what are the operational and access issues that are contributing to the performance problems along this corridor. And this specific example is up in the Winchester area. And so we're able to better explain what is contributing to the safety issues or the access issues or the congestion issues in each one of these locations. Next slide. We also focus in on safety and reliability, where the crash is occurring, what types of crashes are occurring, which allows us to better understand the different countermeasures that we can employ to address the types of crashes that exist. So are we experiencing more rear ends, or are we experiencing angle crashes? And this allows us to better frame the problems to the decision makers as well as the public so that they can understand why particular countermeasures may be recommended. Next slide. Did my mic just go out? All right. Last but certainly not least, we also have the team that's looking at transit and travel demand management. So what services exist along those corridors? And this is a team that DRPT is leading. Where do we have transit access needs? So perhaps there's existing bus shelters and we need to improve pedestrian and bike access to those. And so that team is going to frame the various issues that exist and the needs that exist for transit access and bike ped access. Next slide. The phase that we're in now, phase 2, is really taking that information we learned from the first phase and starting to develop the alternatives that can be tested and that we can start to narrow down, working with our local and regional partners and getting input from the public. And here's just one example from Fauquier County of different alternatives that are being considered at the intersections to improve safety and traffic flow. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we're in phase 2. We're coming up on a critical step, which is we're going to be getting public feedback and input on the various alternatives and on our diagnosis of what's contributing to the problems. And that's going to wrap up sometime around the end of February so that applicants have the information that they need as far as a targeted investment strategy. And then phase 3 is going to be the final polish. That's when we're going to want to understand some of the project risk, come up with a really good cost estimate to move forward to be included in the final applications that are submitted in August of this year for Smart Scale. While Smart Scale Round 5 is a key focus area of getting these project pipeline recommendations implemented, it's not the only mechanism. There are other funding programs that the localities and regions will be able to go after, whether it's revenue sharing or some of the regional monies that are available. But that final phase 3 is just really the final polish to understand some of the risk and contingencies, make sure that we've got a good project sketch and project description moving forward so that our planning partners at the local and regional level can go after funding that exists. Next slide. One of the tools that we've been leveraging here, particularly over the last 2 years, that's been very successful is leveraging a tool called MetroQuest to target individuals that work and live or travel through specific zip codes and steer them over to these surveys, which allow us to present the options and get their stated preferences of do they like this option or do they not like this option. And that's the plan of action that we will be using for the pipeline here starting in the next 2 or 3 weeks as these start to roll out, which is laying this out to the public and getting their thoughts and feedback. There'll be some targeted Facebook ads, Instagram, our district partners will be putting out some organic social media posts, some news notifications, and really what you're seeing there on the right-hand side of the screen is an example of a MetroQuest survey that was done for the Shenandoah Valley Rails to Trails project. And Stanton District got over 9,000 individual survey responses to that survey. I believe that's been the most that we've received for any of these. So we're leveraging some of the newer tools that exist that allow us to get a broad range of input from constituents and citizens that travel and that live along the corridors. Next slide. This is my last slide, the VA projectpipeline.org website. I encourage members of the board to go to that website. We do have the phase 1 stakeholder presentations and the executive summary placemats for most of the projects are uploaded at this point, and we will be providing the alternatives that are being considered to each of the board members in the coming weeks as we start to go into some of the public involvement and public engagement. And so with that, I'll open it up to any questions that y'all may have.
Mr. Kaspowitz.
Madam Secretary. Chad, this is good work, and we get to this point and realize you guys have been toiling in the background creating these alternatives and I think creating incredible efficiencies in an already great program. And this process moves pretty quickly from here. Will you be coming back to us with updates and information in the next several board meetings to keep us kind of up to date on where some of these processes stand?
Yes, sir. I anticipate we'll be ready probably in the next 2 months to come back to the board to present you an update on phase 2, where that stands before we start to head into phase 3.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for your good work on this.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams.
You know, this smart scale, this project pipeline, I think it's one of the most significant things we've done the 8 years I've been here in terms of communicating the priorities with the localities and making these projects happen. You've refined it so much that it is certainly easily now, I think, the most significant
Without
thing
question.
that we've done, without question. And, well, I'm really proud of you guys. I mean, y'all have done a tremendous job with this.
If I could add to that, say, when we did
Confidence you're doing the right thing.
I really didn't anticipate this process 7 or 8 years ago when we were putting it together, but it just really makes this such an incredibly efficient process.
Thank you.
Deputy Secretary Donohue, just really, really great work. And anyway, I'm glad it made the presentation today, but it's really great. Thank you.
Well, Madam Secretary, I did want to thank you for your service over the last 4 years. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve on your team and to work with you. And it's a little bittersweet that this is my last formal presentation to you as the Secretary of Transportation, but again, thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what, you made it a profound one, so I really appreciate it. It's been a priority for all of us, and the fact that you all were able to pull this together as efficiently as you have is really, really important. You've done an excellent job, and
Thank
so
you.
I really thank you for your leadership.
And I have had a lot of help from folks at VDOT and DRPT and the consultant community.
You know,
So,
what
thank
I've been saying, I think, so many times to everybody, everything's a team effort in transportation. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to adjourn the workshop. We're going to enter into the action meeting. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment?
No.
Would anybody who's here today like to address the board? Mr. Pollard, nice to have you doing public comment.
Morning. It's
Morning.
Haven't been here in a while. It's good to see you.
It's nice to see you.
As someone who's been working on transportation policy in Virginia for more years than I care to admit, I wanted to just take a few minutes to offer a little perspective and to offer also some thanks, since this is your last meeting as Secretary, Chairman Valentine. First and foremost, thank you very much for all that's been accomplished in these 4 years. It's been truly a transformative period for Virginia's transportation program. Just to name a few things, from passing the transportation funding omnibus to the advances and strengthening of the SMART scale, which we just heard about from Mr. Tucker, are continuing, to the Transforming Rail initiative. You know, it's a very lengthy list of very strong and positive accomplishments. And I think the JLARC study we heard a little bit about yesterday is further evidence of that, showing the good management and strong performance of transportation. And I've been around long enough to say that JLARC reviews of transportation have not always been so positive. So further kudos on that. I will say, unfortunately, I think one area where we lagged is in addressing the environmental and health impacts of transportation. We've begun to do some of the things like the Transforming Rail Initiative and some of our transit programs that will provide cleaner transportation choices. But we've got a long way to go in terms of reducing emissions, increasing our resilience, which we heard about some yesterday, providing more transportation choices and cleaner transportation choices, and also looking at the land use impacts of the transportation projects we fund. We still are way behind where we need to be in thinking about that. So, you know, as we look ahead, I think it's critical for this body to tackle some of those kind of remaining issues and problems. And we heard a lot about the wave of federal and state money that's headed our way. I think a lot will fall to this board to set some of the policies to make sure that that money is spent wisely, and also that we meet the federal requirements that come with some of that money. So really, you know, we must do more, I think, to address some of these remaining issues, but mainly just wanted to say thank you so much for your service, and your team, obviously. As you said, it's teamwork. You didn't do it all alone, but you've been the leader in this effort. And I do think that these benefits will benefit all Virginians for years to come. And I look forward to working with the new administration, the General Assembly, and all of you as we move forward to further improve the performance of our transportation system, reduce the adverse environmental and health impacts, and also to increase mobility equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. Is there anybody else? Okay, I will say, yes, this is an area where you can always do more and you can always do better. I'm really grateful that we did establish the environmental subcommittee so that the board has a say in addressing policies going forward. I know within our internal operations within VDOT, really focusing with our chief of policy on the initiatives that the investments that we're making, the issue of resiliency, sustainability, decarbonization, and stewardship. You know, those are areas. So I think that, well, I believe the commissioner may have something in his remarks, and if not, I'll put them in mine. But that certainly has been a commitment that we've tried to make, trying to move from compliance to commitment. And that's what we're really, really trying to do, and integrate that into our decision making. So, and I will say, incoming Mr. Secretary, you know, Trip Pollard and so many of the environmental leaders that we have are very, just such excellent resources. And so I, you know, have always relied on them, seeking their input as we're making some of our decisions. So looking at the impact of transportation on climate and the impact of climate on transportation. So anything else? All right, do I have a motion on the minutes?
Moved. Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay. Robbie Prezioso.
Morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. We have 4 action items for you this morning as far as road namings go. The first item we have this morning is for the O. Gene Dishner Memorial Bridge. This is the naming of a bridge on Route 650 in on Fincastle Road in Scott County. This goes over Stock Creek. Mr. Dishner was a native of Scott County and became their administrator in 1968. Then later he was the first director of the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development in 1978, where he served for 7 years. Later in 1985, he was appointed the director of the newly created Virginia Department of Mines and Minerals and Energy, and he stayed there until 2005. So for 20 years, he was the director of that agency. Mr. Dishner passed away in 2020, and with the support of the county, VDOT recommends approval of this naming.
Mr. Folks.
I so move.
Any further discussion? Second. All those in favor, please stand. Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is for Sergeant First Class Fred Taylor Memorial Intersection. I'll read to you much of this decision brief in that it reads almost like a narrative or a script for a major motion picture. Sergeant First Class Taylor, the county has asked us to name the intersection of U.S. alternate Route 58 in Castlewood Road and 683 in Russell County to be the SFC Fred Taylor Memorial Intersection. Sergeant First Class Fred Taylor was a member of the U.S. Army Special Forces, known as the Green Berets. He joined the Army, and he was part of what they referred to as Project Delta. which was a deep cover operation in Vietnam. And basically, he was in charge and part of a group that was training and leading local forces. In July 1965, he was part of a reconnaissance patrol, a long-range reconnaissance patrol of 8 people with himself and another sergeant. They were ambushed 2 days later. And during that ambush, the group got split up. The last anyone saw of Sergeant First Class Fred Taylor, he was calling for an extraction team, and he was helping out the master sergeant he was with who had been shot. In the end, only 5 of the team members were recovered. It was 5 of the local forces that were with them, and Sergeant First Class Taylor and the other sergeant were never identified or recovered. So at that point, a year later, they were identified as killed in action. It's quite an amazing story for this individual from Russell County. VDOT recommends approval of this motion.
Mr. Fox.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor, please stand. Thank you.
Board's consideration today is the Roger Ralph Coos Memorial Bridge. This is a bridge on Route 72, Dungannon Road over the Guest River in Wise County. Mr. Coos, as you hear and you read through this decision brief, represents those great ideals of so many of the men and women who deliver the maintenance program within the agency. He worked at the Wise residency for over 44 years, almost 45 years for VDOT in the Wise residency. He began as an hourly employee, worked his way up to be an area headquarters supervisor. At the time of his passing, he was the longest serving employee in that residency. He loved race cars. You could always find him out at the Lonesome Pine Racetrack. And again, it's a great honor. The agency recommends that the board approve this motion.
Mr.
Secretary, I
Fox.
move approval.
Second.
All those in favor, please stand. Thank you. I would just like to add my own condolences to this. Mr. Coos died, I believe, January 18th, a year ago, so it's nearly an anniversary for him, and certainly a fitting honor for VDOT to recognize, those who serve on the ground and really make VDOT what it is. Just an incredible public servant. So I thank you very much for this resolution.
Last item I have for your consideration today has a little less backstory. This is for the renaming of Route 309 in Arlington County from Old Lee Highway to be Cherry Hill Road. This request came to us from Arlington County, and VDOT recommends approval.
Madam Secretary, I move approval. This has gone through an extensive community process in Arlington, as you might imagine.
Really?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you. Thank you, Robbie. Mr. Hetzel, good morning.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, my action item is a location approval for a 2-mile facility in Bristol District. The purpose of the project is to improve connectivity and access for project Progress Park Industrial and Regional Employment Center. We've been through our environmental process. Public hearing was held with minimal comments. Chief engineer has endorsed the project as well for approval, and I'm requesting on the part of the department that we approve the preferred alternative location.
Mr. Folks, you've been really busy today.
Madam Secretary, I have reviewed the material sent to me by the district engineer and agree that the chief engineer has approved the project, so I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, members of the board.
Maurice, Good morning.
I have one item this morning for your consideration, and it is a limited access control change request. It's located on Interstate 66 in Fairfax County. And this request is for a shift in limited access control along Interstate 66 to remedy an encroachment of an existing garage and modify the right-of-way limits to create a surplus property that we can then convey to the adjoining landowner. The County of Fairfax agrees with this, as well as Federal Highway Administration. VDOT has reviewed, and I recommend your approval.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. We're going to go a little bit out of order, and I believe Mr. Caples is going to come and present. We have one bid. They need to be opening some bids right now. We've run a little long, so. Thank you. Not last.
I just, so you can hear me. Madam Secretary, I have one bid for your consideration today.
No, I was saying you're not last.
Oh, I'm not last.
Yes.
I thought you said last.
No. I said you're not
yeah,
last.
I'm not
and I was
last
like-
either. It's order number F99. This is a Bristol District road widening project in Wise County. We had two offers on this project. The low bid was within the range of the evaluative estimate. After conducting our bid analysis, we find that the bids represent both a market value and a good value and recommend for your award.
Mr. Folks.
Madam Secretary, just a couple of comments. I have discussed this with the district engineer, Tabitha Crowder. You'll note that the bid is exceeded the estimated bid, but was within the range. And also, this is a project in the town of Wise, and it's been on the books for a long, long time. And I think the time has come to move forward with it. I'm familiar with the vendor, a very reputable general contractor in our part of the state. And so with that background, I move approval of the bid from W&L Construction Company.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Welcome. Mr. Dudley, you're back.
Bad penny, I guess. Madam Secretary, members of the board, I have two items for your consideration today. The first is approval of our revised economic development access roads policy. We've had significant conversation about that over the last 2 months. This, as a reminder, this policy will increase the maximum allocation for a project to $850,000. It will reduce capital investment requirements for distressed and double distressed localities. It will provide for design-only allocations and will provide capital investment credit only for new jobs created. These recommendations were prepared in consultation with Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and we recommend your approval of the policy.
This is what we were just talking about, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so we asked a bunch of questions, and we're going to look at some more information, is that correct?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Miller, we will continue to answer those questions, and I believe the policy revisions today shouldn't be impacted by any of our answers. It may cause us to come back and add some requirements.
And then
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dudley came back. You all had posed some questions, so he came in the workshop to answer the questions that were raised.
Yes, ma'am.
And then hoping that we could, get this passed. But, so do I have a motion?
So moved.
Yeah,
And then we'll come back and. Second, okay.
so.
Further discussion.
Are we in, is there a timing issue on this?
The only timing issue was the legislation asked us to investigate this and propose revisions to the policy to consider job creation and the other sort of things that we're looking at. I don't believe there was any time frame in the legislation.
I guess my point is I don't feel like I have the answers to the questions that I've asked that would help inform me as to whether the policy is what it ought to be or not. I don't think it's, critical, but I'd like to know what I'm voting on and have a better basis on which to vote. So I don't want to be obstructionist here, and I'm not sure it's a huge deal one way or the other, but I sort of got a big blank piece in the middle of this that I'm trying to figure out. So, the board, we have a motion and a second, the board can do what it wants.
So I'll consider a revised motion that will bring this back next month.
Substitute motion.
Substitute
That we delay the
We'll delay it for another month?
following month.
And I don't want to be like sort of out there by myself, but that's where I am.
I made the motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
All those, any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
No.
Okay. Mr. Dudley, you have another?
Madam Secretary, members of the board, our second action is our annual revenue sharing deallocation. This year we had 75 projects deallocated with deallocated funding totaling $14,129,929. Deallocations are generally the result of surplus funds after the project completion. That's mostly the case here. We have 4 projects that were canceled. And attached to your resolution is a list of those projects, and I do believe everyone received copies of these from their districts, actually from me. So the Local Assistance Division recommends approval of those deallocations.
So moved.
Any further discussion? Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, just thank you, Madam Secretary. So the total that's being deallocated is 14 million?
Madam Secretary, Mr. Mayor, the total deallocation is $14 million.
And where do those funds then go since they're deallocated?
Typically, those funds will go into the revenue sharing applications, the allocation for your vote this June. So we will add it on top of the allocation that we will provide. We do have, as you heard from some of the presentations yesterday, we do have some needs for some current projects that we had an extra $30 million placed. If we see that there's a need to possibly leverage these funds to maybe swap years out to get some projects moving a little further, we'll leverage these funds to help projects moving along a little more quickly.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, nay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Farmer, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. The first item I have, agenda number 9, is related to the authorization of issuance and sale of bonds for the Route 58 program. I presented this in the workshop last month. The principal amount is not to exceed $140 million. Your package include the preliminary official statement, a 17th supplemental agreement of trust, the continuing disclosure agreement, the preliminary financing summary, which included an estimated TIC from last month of 2.05% for this transaction. Rates as of today are at 2.26, so we've seen an increase of about 20 basis points in the last week. And obviously, we will know more as this transaction moves forward through Treasury for the future sale. In addition, your package contained the notice of sale as well. If you have any additional questions for me, or our bond counsel is also here, Arthur Anderson from McGuire Woods, will be happy to take those.
Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Thank you.
Agenda item number 10 is an action on the second amended district contract between the board, Fairfax County's Economic Development Authority, and the Transportation Improvement District Commission. I briefed you in a very boring presentation last month related to increasing the flexibility on the structure of the transaction.
I thought it was riveting.
Thank you. It allows them to use a portion of the funds in the district project completion fund to transfer those to the project reserve fund. Both localities and the EDA have approved the associated documents in December.
Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Thank you. And agenda item number 11, I believe, is action on the revised fiscal year 22 annual budget. The budget for your consideration incorporates the state and federal revenue update for the current fiscal year. You should have a copy of an amended resolution at your table today. We've added an additional resolution item that commits the department to the Garvey analysis we've discussed a couple of times to determine how we move forward in the update to the 6-year program.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was very efficient. Morning, Ms. Pryor. And Rivety.
Morning. I have 2 items for your consideration today. The first is the adoption of a revised fiscal year 22 to 2027 6-year improvement program that reflects the uplift in state and federal revenues in the 6-year financial plan that you just adopted, and I recommend your approval.
Madam Secretary, move its approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Thank you. The second item is the cancellation of a smart scale project in the town of Rocky Mount and Salem District. It's an intersection realignment at Route 220 Business and Route 40. I briefed you all last month on this project. Recall that subsequent to selection, the adjacent property owner made some improvements, which then made the right-of-way impact significantly greater. And the town has requested cancellation, and I recommend your approval.
Move approval.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Susan Chaw. Oh my gosh, did not see you. I thought I was going to call your name and, well, hello, good morning. Welcome. You were really in the back.
Corner. Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. The actions that we're recommending to you today are in regard to 2 ramps located in Northern Virginia within the area of the 95 and 395 express lanes. These were presented at the December workshop. One is the existing seminary ramp that functions today as an HOV ramp. It's located in the city of Alexandria, and we've had public involvement and are continuing to coordinate with the city of Alexandria. The second will be a new ramp that will be constructed. This is Opitz Ramp. It's located in Prince William County, and we also had a public hearing on that project, and again, coordinating closely with Prince William County. And so today we're recommending that the CTB designate the lanes to be constructed and or modified, both the one at Opitz and then also at Seminary Road, to designate these as hot lanes. And also to specify that the high occupancy requirement be set at 3 or more. And then along with these designations, we're recommending that you also authorize the commissioner to establish the conditions for the use of these 2 ramps in accordance with our amended and restated comprehensive agreement. So.
Move approval, Madam Secretary.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you. Really good to see you. Mr. Cole. Good morning again. Well, good morning again.
Good morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Glad to be with you again today. I'm here to ask for your approval of the Virginia Highway Safety Investment Strategy. Last month in December, you heard from myself and from George Bishop of DMV, who is also here today, laying out our plan for the Highway Safety Improvement Program over the next several years. And you have a resolution in your packet that updates a 2019 Highway Safety Funding Resolution and lays out the investment strategy. A couple of high points of the resolution is that it brings the policy up to date to incorporate the 2020 transportation bill changes and the formula that was in the new transportation bill. It also provides a list of both the infrastructure countermeasures that we talked about in December, as well as the list of behavioral countermeasures that George talked about in December. It also provides some detail about how we will administer the local funding that's included in the safety program. And it also provides some detail for how we will phase back into funding spot projects after we address the systemic safety initiatives.
Move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Got
Mr. Merrill.
question. Thank you. The presentation, I should have asked this yesterday. In the presentation, we talked about reducing fatalities by 2% per year in terms of that safety plan, with the goal of getting to 40%, I think it is, by 2040 or something like that. Is there a way that we could get either semi-annual or quarterly updates on fatalities? Question number one. And then question number two, is there a way to look at those rates based upon miles driven? Because if the population increases and people start driving more, because the last 2 years have been slower traffic miles because of COVID, but to see what we have on a normalized rate of transit.
Madam Chair, Mr. Merrill, we'll be happy to give more regular updates on that information. Also, we routinely do look at the numbers as a rate based anyway, so that would be easy information to provide. Also, this resolution provides that DMV and VDOT will come back to you at least on an annual basis and give you a report on how things are going and kind of the status of the overall program over time.
Anything else? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Bishop. I see
Thank
you
you.
back there. Jen DeBrule, good morning. Chief of Public Transportation.
Good morning. Madam Secretary, members of the board, I have 2 items for you this morning. The first one is action on our 6-year improvement program transfers. We have 2 groups of transfers for you. The first is a transfer to provide some additional funding to Star Transit. They service the Eastern Shore. They had a vehicle that was a total loss in a crash, and so this will offset the difference between their insurance settlement and the replacement of that vehicle. The remaining transfers that are on your list this month go to our human service agencies. You award Section 5310 federal money and state money to allow those agencies to purchase vehicles like minivans that are accessible to help move seniors and individuals with disabilities around the Commonwealth. We've seen about a 15% increase in the cost of those vehicles. The Department of General Services manages those contracts. They've just approved an increase that applies to all the vehicles that we have not yet received. What we're seeing is significant delays in the production of those vehicles, and the cost increases are due to the production challenges and the increase in the raw material cost, and also the increase in the chips that go into those vehicles. So this additional funding that we're transferring will allow us to help offset those as those vehicles are now that they've all been ordered, but as they come in to go into service. With that, I recommend your approval.
Madam Secretary, I move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Great. Next item is action on the approval of an amended and restated agreement with the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission and the Potomac-Rappahannock Transportation Commission on the I-395. This is the funding that comes out of the concession agreement, or comes out of the 395 corridor that goes to our commuter choice programs in Northern Virginia. This is a very technical correction that will conform the agreement for 395 with the same agreement that we have with NVTC on I-66. It is a one-word change that modifies the way we calculate the eligibility for operating assistance so that it's the same in both corridors. And with that, I recommend your approval.
Madam Secretary, I did get a briefing on this, and I recommend approval.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you. When I adjourned the workshop, I had been remiss. So under new business, I just wanted to check in with Director Mitchell and Commissioner Bridge to see if you had any news you just wanted to cover.
Just one update. We are in our grant season now. We opened our grant season on December 1st. We have had a webinar last week for all of our grantees, and we will be evaluating those applications as they come in, and that closes on February 1st. So with that, that's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Branch.
Madam Secretary, I have a number of items to make the board aware of this morning. First and foremost, on December 6th of this year, or last year, VDOT, VPRA, and DRPT executed that interagency agreement that DJ Stadtler brought before the board just as an informational purpose item. Just making you aware of the execution of that document, as well as a project agreement to support VPRA in the environmental due diligence work on the V line segment between Salem and Christiansburg. It's just informational purposes. Second item that I do have for you has to do with the Hampton Roads Express Lane Network and another segment that we are about to send or put out for solicitation through a design build package. It's the interface at I-564 to be able to create a two-lane entrance into the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel project. This has been contemplated by the board a number of times previously, and I'm just bringing this to your attention that out of the risk assessment that the department has undertaken, there are three elements that are associated with the risk. One is maintenance of traffic and making sure that we're able to maintain traffic in a congestion network. The constructability of bridges over the Tidewater Drive interchange that is there. And of course, that has to do with just simply the maintenance of traffic on that facility, and then potential design waivers or exceptions through FHWA that we may need to seek as we progress this project. The value of the project's at $155 million, current estimate as this stands. Again, due diligence, high risk project, but we will be soliciting that through the design build process here very shortly. Another item, as you know, that Rick Walton has retired as the Chief of Policy earlier or late last year. We have selected Angel Deem, who Angel, as you know, has been the Environmental Division Administrator for a great deal of time, 7-8 years, I believe. She will oversee the agency's policy, legislative, and regulatory affairs, as well as the environmental division, local assistance division, and the right-of-way division. And I welcome her to the executive team as well. Another item, it seems like, well, this month's update is quite voluminous for you, but I-64, the gap. I just want to let the board know that we are in receipt of a letter of intent by a P3 firm to be able to submit an unsolicited proposal within the next 120 days. It is to address the congestion along I-64 between mile marker 200 and 234, which takes us directly to the last segment that was completed, and we had an opening last month. It does call for, or is going to be, a proposed managed lane that will give priority for transit, carpooling, and van pooling, and high occupancy vehicles through there. The letter does indicate that a public subsidy will be required in the tune of about $350 million to $380 million. That is at least an initial indication, and the letter is currently under review by the agency. So that's where we stand right now with that.
Madam Secretary, could I just ask one question about the process? Because I don't
course.
think we've, since I've been here, I'm not sure P3 has been initiated. I think I came in and they were in process.
To have this letter of intent
Right,
for.
so I know sometimes when there's an unsolicited proposal, there are some accompanying requirements, and I'm just curious, like, what is in our policy, what's required once this happens?
Madam Chair, Ms. Hines, for today's discussion, I'm not prepared to address that. I think I can come back and advise that when
when and if that proposal comes in, I can give you that timeline as to.
So it doesn't get generated until the proposal is in hand?
That's correct.
Okay.
This is simply a letter of intent indicating that they have a desire to submit a proposal. They will take the next 120 days to be able to do that within that time frame. Once the proposal is submitted, then it will trigger certain events, and we can certainly bring that back to you as to what the next steps would be should it come to fruition.
Perhaps if there is an existing board resolution or board policy that just lays out the process, you could send us that link.
I'd be more than happy to. We do have a process.
Yeah.
Yes, I will say that, and it doesn't happen often. So this is a letter of intent saying that that's what they would like to do. So right now, we're in that process where we're trying to determine if that is the proper approach and whether or not we would be willing to accept an unsolicited bid. So right now, no decisions have been made. The commissioner and others are doing their due diligence. Deputies Secretary Donohue and Lawson have been seeking input about this decision, trying to determine the path forward. If indeed we were willing to accept this unsolicited bid, it would trigger a competitive bid process. So it would not be, no company would have any advantage. At that point, that would just trigger a competitive process. So I think
that's really the information.
I knew that's what you were looking for.
Thank
So
you.
it will trigger that, and at which time you would be able to determine
Thank you.
next steps. So,
Madam Secretary,
Mr. Dodson.
I got one question from Ms. Hines. I didn't get to it much. Item 4, change the name to Cherry Hill Road from Lee Highway. The reason I asked this, obviously, would be dealing with the issue of Lee Highway and Lee Jackson Memorial Highway being changed in Fairfax County. Was Cherry Hill the original name of that road that was changed to Old Lee Highway?
You know,
I know Loudoun County's come back and said, Little River Turnpike should be taken from John Mosby, et cetera.
I cannot answer that definitively for you, but the neighborhood through which that little orphan segment runs
They came up with
is
it.
called Cherrydale.
Okay.
And so there's some relationship there that I just can't say for sure. It used to be Cherry Hill.
All right, thank you.
Secretary, back to 64, and this is adjacent to your question, Ms. Hines. I do remember at some point early in our development of our P3 processes, there was a modification to me that required that the agency undertake a review whenever it received one of these proposals to determine whether or not
it's in the public interest.
It's in the public interest. So I think, and again, feel free to correct me, if the letter comes in, there's a pause where and this I think is what you were referring to.
Actually, right now, you're going to determine whether or not you'd be willing to accept it. If you did, that would trigger a competitive process, and then the steering committee, the P3 steering committee, would come in at that time. And you all actually were very instrumental in refining all those guidelines. So it would be determined, is this in the public interest? The CTB is actually briefed at 3 different points in the process. So, but right now, this is just the investigative period, the research period. It's really difficult when you go from one administration to another, trying to, make sure that you're putting things in place, but then the decisions will be made at a different point. It's interesting to me because we've invested a tremendous amount on 64 widening. And if you go from Jefferson up over to Williamsburg, there were 3 segments totaling 21 miles in those 3 segments. And then you go from 295 to Bottoms Bridge, 5 miles about.
5 miles.
So we've done 26 miles. The gap is 29 miles. So when people say the gap, it's bigger than what we've done. So it's quite a significant portion. So I think sometimes in perspective to think about that, it is a major piece of highway. When I first heard the gap, I was picturing, a
Like
2-mile gap, right?
A missing link, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, it's a gap. And I will also say that when we presented the budget amendments for the surplus dollars that go to transportation that will go to the General Assembly, you all noticed that there was $20 million there for the gap, and the purpose of that is to do pre-engineering research so that regardless of whatever decisions are made, we're getting work done now. And so, you know, hoping that that money will stay in the budget.
Madam Secretary?
Sir.
If I may, the gap, you know, people talking about it's an extension from the Hampton Roads District north, but it's also an extension of the Richmond District south. So not only was there work that was done on Route 64 with HR TAC in terms of basic funding, but you also have work that was done within the Richmond District.
Right, and that was the 5 miles.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it was building on both ends.
Exactly, so it's
Was
going
my
like
point.
this. So anyway, but I know it's a priority. It's a priority, I know, of Carlos Brown. It's a priority. It's been a priority for us. It is a challenging segment, but I think there are a lot of really good forces coming together. We'll say that. Mr. Smoot, you said you had a request for under new business.
I have one.
Oh.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
so sorry. We have
I have one final item. I want to at least advise to the board that we are tracking another weather system due to come into Virginia the evening of Saturday into Sunday daytime. The weather track right now, the storm is currently off the coast of the West Coast. It's in the Pacific, so we are several days out from this, but we are tracking it. The storm has a great deal of uncertainty associated with it.
I saw that word on the paper, which is my least favorite word.
I understand, but mine too, but this certainly highlights the fact that we do prepare well in advance of a storm coming in. It is in the Pacific again, off the West Coast. Current models have, since it's 84 hours out, the weather forecasts typically give a high degree of certainty within about 84 hours. We're past that time frame. So tomorrow we should have a little bit more certainty around the track of the storm. If the system on the current track holds true, we could be looking at yes,
let's just
about 5 to 6 inches of snow throughout the Commonwealth, again starting Saturday night into Sunday morning. We would, again, 5 to 6 inches, certainly well within the bandwidth for the agency, and it's an overnight storm. We will reevaluate the system tomorrow, 24 hours from now, and make a call as to whether we will have a weather coordination call Thursday night. One has already been placed on calendars today, start for Friday morning at 10 a.m. That would include the Department of Emergency Management and VSP, State Police Court, so they're on that call as well. And we will be standing up the Situation Room upstairs on the 4th floor starting Saturday in advance of the storm. And I have a set of notes that we will give to the incoming administration already to be able to advise of the situation at hand right now.
Good way to start. Other critical thing to note is it is a holiday weekend.
And it will be a night event as well, so yes.
Rain, rain, go away. Come again another day.
Any and all precipitation I do not want. So.
It doesn't have the same ring.
Oh, my Lord. I think
doesn't
that's
matter.
the first time I even laughed about precipitation. But anyway. Yes, yes, and just make sure, you know, as we're setting these things up, that Mr. Miller gets invited to the thing.
He's already on the invite, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what are you doing on inauguration night?
Commissioner.
Oh. Can I say that?
I'll be calling you,
Well,
that's what I'll be doing.
We were upstairs for Garrett, and there were a few of us upstairs, and most, those who stayed really slept in their offices. At one point, though, I did get a hotel room. So anyway, I felt like I cheated. I was one who got a shower, so. Mr. Smoot.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, 8 years ago, the 8 local governments, 2 universities, 1 community college, and New River Valley came together to try to advance passenger rail in Western Virginia. The list of projects over the years in which the 8 local governments have come together and tried to make something happen is a short list. But the success that this has turned into over the years has fortunately encouraged other efforts in intergovernment cooperation. This quickly evolved into a bipartisan effort and then into a nonpartisan effort. And it continues so today. When I was at a meeting of the New River Valley Rail Coalition several weeks ago, several people noted that the Secretary of Transportation would be leaving that position in January. And frankly, the Secretary of Transportation has become somewhat of a folk hero in the New River Valley with regard to passenger rail. And a resolution was put together, and I was asked to present it to the Secretary today, which I am delighted to do. I will read this. It's relatively brief, but it will give you the flavor, I think, of the high regard in which the work of the Secretary and her staff with regard to passenger rail is held in the New River Valley. And it says, whereas Shannon Valentine became a visionary and persuasive advocate for expanding passenger rail service in the Commonwealth while serving in the Virginia House of Delegates. And whereas she successfully led the initiative to extend Northeast Corridor passenger service initially to Lynchburg and later to Roanoke. And whereas Governor Northam appointed Shannon Valentine as Secretary of Transportation in his administration to lead the development and execution of the Virginia Rail Plan, which has positioned Virginia in a leading position throughout the United States in forward-looking rail transportation. Whereas all local governments, you can't say that very often, in the New River Valley, its 2 universities and community college came together in 2013 under the leadership of the Blacksburg Partnership to advocate for the extension of Northeast Corridor service to the New River Valley. And whereas Shannon Valentine gave generously of her advice, expertise, and support through counsel to this group, her presence at regional meetings, and her work at the state level. And whereas Governor Northam announced in 2021 that Northeast Corridor passenger rail service would be extended to the New River Valley by 2025 with at least 2 trains daily in each direction. Now therefore be it resolved that the New River Valley Passenger Rail Group extends its appreciation and admiration to Shannon Valentine for her effective and extraordinary work in advancing passenger rail throughout Virginia and to the New River Valley, and extends to her its gratitude and best wishes for her future endeavors.
Thank you so much. Well, and the announcement go out yet?
Still waiting.
No, just, it's so perfect, just because of the timing and bringing the definitive agreements with the Western Rail Initiative. And I would say in Virginia, it's, you know, it's certainly not over, but just really important connections. So I certainly love the region, the advocacy, the determination. The number of times I would be in a meeting, we'd be in a meeting, and they would just say when it's coming, and we would say, we are really working on it.
Yes.
But then to have it finally happen is really great. So thank you, Mr. Smoot, and to everybody for this.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Miller.
One order of new business. I'd like my colleagues to join me, please. If y'all could get up and come up and join me. Vice Chairman and my colleagues have given me the high honor of presenting this to you and making some remarks. So let me make my remarks first. Thanks, Vice Chairman.
Oh, y'all, this is so pretty.
Shannon Valentine, Secretary of Transportation. For more than 25 years, she's worked to create economic opportunity through housing, education, and transportation, and has been a progressive leader and strong industry advocate. As a member of the Virginia House of Delegates, she prioritized legislation focusing on transportation, economic development, education, and ethics. She led bipartisan efforts to create transparent government, expand clean energy production, and invest in intercity passenger rail service for the first time in Virginia's history. Serving as the Lynchburg District Representative to the CTB in 2014, she created the first regional connectivity study in Virginia that correlated transportation decisions with workforce, business expansion and recruitment, and investment, covering 8 modes of transportation. Her commitment to service over the course of her career, she's been honored with the Humanitarian Award by the Virginia Center for Inclusive Communities, Democracy in Action Award by the League of Women Voters, Freedom Fighter Award by the NAACP, Woman of the Year in Government by the WCA, and the Commonwealth Autism Services Award. She is a true champion for transportation and ensuring that diverse Virginia communities and businesses have the access and ability to make a positive difference in our infrastructure solutions. And I say personally, one heck of a professional lady who's done an incredible job for the Commonwealth. We all owe you a great debt of gratitude. Thank you.
Yep.
And a collage that just shows some of her great work on behalf of the citizens and how grateful we are.
Yeah, that is just so pretty. But it's so funny because you're looking at the pictures with the masks. But anyway, you all know that it has been, we've had a couple days together, and I really thank you. Allison, again, thank you for the dinner. Just an incredible board, an amazing team, all working together to do what is best for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I don't think there's any greater honor. So I thank you all, and I thank all of you for all the incredible part that you played in making this possible. So thank you. Okay, here we go. I'm going to adjourn the action meeting.